Welcome, Stargazer, to the Deep Dive. We're tuning into the cosmos, getting ready to catch those end-of-year frequencies. And this one is tailored just for you, an Aries navigating the complex currents of December 2025. We're not just glancing at the sky.
No, this is about taking a deep breath and really settling into the details.
Exactly. Ready to unravel this celestial tapestry.
I am. This is such a crucial month. I mean, for a cardinal fire sign, December is the final calibration point of a year that's been defined by just enormous planetary shifts.
So it's preparing the ground for what's next.
It absolutely is.
And before we dive in, let's just, set the vibe for this journey.
Yes, let's.
Welcome to Star Chill Vibes. Dive into the universe of astrology, cosmic energies, and celestial insights with a relaxed, fun twist. Perfect for stargazers who love to vibe with the cosmos. Get your dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes.
And our mission today is really to give you a personalized roadmap. We're blending key planetary transits, the lunar cycles, and then digging into the wisdom of tarot, specifically the Emperor for you.
Oh, powerful one.
A very powerful one. And we'll touch on numerology too. The whole point is to give you complete clarity and the right alignment to transition into the new year with power, not
burnout.
Exactly, not burnout.
And speaking of burnout, that word just immediately brings up the overarching energy for Aries this December, doesn't it?
It really does.
I mean, typically Aries is ruled by Mars. It's all about conquest, immediate action. But the cosmos, it seems to be putting the brakes on that signature fiery charge.
It is.
So what is the universe really asking of the Ram right now?
Well, the central theme is this powerful transition. It's a shift away from that high-speed action and toward a more deliberate foundational alignment, deep reflection.
That sounds challenging for Aries.
It is. We often think of Aries as the infant of the zodiac. All instinct and impulse. But December is demanding that Aries acts more like the elder, the sage. I mean, 2025 has been relentless in demanding change and flexibility.
So December is the moment you consolidate all those lessons.
That's it. It's a time to trade the short-term win for the long-term stable foundation.
That is a profound challenge for a sign that's literally defined by forward motion.
It is.
So the biggest obstacle then isn't some external force, it's the internal resistance to just slowing down.
Absolutely. We have to look at December 2025 not as a standalone month, but as like the final exam of maybe even a 3-decade cycle.
Wow.
So where you place your focus now, the habits you break, the conversations you finalize, the rest you choose to take, it sets the precedent for your next major era of growth.
Okay, so let's unpack that. Part 1, this core conflict.
Right.
It's all about finding that equilibrium between all those demanding obligations and true self-care.
The conflict really stems from your recent experience as an Aries. You might be feeling just overwhelmingly burdened right now.
By what specifically?
By obligations, whether they're professional, family, financial, things that are really time-consuming and, frankly, restrictive. This is the universe challenging that typical Aries desire to just shoulder everything and power through.
And if you keep pushing through without changing something, the outcome is pretty predictable.
Exhaustion.
Resentment.
Yeah. The guidance seems so clear. Feeling serene and happy about the future depends on finding that balance now.
It does.
But Aries defines themselves by their output, by what they do. If you pull back, don't you risk feeling guilty or, afraid you'll lose momentum.
And that is the core psychological hurdle. That fear of losing momentum is a classic Mars-driven anxiety.
Right.
But the message here isn't abandon ship. It's more like reallocate your resources. As a cardinal sign, you initiate cycles. You've been initiating outward projects all year very successfully.
Okay.
Now you have to have the courage to initiate your own rest, your own modification of the plan. That's sovereign self-care. It's actually a deeper expression of your innate leadership. I like that framing. It makes the shift feel less like a failure and more like a strategic command decision.
Exactly.
So how do you make space for me time when your schedule is already overflowing?
You use your signature clear-sightedness. The planets this month are offering an incredibly objective view of your routine.
A bird's eye view.
A total bird's eye view. You need to look at your schedule and bravely identify what is just a habit versus what is genuinely essential to your life project.
Oh.
Often, the obligations that feel the most restrictive are things we just adopted out of routine, not real necessity. The universe is basically telling the emperor to audit his kingdom's budget.
Cut the waste so you can reinvest that energy into something fulfilling.
Precisely.
Okay, so first step is establishing that balance. How does that mandate then evolve, say, week by week through December?
Well, the journey starts right away. The first week, December 1st to the 7th, is dominated by the intense energy of Uranus.
Uranus, the great disruptor. And it's currently in Taurus, right? Which for Aries governs the second house. The house of personal finances, possessions, self-worth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this message, routine is hindering your life project, is directly linked to how you earn money, how you value your time, and what you believe you're worth.
So you're getting this powerful impulse to inject some innovation, some new financial thinking into a routine that's gone stagnant.
Yes. And it could be radical, like quitting a side gig that just doesn't pay enough for the time you put in, or finally committing body and soul to a new savings habit.
The typical Aries move here would be to make a huge sweeping change immediately. You know, I hype my routine, I'm changing everything tomorrow.
And that is where the crucial caution comes in. Uranus wants speed, but all the surrounding energies are demanding patience. Your life project, especially when it involves that second house of finances and values, it has to be built patiently. A stable financial foundation doesn't just appear fully formed.
Right.
It requires the discipline of Saturn, which has been structuring your 12th house. You have to resist that immediate gratification impulse of the emperor and build it slowly.
Okay, so resist the urge to burn it all down. Then we move into the second week, December 8th to the 14th. We get a massive energetic shift here with Jupiter and Neptune.
This is a really profound period. Jupiter, the planet of expansion and philosophy, is transiting right through Aries.
Yeah.
It's your first house of self, identity, your physical body.
Wow.
And at the same time, Neptune, the planet of dissolution, dreams, spirituality,
Right.
it's finishing its long tenure in Pisces.
Which is your 12th house, the house of closure, rest, the hidden self.
Exactly. So you're being asked to expand your identity because of Jupiter, while also dealing with the erosion of old identity structures from Neptune. It's a massive internal dynamic.
It creates a powerful juxtaposition.
It does. You're encouraged to regain your natural enthusiasm, which is Jupiter's gift, but you're also being forced by Neptune to question these deep-seated convictions that have been subtly running your life from your subconscious.
The 12th house stuff.
The 12th house stuff. This is the source of that global wake-up call we mentioned. It affects how you define yourself, which then impacts your career, your finances, even who you choose to love.
The 12th house is where we hide things from ourselves. And Neptune can either dissolve those blocks or create new delusions. How do you make sure you're on the right side of that?
By using the Emperor's analytical mind, you have to apply critical scrutiny to any new enthusiasm or belief system you encounter.
So don't just jump in.
Don't just jump in. Because Neptune is such a profound influence, bringing in spirituality and imagination, you're forced to face the highs and lows of your own ego.
So you have to ask, what's truly real in my aspirations? Is this goal really mine, or is it just some romanticized delusion?
That is the core question. And the strategy is still patience.
Yeah.
This awakening is about gathering data on your inner world, not immediately running off to join a new movement.
Right. Okay. And then we close out the month with the week of December 22nd to the 28th. The outline mentions some contradictory energies with Saturn and Uranus.
Yeah, we're looking at the tension between Saturn and Pisces, that's structure in your 12th house of rest, and Uranus and Taurus, which is change in your second house of finances.
So Saturn is demanding structure in your solitary life, but Uranus is demanding freedom in your financial life. That sounds like a tug of war.
You can feel like it. The structural demand of the 12th house, things like solitude and rest, can feel restrictive.
But the freedom offered in the second house financial independence, that's exciting.
Exactly. And this dynamic actually resolves itself pretty positively. The push and pull, the emperor feeling shackled by duty but also drawn to invention, it forces a sustainable pace.
Oh, I see.
By accepting that Saturnian structure around your rest and your spiritual health, you find the stability you need for Uranus's financial innovations to actually take root.
So you move out of the shadow because the internal struggle becomes productive.
Yes. You start to feel excited about life again, not because you've abandoned your duties, but because you've restructured your internal governance.
That internal governance audit. It sounds like it depends heavily on the external planetary mechanics.
It does.
So in part 2, let's drill down into those specific transits that are demanding all this clear sight and emotional courage, starting with Mercury.
Yes, Mercury's influence is key. The retrograde itself was in November, but the post-shadow period is often where the real climate work happens.
And that continues until when?
Until December 16th. This is where Mercury retraces its steps and demands final resolution. For you, Aries, the key houses here are the 8th and the 9th.
Let's start with the Scorpio themes. That's where Mercury went direct and is spending most of this post-shadow time in your 8th house.
The 8th house. So we're talking about transformation, shared resources, debt, taxes, intimacy, and all the things we keep hidden.
Sounds intense.
It is. For Aries, this is intensely focused on financial and emotional transparency, especially in shared resources. If you have joint investments, a complex mortgage, outstanding debts.
Especially if they involve a partner.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or an institution. This phase forces a final closure. And this isn't just about balancing a checkbook. It's about settling the power dynamics within those financial relationships.
It sounds like the universe is handing you a shovel and saying, dig up the financial and emotional bones now, or you're carrying that stench into 2026.
That is the perfect metaphor. Aries tends to prefer quick, clean cuts. That's the Mars energy.
Right.
But this requires the messy, deep digging of the 8th house. It means having those hard conversations you've been avoiding with a partner about money or emotional intimacy.
And so the process itself is the point. It demands you slow down, be attentive, and not just rush to a solution.
Yes, that's the work.
And what's the payoff for all this uncomfortable emotional labor?
Transforming fear into genuine courage. The 8th house rules psychological depth and hidden power. By confronting these financial or emotional shadows, you build stronger trust with your partners and you tap into a resilient inner strength that, quick wins can never provide. So the goal is to finalize debt, settle accounts, and stop fearing the emotional depth of real intimacy.
That's it.
Okay, so once that deep work is done around the 16th, Mercury moves fully into Sagittarius themes. This is touching the final degrees of the shadow in your 9th house.
Yes, the 9th house of expansion, higher learning, philosophy, long-distance travel. This is where you form your worldview.
So Mercury here is asking you to address what? Outdated beliefs.
Outdated beliefs and psychological blocks that were causing frustration earlier in the year. When Mercury was retrograding through the fire signs in 2025, you might have felt flustered or angry when your innate desires were challenged.
Because you were stuck on how you thought things were supposed to work.
Exactly. The 9th house post-shadow review ensures you get realistic. It's asking, which of my strongly held convictions are actually holding me back? Are you so convinced that success requires nonstop hustle that you're blocking the necessary rest?
It's the final intellectual cleanse before the year closes.
It really is.
Now let's look at the personal planets of Venus and Mars. Your ruler, Mars, moves into Sagittarius, that 9th house, around December 7th.
Right. And Mars in the 9th house is exciting for an Aries. It's that assertive energy channeled through expansion, adventure, higher thinking.
And there's a really powerful transit early in the month, right?
Yes, around December 1st, the moon in Aries will trine Mars in Sagittarius. This is a massive energetic advantage.
A green light.
A huge green light. It provides the perfect surge to tackle ambitious projects related to higher education or publishing, or even long-distance travel plans. It's focused, directed initiative aimed right at growth.
But the emotional landscape gets a little trickier on the holidays. Let's talk about Venus.
Yes, Venus, the planet of love and values.
Yeah.
It enters Capricorn on the 24th, but the days leading up to that feature a bit of a test.
The Venus square Neptune aspect.
Exactly. This happens while Venus is in late Sagittarius, your 9th house of beliefs, and it's squaring Neptune in Pisces, your 12th house of illusion and hidden enemies. A square is friction. It forces a confrontation.
A confrontation between your values and your illusions.
Precisely. And the warning here is that others might be emotionally draining or trying to take advantage of your natural generosity.
And given the 9th house placement, these could be people related to your belief systems, your social circle.
Yes, or even distant contacts. This is a critical test of your boundaries.
Yeah.
You need to be compassionate. That's the spiritual demand of the 12th house. But you also have to absolutely prioritize your own self-care.
And because Neptune is involved, the situation might feel ambiguous.
Very ambiguous. It might not be outright deception, but more like subtle manipulation or emotional neediness that just drains your energy.
So the antidote is?
Solitude and rest. Embrace that 12th house energy to recharge instead of getting pulled into someone else's drama.
And then once Venus moves into Capricorn on the 24th, it shifts focus.
Yes, into the 10th house, your house of career and public reputation.
So that's much more grounded.
Much more. Venus in the 10th is wonderful for smoothing professional relationships, focusing on long-term goals, and aligning your values with your public ambitions. It provides a grounded, responsible energy you need to finalize professional commitments before the year ends.
And the moon. The moon acts as the metronome for the month, right? Perfectly timed to facilitate this whole transition.
Perfectly timed. We start with the powerful illumination of the full moon, right around December 2nd to the 4th.
A full moon always brings something to light.
And for Aries, this one offers profound clarity. It boosts your instincts, strengthens your intuition about your immediate environment and your long-term goals. This is where you will clearly see the path forward.
You see the options available, the next steps you need to take.
And it's made possible because of that 8th house clearing work you did with Mercury. It's a reality check. The full moon is a mirror, showing you what is sustainable and what is finished.
And after that intense light, there's always that inevitable energy dip.
The balsamic moon on December 13th.
A dark moon phase, the quiet before the rebirth.
And you need to recognize this as a cosmic directive for rest. Your energy levels will be lower, and that's intentional. This quiet moment is preparation for new challenges.
So this is the time the Emperor goes into retreat.
Yes, gathering all the information from the full moon and just letting it settle, rather than immediately leaping into action. You have to honor this period of solitude.
And that retreat pays off with the new moon, which is active from the 14th to the 19th.
It really does. This is predicted as the most exciting time for your passion for life. This is your starting pistol.
The green light again.
It's the explosive energy you need to set new projects in motion, using all that clarity you gained. And crucially, it gives you the psychological momentum to definitively draw a line under things that belong in your past.
Especially those nagging 8th house issues.
Especially those. The cosmos gives you the initiation energy you crave, but only after you've done the necessary introspection.
Okay, we've built the technical framework. Now let's apply all these intense December energies to the tangible areas of your life as an Aries.
Let's do it.
And link them back to the enduring character of the Ram. Let's start with your love life.
Love for Aries in December is moving away from that simple Mars-driven chemistry and into the transformative realm of the 8th house.
So it's demanding true, shared power and emotional depth. Intimacy isn't just passion.
It's vulnerability. It's sharing resources, which is a major shift. And we have to remember that the themes from the Venus retrograde earlier in the year are still lingering.
Right. That retrograde forced a review of self-interest and ego in love.
So old emotions will surface, an ex might reappear, or a current relationship might require a deep, honest check-in about boundaries and shared fears. You can no longer just glide over the difficult feelings.
And since an Aries' natural state is constant movement, the key to deepening connections this month is kind of counterintuitive.
Stillness.
Stillness.
Intimacy for you grows in stillness.
Oh.
You just slow down and allow yourself to feel the emotions that arise instead of using action or distraction to push them away.
That's the ultimate test of the Emperor, isn't it? Can he hold space for vulnerability, or must he always be conquering?
That's it. A successful relationship for you in December is one built on radical transparency, and that is facilitated by intentional, quiet time checking in.
Okay, now for career and money. The message here seems to be, hit the pause button.
A big pause button, on aggressive launches at least. December is for review and realignment, preparing for the 10th house expansion that's coming in 2026.
You've likely experienced some significant, maybe destined events around work and ambition this year already.
Absolutely. So now it's time to consolidate those lessons. The work in December is reflective. It's auditing what strategies worked, which alliances were strong, which projects in 2025 were successful.
So you're sketching out the 2026 blueprint, but keeping the pencil light. No concrete action yet.
No, this pause is foundational. It's about ensuring the new structure is resilient. If you ignore this call to reflect and try to push a massive new project through now,
you risk having to backtrack in early 2026.
Exactly. When the alignment actually demands forward momentum, the foundation has to be stable first.
And financially.
Keep it simple. Keep it intentional. This relates directly to Uranus in your second house of finances. Avoid impulsive, lavish decisions that destabilize the new value system you're trying to build.
And given all that Mercury post-shadow work in the 8th house.
Then painting clear financial boundaries and settling debts is what supports the positive financial trends that started with your creative ideas earlier in the year. The focus is on structural integrity.
This theme of reflection brings us directly to health and energy, which is so tied to that 12th house influence.
It really is. The full moon acts as a mirror here for your energy in your daily routine.
And this is part of a long-term spiritual mandate, right?
It is. Saturn, the planet of structure and reality, is transiting Pisces, which is your 12th house. That governs rest, solitude, hidden suffering. It's a multi-year transit that brings karmic lessons around health and rest.
And it often forces Aries to reform patterns of self-neglect.
It has to. Aries often ignores physical or mental problems just to keep driving forward. But Saturn in the 12th means those ignored issues will eventually demand attention.
Often through things like chronic fatigue or burnout.
Exactly. So that full moon mirror is showing you what exactly is draining your energy. Maybe it's an attachment, a habit, or a person, something you were hiding from yourself in the 12th house.
The focus then has to be on better, more disciplined rest and mindful movement.
Honoring what your body needs. A spiritual aha moment is highly possible, but it requires radical trust in what your body and soul are telling you, rather than just overriding physical symptoms with sheer willpower.
This is the Emperor learning the wisdom of a quiet retreat.
That's the whole lesson.
Which brings us perfectly to the deeper archetypal wisdom. Aries corresponds to the Emperor, card 3 of the major arcana.
The ultimate symbol of cardinal fire energy.
He is discipline, sovereignty, order. He establishes the rules.
He uses his will to manifest stability in the world. He's the leader, the master strategist, the one everyone organizes their lives around. This is the core strength of Aries being action-oriented, initiating things.
But December's theme rest, stillness, 8th house emotional depth, 12th house withdrawal, that directly conflicts with the Emperor's natural hunger for control and immediate gratification.
And this is the profound challenge of the month. The universe is asking the Emperor to temporarily surrender the battlefield. He has to govern not by conquering new territory, but by focusing on the structure of his existing kingdom.
So he needs to listen to the counsel of the most introspective archetype.
That hermit.
Wow. So the Emperor is being asked to use his powerful willpower to enforce patience and deep reflection.
Precisely. The true test of sovereignty isn't asserting control when things are clear and easy. It's knowing when to hold back, when to yield to a higher, more subtle wisdom.
So December is forcing the Emperor to discern between making intentional choices based on real insight versus just reacting impulsively to external pressures.
Yes. He needs to refine his governing strategy by incorporating spiritual and emotional intelligence, ensuring his rule is based on a lasting foundation, not just temporary bravado.
Okay, let's tie this all together with the personalized insight from numerology. Specifically, calculating your personal year number for 2025.
This calculation is great because it shows how the collective energies of 2025 intersect with your personal life cycle.
And the method is pretty straightforward.
Very. You add the day and the month of your birthday to the numbers of 2025, and 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5 equals 9.
So if your birthday is January 1st, the calculation is 0 plus 1 for the day, plus 0 plus 1 for the month, plus 9 for the year, which equals 11.
Right. And since 11 is a master number, we typically don't reduce it any further.
And an 11 personal year is significant?
Very significant. Master number 11 years are years of spiritual illumination, higher calling. There's potential pressure to serve a larger vision. So for you as an Aries, this means 2025 has been a high voltage year, pushing you to align your physical actions with your spiritual mission.
And the larger context of 2025 is essential here. The whole world is in a 9-year.
Exactly. 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5 is 9. And a global 9-year is all about completion, conclusion, and releasing what no longer serves the collective.
That creates a powerful synthesis for Aries then, if you're in a personal 11-year within a global 9-year.
December is the final intense push to complete a major spiritual and identity cycle. The flexibility and restructuring the planets demand are vital because you are preparing to move into a brand new cycle in 2026.
So the final lessons of December, that transparency, that rest, auditing your beliefs, that's the only way to successfully complete the illuminated 11-year.
Yes, and to ensure that the powerful energy you tapped into doesn't just dissipate, but is integrated into your core being for the next decade.
It's the final check, making sure the Emperor's great work of 2025 is finished, integrated, and ready for the new dawn.
To summarize this whole deep dive for Aries, December 2025 is a critical transition month. The cosmos is demanding you use your willpower not for conquest, but for foundation.
Trading quick action for lasting stability.
In relationships, in personal commitments, transparency in your shared resources. That Mercury post-shadow work is mandatory for achieving trust. And the lunar cycles are providing the perfect, curated energy flow to release the old and launch the new.
But only if you prioritize that patience, that genuine rest and reflection.
Yes.
Only then. So this month is really the detailed inspection before the final launch sequence of the new year. It's an instruction for the ultimate leader, the Emperor, to take counsel from the inner voice of stillness.
Which brings us to a final provocative thought for you to consider as you wrap up this demanding year.
How can the Aries drive, symbolized by the Emperor, best serve you when the cosmos is asking for the patience and inner knowing of the Hermit? Where in your life can stepping back actually grant you the most authority and control over your own destiny?
Reflect on that profound lesson as you transition into 2026.
We hope these insights help guide your next steps with confidence and clarity.
Indeed.
If you vibed with this deep dive and want more cosmic insights tailored just for you, please take a moment to comment, like, and subscribe to this channel, Star Chill Vibes. We appreciate your support for spreading the light softly. Welcome to Star Chill Vibes. Dive into the universe of astrology, cosmic energies, and celestial insights with a relaxed, fun twist. Perfect for stargazers who love to vibe with the cosmos. Get your dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes. So we are diving deep into your final chapter of 2025, Taurus. We've looked at a whole stack of cosmic sources to really give you the ultimate blueprint for December. And this month, it's not really about a slow wind down. It feels like it's set up as a period of, profound, intense transformation.
Oh, it really is.
Especially around your financial security and, your most intimate relationships.
Exactly. If we were to frame this whole deep dive for you, Taurus, the theme that just kept coming up is slowing down to soar.
I love that.
Yeah, December is this really necessary period of reflection and grounding before 2026 hits. The goal here, energetically, is to prioritize that emotional depth over any kind of rush to the finish line.
Okay, so let's unpack this. The planetary weather for December. It feels almost split in two, doesn't it?
Completely. The first half is all about stabilizing things. Communication, income. It's like the universe is giving you a bit of a running start.
But then comes the shift.
Then comes the big seismic shift. And this is where you really need to pay attention, Taurus. The latter half of the month brings this massive, just intense concentration of planetary energy right into your 8th house.
And we're not talking about one planet.
No, we're talking 4 major players. You've got Mars, the Sun, Venus, and then right at the end, Mercury, all piling into that same sector of your chart.
Wow. Okay, for anyone who isn't deep in the weeds with this stuff, the 8th house. That's the house of deep waters. Right.
That's a perfect way to put it. It governs shared resources, intimacy, debt, taxes, and that kind of deep psychological transformation.
So having 4 planets stack up there, that sounds less like a chill vibe and more like a necessary confrontation with something.
It signifies a volatility that demands you be intentional. When planets stack in the 8th, it forces conversations about vulnerability, about power dynamics, especially with resources you share with, say, a partner, a bank, anyone.
It's an unavoidable check-in.
It is a check-in on where you're truly merging with others, both financially and emotionally.
Okay, so before we get into all that pressure, let's talk about the cosmic gifts.
Yeah.
Because there is some good news here, something stabilizing your foundation.
There is, and it starts with Jupiter, the planet of expansion, of good fortune.
Right.
Jupiter is providing wonderful support. It starts the month in your 3rd house, which is communication, so you might feel really sharp, really clear about what you need. But the big shift happens around December 4th.
What happens then?
Retrograde Jupiter moves back into your 2nd house.
And the 2nd house is your own house.
Yeah.
Your earned income, your savings, what you value.
Precisely. And this return is so beneficial for you, Taurus. It can help increase family income. It aids your ability to actually put some of your earnings into savings.
Oh, that's huge.
It is. And it can help resolve those, lingering financial things that were kind of stuck in the family. It's Jupiter making sure your personal security is strong before that 8th house pressure really starts to build.
And at the same time, we have Saturn, the planet of structure, of discipline.
And Saturn isn't going anywhere. It's staying put in your 11th house, which is all about your gains, your community, your networks.
So what does that mean in practical terms?
That Saturn influence is essential grounding. It helps maintain continuity in your income. And it even suggests new sources of money could come from groups or professional networks.
Okay, but with Saturn, there's always a catch, right?
There's always a lesson.
Yeah.
It's also encouraging you to really question and maybe reinvent the networks that aren't serving your long-term security goals.
Right.
It's asking, are your friends and connections actually helping you build something lasting? Or are they just distractions?
Okay, so we've got this setup. Jupiter is shoring up savings, Saturn is ensuring income. But then we hit what you called the financial paradox. If the foundation is so strong, why are all the sources giving this stern warning about expenses?
And that is the core conflict of December. The positive flow from Jupiter and Saturn is absolutely real. You will likely see continuous income. But
Here it comes.
the concentration of planets in the 8th house creates this huge potential for a massive outflow of funds, especially in that second half of the month.
Okay, so let's break down who's going in there. We have Mars,
Mars, the planet of action and spending,
then the Sun, which is focus.
from the 16th, yeah. Then Venus, which is about value and desire, from the 20th.
That sounds like a recipe for a spending spree driven by some kind of urgent need or deep desire.
You've nailed it. Mars can trigger sudden, urgent expenses, maybe related to a partner's finances or a shared debt. Venus there means your values are focused on something deep, and you might be tempted by a really large purchase.
So the practical takeaway here, the big warning sign from our sources, is crystal clear.
Absolutely.
For you, Taurus, you have to avoid large, unplanned spending in the final days of the month.
100%. If you are investing, it has to be prudent, intentional. The 8th house hates impulsivity. This energy is designed to make you face the true cost of things, especially things you share with others.
Right. Okay, so moving from money to matters of the heart. With all that 8th house intensity, relationships are obviously not going to be light and superficial this month.
Not at all. For relationships, December is demanding emotional depth. If you're in a slow burn connection, it could get significantly more serious because you, Taurus, are looking for real, long-term security right now.
It's a powerful time for commitment then.
Very powerful. The kind of intimacy that truly merges two lives. But on the flip side,
If a relationship has been avoiding vulnerability,
exactly, that 8th house spotlight is intense. The truth is likely to come out whether you're ready for it or not. It's an unavoidable emotional inventory.
this theme of finding truth and setting standards, it connects to your tarot archetype, doesn't it? The Hierophant.
It connects beautifully. The Hierophant, card 5, is all about finding truth through wisdom and established structures.
So how does that play out here?
As the Hierophant, as this dependable pillar, you aren't just blindly accepting things. You're the one establishing deep, trustworthy standards for your bonds. You're defining the terms of commitment. It's not just about comfort anymore. It's about reliable, shared values.
That makes so much sense. Okay, let's talk about family dynamics because this seems like another complex area, especially with the moon's nodes.
Yes, this is a longer-term tension point that's really peaking. You have Ketu, the south node, in your 4th house of home and roots.
And Rahu, the north node, in your 10th house of career and public image.
So you have this subconscious pull toward your career, toward being seen. But that same energy can create a feeling of instability at home, at your roots.
It sounds like a real juggling act, a constant pull between your private life and your public ambitions.
It is, and it can weaken harmony at home. It also requires you to pay attention to the health of your parents. But look again at Jupiter.
Coming into health.
Jupiter's return to the 2nd house has this gentle influence that promotes love and can help resolve some of those stuck domestic issues. You have the wisdom to handle it, but you do need to be aware. The sources warn that disputes with in-laws are also a possibility.
With all that 8th house pressure on shared family resources, I can see that.
Right. You have to choose your battles wisely and lead with that Hierophant wisdom.
Given all this psychological and financial pressure, we have to talk about health. The message seems to be, prioritize your physical well-being.
It's so important. Your health is likely average, but it demands special attention. With so many planets in the 8th house in that second half, you're more prone to issues that involve heat and intensity. Things like a high fever, sudden body aches, things that come on quickly.
Why does the 8th house affect the body that way?
The 8th house rules deep, systemic processes, like elimination and regeneration. When you put Mars, the planet of energy and inflammation, in there, any underlying stress that you've been holding on to can manifest physically, very acutely.
Which, as a fixed sign, holding on to tension is kind of your thing.
It is. So the body is essentially forcing a transformation, forcing a release. The mandate for self-care is, it's non-negotiable.
So a regular light diet and don't ignore symptoms.
Exactly. Get prompt medical attention. Early in the month, Mercury helps with communication with doctors, but then Mercury also enters that intense 8th house right at the end from the 29th. That could mean more health issues pop up. Proactive care is critical.
This need for patience, for a measured response, it ties back to last month's energy, doesn't it? The Tower, reversed.
It does. The Tower, reversed, was about resisting the urge to force a sudden collapse. December is asking for that same patience. You'll feel this huge enthusiasm to get rid of bad habits or tackle goals, but that energy has to be managed with tact.
So slow down to soar.
Slow down to soar. Forcing rapid change, especially professionally, could just lead to friction. You got to be smart about it.
And that discipline, that slowing down, it really pays off at the very end of the year.
It absolutely does. The final alignment we see is the moon in your sign, in Taurus. making a beautiful sextile to Saturn in Pisces on December 31st.
That sounds like a cosmic high five.
It is. It's this powerful grounding energy. It renews your focus on real, tangible goals, it encourages a disciplined approach, and it helps you feel so much more connected to your life path.
It's the universe basically saying, see, the hard work was worth it.
Exactly. Consistency, not speed, wins the day for you, Taurus.
So to summarize this entire deep dive for December 2025, for you, Taurus, you are facing deep, necessary transformation. In your relationships, in your finances, all thanks to that 8th house stack-up. Patience is your key, especially when things feel like they're moving too slowly. And disciplined self-care, both financially and physically, is going to be your superpower heading into the new year.
And I'd leave you with this final thought. Your sign, your fixed earth energy, is so often associated with holding on to tension, to patterns, resisting change. This month is your opportunity to consciously let go. So the question to reflect on is, how will you use the clarity you gain this month? From Jupiter's financial wisdom, from the Hierophant's emotional boundaries, to finally release the old patterns that no longer serve your long-term security. That's the real work.
Softly. If this deep dive resonated with your cosmic energy, please take a moment to comment below with your insights, like this episode, and subscribe to our channel, Star Chill Vibes, so you never miss a guide to vibing with the cosmos. Remember, Taurus, consistency, not speed, is the key to long-term reward. Welcome to Star Chill Vibes. Dive into the universe of astrology, cosmic energies, and celestial insights with a relaxed, fun twist. Perfect for stargazers who love to vibe with the cosmos. Get your dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes.
We are so excited to bring you this deep dive, which zeroes in on one specific focus, the final, powerful chapter of 2025 for Gemini. Our mission today is to synthesize the stack of sources, planetary movements, tarot archetypes, and numerological insights to give you a complete, clear roadmap for how this truly foundational year culminates.
When we talk about culmination, we mean serious cosmic closure. I mean, this isn't just about wrapping up a calendar year. For Gemini, 2025 has been consistently highlighted as pivotal, setting up energetic patterns that will influence, the next 3 decades of your life? So we really need to know exactly how to land this enormous cycle.
Absolutely. December is designated as one of Gemini's 2 luckiest months of the year. The other one was all the way back in May. So if you felt that immense driving energy from the summer through mid-autumn, December is like the universal delivery service. The energy shifts from the seeding and planning we saw earlier in the year to, manifestation, clarity, and necessary release. Everything you initiated in 2025 is coming home.
So let's start at the beginning of the year, just to get the context for this December climax. We know the first half of 2025 was considered one of the luckiest periods of their life. What was the driving force behind that, and why did it require so much proactive effort from Gemini?
That intense momentum was fueled by Jupiter, the planet of abundance, growth, and optimism. It was transiting through Gemini from May 2024 until June 9th of 2025. This transit is universally exciting. It brings new beginnings, new relationships, massive opportunities related to travel, communication, education, and just personal identity. The whole mood for Gemini was supposed to be upbeat, engaging, and just brimming with choices.
But the sources always included a necessary caveat about this specific Jupiter transit, didn't they? It wasn't just guaranteed easy street.
That is the core nuance we have to remember. While Jupiter is generally a force for good, astrologically it's considered in detriment in Gemini. Right. And this isn't a judgment, it's more an observation. The expansive, slow-moving, large picture energy of Jupiter kind of conflicts with Gemini's inherent nature, which is fast, dualistic, mutable air.
So Gemini wants to dart around and explore everything.
Exactly. Gemini tends to want to explore 2 options at once, spread its attention wide, and move really quickly.
So if the energy of the planet and the energy of the sign are fundamentally at odds, how did that manifest, practically for Geminis throughout the year?
It meant that opportunities were literally everywhere, but there was a significant risk of dispersion, of just scattering that energy. They had to apply more intentional, focused effort to manifest rapid results, or those goals would simply dissipate into the air.
I see.
They couldn't just rely on luck. They had to focus that lightning-fast Gemini mental energy like a laser beam. And December is where we see the earned results of that intentional effort.
Okay, that sets the stage perfectly for the biggest celestial event kicking off the month, the full moon. And this isn't just any full moon either.
No, this is a moment where the cosmic spotlight shines directly on you.
Yeah.
We are talking about the powerful full moon on December 4th, 2025, at 13 degrees Gemini. And crucially, it is also a supermoon.
A full moon in your own sign is intensely personal. It forces a climax, but a supermoon that suggests an even greater emotional intensity and visibility. What does this mean for Gemini's identity and life path?
It's a monumental moment for Gemini's personal life, identity, and their physical presence in the world. Full moons are always periods of awareness, illumination, fulfillment. When it happens in your sign, it is the peak culmination point. Think back to the new moon in May 2025. That was when you set new intentions or started new courses of action or embrace a new personal direction. This full moon brings all of those efforts to full fruition.
So we're talking about tangible delivery, like big news.
Exactly. This full moon in Gemini can bring a major personal breakthrough, the delivery of significant news related to your public image, or just absolute clarity regarding your truest intentions. It illuminates what has worked in the identity you've been building this year, and what must be shed before the cycle fully closes. It's a moment of reckoning, but the best possible way. It provides certainty.
And the sources suggest the mood isn't confusion, but a boosting of instincts, leading to this crystalline clarity. How does the supermoon amplify that?
The supermoon enhances the gravitational pull, figuratively speaking, on your internal world. It boosts your intuition and strengthens the connection between your conscious mind and your subconscious needs. The available options regarding your personal path or partnerships or career direction, they will suddenly just snap into sharp focus.
Wow.
For Gemini, who often deals with duality, this full moon provides a singular, undeniable truth about your next move. It completely removes the maybe.
And immediately after this moment of powerful personal clarity, the cosmic landscape shifts again with the return of Jupiter, but this time in a retrograde state.
Yes, the transition is immediate and it's pivotal. On December 5th, Jupiter, having spent a brief period exalted in Cancer, that was from October 18th to December 5th, it re-enters Gemini in a retrograde state. This is an important return.
Okay, Jupiter moving backward in your own sign. How do we interpret that mixed signal? It's your planet of growth, it's coming back, but it's moving in reverse.
It's a definite pause, and it's layered. Jupiter rules Gemini's 7th house of partnerships and 10th house of career in the Vedic system, which means its movement is inherently tied to how you relate to others and your professional standing. Its retrograde presence in your first house, your house of identity, points directly to the personal need to pause, review, and make sure that you are in the driver's seat.
In charge of partnerships and collaborations.
Exactly. You need to be calling the shots, making sure these relationships align with the identity you just clarified under that full moon.
Because Jupiter is already considered weaker in Gemini in detriment, does the retrograde movement compound that weakness? Or does it just force that intentional effort you were talking about?
It forces the required intentional effort. When a planet is retrograde and in detriment, you just can't rely on expansion through sheer luck. You have to work harder on the internal application of the energy.
Perfect.
The sources still indicate chances of profit in business remain, but there's a clear warning. Income might decrease a little bit compared to the peak moments earlier in the year. This isn't a downturn. It's the universe demanding consolidation over rapid expansion. It's time to solidify the foundation rather than add new floors.
So the clarity from the full moon on the 4th has to immediately inform the intentionality required for the Jupiter retrograde starting on the 5th. If you received big news or made a big decision, the following weeks require a meticulous review of all the details.
Precisely. If the full moon gave you the map, the retrograde forces you to check the tire pressure and the fuel gauge before you embark on the journey. It's an internal audit of your belief systems, your capacity for growth, and whether your partners truly reflect the growth you've experienced this year.
Let's pivot to practical matters then. Money and career. It sounds like December starts with a dichotomy. Huge personal luck, yet the sources also suggest the first half of the month might feel financially tight. Unexpected expenses. That sounds less like luck and more like a tightrope walk.
That contradiction is entirely due to the enduring pressure of Saturn. For listeners who might be coming from different astrological traditions, we're looking at the heavy presence of Saturn, or Shani Maharaj. He's the great taskmaster, the planet of structure, discipline, and hard lessons. He always ensures you earn your rewards.
So where is this taskmaster situated that he's impacting Gemini's wallet so severely right at the end of the year?
Saturn is sitting in Gemini's 10th house, which governs career, public reputation, legacy, and your highest ambitions. This placement ensures that 2025 has been a year of professional seriousness. You're building something solid, and that requires major effort and often major investment.
I see.
Critically, Saturn in the 10th house aspects the 12th house, the house of expenses, endings, confinement, and hidden matters.
So the unexpected costs aren't random. They're directly linked to the professional ascent. Can you elaborate on why Saturn aspecting the 12th house causes increased costs?
It's really the cost of success, discipline, and preparation. When Saturn aspects the 12th from the 10th, the increased costs often relate to mandatory requirements to solidify your public role or career legacy.
Like what, for example?
This could be unforeseen legal or compliance fees, professional investments like new software or equipment, mandatory training or education you need for a new role, or simply the cost of maintaining the higher status you've achieved. It's the universe making sure you pay the dues, literally, to sustain your professional expansion before this heavy load eases up.
And Gemini has been facing this heavier load around career and ambitions all through 2025 because of the Saturn placement. So December requires you to really hustle, to further establish your legacy before that hard work period truly ends.
Exactly. This is the final exam of your Saturn-induced work ethic. The professional momentum you've been building, which tied closely to a major shift anticipated near September. It has to be executed and solidified now. December is not the time to coast. It's the time to prove you can handle the responsibility that comes with your new public stature.
But the core strengths of Gemini communication, intellectual pursuits, that must be the key to navigating this career pressure, right?
Absolutely. Your career momentum is intrinsically linked to your ability to network, to communicate, write, speak, and disseminate information. If you're involved in media, sales, education, or any form of intellectual pursuit, the transits support you thriving and achieving greater power and influence. You have to utilize that core mental agility to handle the increased Saturnian workload.
Okay, let's look for the financial relief valve because that pressure sounds pretty intense. Where does the financial situation begin to stabilize and improve in December?
The relief arrives decisively in the latter half of the month. It's thanks to a powerful convergence of inner planets moving into the 7th house, which is the house governing partnerships, open enemies, and contract work. We have Mars entering the 7th house from December 7th, the Sun entering from December 16th, and then Venus follows suit from December 20th.
That is a phenomenal cluster of energy. How do Mars, the Sun, and Venus working together in the House of Partnerships translate into better financial earnings and cost control?
Well, this convergence acts as a powerful energy boost for collaboration and negotiation. Mars provides the action and assertion you need to finalize deals, to fight for better contract terms, or aggressively pursue new clients. The Sun illuminates these partnerships. It brings clarity to your professional alliances and attracts high-level, influential connections. And finally, Venus, the planet of money and value, she materializes the earnings. This triple alignment significantly increases business earnings, and crucially, because these relationships are solid, they help control or offset those rising expenses we talked about.
So your ability to collaborate becomes your greatest financial asset.
The greatest financial asset, exactly.
That's a powerful transition from internal pressure to external success through partnership. Now, we have to talk about Mercury, your ruling planet. The major retrograde ended in November, but that notorious shadow period, it often trips people up.
The shadow is long, and for Gemini, it's critical to address. The post-shadow phase of the Mercury retrograde doesn't fully conclude until December 16, 2025, specifically at 6 degrees Sagittarius. So even though Mercury is technically moving forward, the lingering residue of that slowdown remains.
And since this retrograde took place in Sagittarius, a fire sign, the theme of the miscommunication was around passions, desires, and beliefs, correct?
Precisely. This was not the typical logistical Mercury retrograde about forgotten paperwork. When Mercury retrogrades in the expressive, philosophical fire sign of Sagittarius, the challenge centers on clarifying motivations, beliefs, and how you articulate your deeply held desires. The shadow phase suggests a time to ensure complete clarity around past miscommunications concerning actions and desires that might have been misinterpreted or, overpromised in the heat of the moment.
So the universal message until mid-month is to revisit and review rather than launch new passionate manifestos.
Absolutely. Sagittarius energy can be impulsive and sharp. The advice is to avoid confrontational triggers and express your thoughts only when it feels intuitively and practically right. This whole process forces you to shed outdated beliefs, gain deep closure on issues of philosophical alignment, and get truly realistic about what you need to thrive, especially within relationships, which ties into our next section.
Okay, so let's get into it. Love, passion, and intimacy. The first half of 2025 was the clear peak for Gemini's romantic life, bringing soulmates and high popularity. December brings a profound, transformative intensity to close out this cycle, and it's primarily driven by Mars.
Yes, the energy shifts dramatically from, say, lighthearted flirtation to fundamental depth. Mars, the planet of assertion, energy, and conflict, moves into Gemini's intimacy sector, the 8th house, on December 15th, 2025. And it will stay there right into the new year.
The 8th house, that deals with shared resources, transformation, depth, and sometimes the messy realities of life, like power dynamics, sex, death, and rebirth cycles. Mars here sounds incredibly intense, especially right before the holidays.
It is an engine of transformation. Mars in the 8th house fires up passions and the intimate world, making it a powerful time for exploring your deepest, most primal desires. You might experience a powerful surge in intimate connection, or you may finally find the courage to confront long-standing issues in a committed relationship.
If this transit forces confrontations, particularly around sexuality and shared money, the twin pillars of the 8th house, how can Geminis handle this assertively without just destroying the foundations they just built? What's the line between necessary confrontation and aggression?
The line is intention. Mars in the 8th house doesn't permit avoidance. Conflicts that have been simmering beneath the surface, they need to be faced head-on, especially if they involve financial entanglements, shared debt, or discrepancies in sexual expectations. The key for Gemini, a sign of intellect and communication, is to use that Mars energy for assertive communication of needs rather than aggressive reaction. This transit demands vulnerability. It forces Geminis to graduate from their comfortable surface-level connections to true, fundamental intimacy, which would be profoundly uncomfortable.
Right.
If you avoid the tough conversations about shared money or sexual needs now, Mars will create the crisis that forces the discussion later. This is a time to audit all shared resources and emotional contracts and ensure they are equitable and healthy for your new, clarified identity.
Moving on to Venus, the planet of love and values, it also shifts signs right as the holiday excitement builds, bringing a much more serious energy to the table.
Yes, we see a major grounding shift when Venus enters Capricorn on December 24, 2025. This is right on Christmas Eve, pulling the focus away from lighthearted festivity towards structure, commitment, and material responsibility.
Venus in Capricorn is often described as practical and ambitious in love. How does this energy affect Gemini's romantic outlook at the close of the year?
Venus in Capricorn demands maturity in relationships. It encourages enjoyment focused on long-term goals, being ambitious together, and crafting disciplined, responsible plans for the future. The connections fostered or strengthened during this period are generally meant to last because they are built on mutual respect for boundaries, work ethic, and shared material values.
So it's about building a legacy together, not just a fleeting romance.
Exactly. It shifts the focus to, is this person a good investment? Do they help me achieve my goals?
That structural energy is definitely needed, especially since right before this shift, the sources flag a significant alignment that points toward deception or delusion.
Yes, right before Venus finds structure in Capricorn, we encounter the Venus in Sagittarius square Neptune in Pisces alignment on December 24th. This is a classic alignment for feeling emotionally drained or struggling to discern fantasy from reality in romantic interactions. And this requires specific advice. Venus is in Sagittarius, which is idealistic, prone to wishful thinking. Neptune in Pisces adds a fog of illusion and martyrdom. The risk isn't necessarily that someone is lying to you, but that you are deceiving yourself, seeing a relationship as purely magical when practical reality is required.
Oh, interesting.
Gemini needs to stop projecting their deepest desire onto a person, and instead see them clearly, flaws and all.
That makes so much sense. It's the self-deception that drains your energy. So how should Gemini navigate the days around the 24th to avoid this energetic drain?
Gemini is encouraged to be understanding of others' emotional needs, but they must prioritize self-care and solitude. If you feel compelled to martyr yourself for a relationship, or if a connection suddenly feels vague and confusing, that's the Neptune square at work.
Okay.
Rely on grounded, practical advice rather than following a romanticized gut feeling. If it seems too good to be true, or if you feel consistently drained after an interaction, pull back and reground before Venus moves into Capricorn and demands you make long-term commitments.
Despite the necessity for confrontation and moments of self-correction, how does the year ultimately wrap up romantically for Gemini?
It closes with a surge of familiar, lighthearted, and expressive energy. On December 31st, the moon enters Gemini. This creates a wave of new ideas, increased expressiveness, and a fun, highly social energy, perfect for networking or enjoying connections. It ensures the final moments of 2025 feel vibrant, communicative, and favorably positioned for positive interactions as you step into the new year.
All right, now let's weave in the ancient wisdom systems, tarot and numerology, to provide an intuitive, high-level framework that contextualizes these detailed planetary movements. Let's start with Gemini's corresponding major arcana card.
Gemini is linked to the Lovers. This card is profoundly pertinent for December, especially given the intense focus on identity, partnerships, and necessary choice-making this month.
Most people hear the Lovers and just think of romance, but it's far more complex. It touches on free will and moral choice, which connects perfectly to this 30-year foundation Gemini has been laying.
Exactly. In the context of this culminating year, the Lovers is fundamentally about choice, selection, and alignment. It symbolizes the necessity of choosing one path over another, often involving two equally appealing but diverging options. It reminds you that the commitments you make now are not minor fixes, they are long-term directional choices that will shape the course ahead. And because Gemini often struggles with duality, the Lovers card emphasizes the need to align with your deepest personal values and make decisions that resonate with your authentic self. This acts as a confirmation for the work Mars is doing in the 8th house. If a relationship or partnership is forcing uncomfortable confrontations, the Lovers asks, does this choice truly align with who you are becoming? If not, it empowers you to choose the path of self-respect.
That sense of deep self-audit carries over perfectly into the broader spiritual context of the year, doesn't it?
It does, because 2025 itself carries the vibration of the Hermit.
Yeah.
This is the archetype of quiet knowledge, illumination through introspection, and necessary solitude.
Now, this seems counterintuitive for the usually highly social, busy Gemini who thrives on external input and networking. Why is the Hermit's energy so essential to their 2025 journey?
Well, the high-octane energy of Jupiter in Gemini earlier in the year was frenetic and expansive. The Hermit demands an audit of those results. An intense year of change and opportunity requires periods of solitude to clear away the clutter, the emotional residue, the input overload. Solitude for Gemini is not punishment. It is a prerequisite for clarity and wisdom. The Hermit asks you to retreat briefly, to hold the lantern up to your own internal landscape, to ensure that the identity clarified by the full moon and the ambitious legacy demanded by Saturn are truly authentic, not just responses to external pressures. You need to be better equipped and mentally clear for the new cycle beginning in 2026. This December introspection is the final step in preparing your vessel.
And this theme of completion and preparation is mathematically reinforced by the cosmic number for 2025.
That is the beautiful synchronicity between these systems. The universal year number for 2025 is 9. Numerologically, 9 is the number of completion, fulfillment, wisdom, and letting go. It signifies the end of a major 9-year cycle, preparing the way for a brand new 1 cycle beginning in 2026.
A year focused on setting foundational new patterns culminating in a year of completion that really validates the intensity Gemini has felt.
It provides profound context. The universal energy of 9 supports Gemini's mission to clear house. Whether it's a relationship, a financial burden, or an old belief that hinders your ambition, the 9 ensures that you're making necessary cutbacks and releases. It says, the lesson has been learned, now let it go. This aligns perfectly with the Mars-driven confrontations and the Saturn-demanded professional audits. And while these releases can be uncomfortable, the universe is actively backing your decision to simplify and release the past in preparation for the decade ahead.
To help harness all this energy, the clarity, the drive, and the release, what are the key elements Gemini can lean into throughout December?
Gemini has several powerful anchors for the month. First, the month itself is designated as one of your luckiest. Your lucky day is Wednesday, which is astrologically fitting as it's ruled by Mercury, your governing planet. So harness that intellectual energy. Your lucky color is yellow, radiating confidence, intellect, and communication. And your lucky numbers for focus are 5, 6, and 9.
We've covered such complex territory. The intensely personal clarity of the supermoon, the deliberate, slower action required by Jupiter retrograde, the financial discipline demanded by Shani Maharaj, and the necessary fire brought by Mars to transform deep relationships.
To summarize this critical final chapter, December is a high-energy, high-stakes month defined by fulfillment and foundational change. You are finalizing the big shift set up over the entirety of 2025, particularly around personal identity, career ambition, and the integrity of your deep relationships. The universe is providing the clarity and the final push toward fierce independence and clear, assertive communication, the core ingredients of your next major cycle. Since you are now entering a long cycle that will radically change every area of your life, How will you use the renewed feeling of independence ignited this past summer and solidified in this lucky culminating month to consciously shape the direction of the next 3 decades? That is the profound question you must carry with you into the new year.
We hope this deep dive brought you the clarity you needed. If you loved vibing with the cosmos and these celestial insights, please remember to comment, like, and subscribe to the channel Star Chill Vibes.
Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the stars.
Until next time, keep looking up.
Welcome to Star Chill Vibes. Dive into the universe of astrology, cosmic energies, and celestial insights with a relaxed, fun twist. Perfect for stargazers who love to vibe with the cosmos. Get your dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes. We are launching into a really specific and I think incredibly important deep dive today. We're focusing completely on the celestial forecast for Cancer individuals for December 2025.
And this is so crucial. If you're a Cancer sun, and especially, Cancer rising, this is for you.
Absolutely, because December, it isn't really a month of just winding down for you. It feels more like a month of consolidation, and there's a pretty dramatic shift happening.
A huge shift, yeah.
So our mission today is to analyze all these complex planetary movements, synthesize the annual trends that are all kind of culminating right here, and then pull out these surprisingly powerful insights from the tarot.
That's it, exactly. I mean, you have to see December 2025 as a crucial integration period for Cancers.
Integration. I like that word.
Yeah. We're essentially tying up the most powerful, maybe even life-altering shifts that you guys have experienced over the whole second half of this year.
So we have to frame this correctly then. December is the transition.
It's the big transition. You're moving from a peak moment of visibility into this really necessary phase of quiet preparation.
Okay, so let's set the stage. If we look back at the overall energy of 2025 for Cancers, that first half of the year was spent building things, almost intuitively.
And very privately. A lot of it was completely behind the scenes.
Right, like quiet planning, deep emotional work, maybe some self-improvement nobody else even knew about.
Exactly, and then June hit,
and
everything changed.
The energy just fundamentally flipped.
Oh, it was a massive turning point, starting right there in the middle of the year. The cosmic spotlight just swung entirely toward Cancer.
And that's when you entered what a lot of our sources are calling one of the luckiest periods in, what, a 12-year cycle?
A full 12-year cycle, yeah. It was a time of personal rebirth, confidence was heightened, manifestation felt easy.
So this December is the wrap-up.
It's the official, consequential wrap-up of that high-energy center stage year. And how you navigate this month really determines how you carry all those gains into the next phase.
Okay, let's unpack that pivot then, because it really centers on the biggest player on the field, Jupiter.
Always Jupiter.
We're seeing what we're calling Jupiter's Great Retreat, a move from a position of like absolute power into a 6-month period of introspection and solitude.
This is truly the central narrative for Cancers this month. It's this deep, fundamental shift in energy.
So we have to remember what just ended to really get it.
We have to. For a really potent stretch, specifically from October 18th to November 11th, Jupiter, the planet of expansion and growth, it was exalted in Cancer.
And when we say a planet is exalted, for anyone who's maybe a little newer to this, we mean it's in a sign where its energy is just perfectly amplified.
At its absolute best, maximum beneficence. Jupiter in Cancer is compassionate, it's generous, it's deeply emotionally wise, it offers protection and a feeling of, true self-love.
And for a Cancer ascendant, this was happening in their first house.
The first house, which rules the physical body, your confidence, vitality, personal identity. So having Jupiter, the great benefic, exalted in your own sign, in your house of self.
Wow.
It was an incredible peak moment. It just injected you with a confidence and a capacity for emotional healing that you probably haven't felt in a decade.
So you were feeling yourselves, conquering the world, fully embodying that luckiest period vibe.
Totally. But the cosmic wheel always turns. It demands balance.
Okay. So what happens next?
The balance comes on December 5th. That's the key date. Jupiter retrogrades and it re-enters the sign of Gemini.
And this isn't a short visit.
Not at all. This influence is substantial. It lasts all the way until June of 2026.
And for Cancer, Gemini is the 12th house.
The 12th house. The house of solitude, privacy, seclusion. Also hidden talents, karma, and sometimes, self-undoing or hidden enemies.
Moving from the first house, which is like I am, to the 12th house, what I hide. I mean, that's maybe the most dramatic shift possible.
It really is. After a year of being so visible and winning big, the universe is basically forcing the crab back into its shell.
So what does that mean in practical terms for the next 6 months?
The implication is profound. After you stepped into that spotlight and got those big wins, the universe is now demanding quiet. It's asking for reflection.
So it's a cleanup phase.
It's where we deal with karmic residue, clear the decks emotionally and spiritually. It's a transition back into that preparatory space you were in at the start of 2025.
But you're going back in with all the knowledge of what you just accomplished.
Exactly. You're not starting from scratch. It's an intensely intuitive period of preparing for the next big thing based on the success of the last one.
I'm curious how that energy manifests in, like, the real world. We think of Jupiter as abundance, right? But in the 12th house, it sounds less about getting stuff and more about, I don't know, internal wealth.
That's a great way to put it, and that's where traditional forecasts are super illuminating. The sources suggest that during this specific placement, money may be spent on good works, on charity, on worship.
So it reflects that inner spiritual turn.
It's a practical outflow of that expansive Jupiter energy, but you're channeling it into non-material pursuits. It's not about buying a new car, it's about funding something that feeds your soul.
So if a Cancer listening suddenly finds their December budget has a big donation in it, or they're planning an expensive spiritual retreat, this Jupiter shift is the cosmic reason.
It's the impulse. And it's so important to view any spending during this time not as a loss, but as an investment.
An investment in your karmic and spiritual ledger.
Exactly. It reframes spending as soulful investment. But there's also a crucial warning here.
Okay.
The 12th house is also associated with hidden problems. If you don't honor this need for quiet and rest, Jupiter's expansive nature could expand the wrong things.
Like what?
Like self-sabotage, denial, or just chronic fatigue. Radical self-care during this 6-month period isn't a luxury, it's a necessary preventative measure.
That really sets a strong tone for the whole month then. Internal focus, energy preservation. Okay, let's talk about a smaller but equally irritating celestial thing. Mercury's post-shadow phase finally clearing up.
Ah, yes, the post-retrograde fuzziness. The brain fog.
It's been lingering, right?
It has. Mercury's intense retrograde journey through Sagittarius and Scorpio finally ends its post-shadow phase on December 16th, 2025. It hits that clear mark at 6 degrees of Sagittarius.
We always hear about the retrograde itself, but that post-shadow phase, it feels like walking through emotional quicksand sometimes. Why does its clearance matter so much for Cancer this month specifically?
Because the retrograde itself happened in really sensitive areas for you. When Mercury moonwalks in a water sign like Scorpio, a sign Cancer gets on a deep level, it triggers intense emotions.
So Cancers might have been feeling hyper-emotional, resentful?
Exactly. Confusion around relationship dynamics, emotional alignment, all that stuff flares up dramatically. It's when unresolved feelings from October and November were just bubbling up to the surface. So that post-shadow clearance on the 16th is critical. It finally dissipates that intellectual and emotional fog.
It lets you let go.
It lets you let go of any lingering confusion about whether you're really on the same page with partners or friends or collaborators. It's that necessary moment of clarity that supports the whole introspective cleanup that Jupiter's demanding.
It's that aha moment.
It's the, oh, that's why they were acting that way moment.
It finally arrives.
So we have the expansive luck retreating for rest, the communication confusion lifting. But December 8th throws a genuine roadblock onto the path.
It does, a harsh one. Mars and Saturn in tension.
Mars squaring Saturn is never a fun day.
Never. Squares are these intense 90-degree angles that demand effort, discipline, and maturity to resolve. And on December 8th, we have Mars and Sagittarius squaring Saturn in Pisces.
For Cancer, which houses are getting into this argument?
This specific square involves your 6th house, that's daily work, routine, health, service, and your 9th house.
Higher learning, long-distance travel, philosophy.
Yeah.
Big picture stuff. Exactly. So it's a classic conflict between the grinding, required tasks of the day-to-day and those big, inspiring, long-term goals.
So for a Cancer, this could feel like professional burnout, fighting their desire to, I don't know, launch a new creative project or travel the world.
That is the perfect example. That's exactly the friction. Mars in your 6th brings the push, the energy, the drive to get things done at work. But Saturn, the great taskmaster in your 9th, is applying the brakes.
How does that feel?
It can make your energy feel seriously stifled. You might face unexpected resistance from bosses, bureaucratic delays. You just feel limited in your options.
So for example, you could be super motivated to start a new health regime that's Mars in the 6th.
Right, or take on extra work.
Yeah.
But then institutional rules, or maybe a lack of funding for a course you need to take, that's Saturn in the 9th, just keeps blocking your path.
So the impulse is to just power through it, which is very Mars. But you're saying, don't do that.
Absolutely not. You cannot brute force Saturn. Saturn demands strategy. This transit forces you to step back and look at these challenges from a detached, different angle.
So the solution isn't fighting harder at the job.
No. The solution might be realizing the job itself is fundamentally limiting your 9th house vision, and that requires a structural change. It demands long-term strategy over just immediate satisfaction.
Okay, that's a big one to watch for around the 8th. Moving now into the more specific deep dive of the Cancer horoscope, let's talk money. The sources are painting a really vibrant picture for the first week, but then a necessary correction. It's a classic tale of two halves for your finances.
It really is, and the financial landscape at the start of December is highly favorable. It's really riding the momentum from the fall.
And that's because of a planetary cluster.
A very powerful, benevolent one. We've got Mars, the Sun, and Venus all gathered in your 5th house.
The 5th house is all the fun stuff. Creativity, romance, pleasure, calculated risk.
The fun stuff, exactly. And crucially, these planets are aspecting your 11th house.
Which governs gains, income, prosperity.
Right. So this alignment suggests that monetary gains are directly tied to your creative projects, maybe investments you made based on your intuition, or benefits from your social network.
It sounds like a green light for gains. Maybe even some good news from the stock market if you've been playing it.
Potentially, yeah. Especially from speculative ventures you might have launched earlier in the years.
That early December surge sounds fantastic, but we need some stability too, right? The 5th house can be a bit volatile.
And that's where Saturn provides the anchor. Saturn is still over in your 9th house, but it's also aspecting that same 11th house of gains.
Oh, it's interesting.
It's a dual influence. It ensures that while the creative income is flowing, there's also a grounding element that secures a stable income and helps reduce your overall expenses. It's the universe, making sure you don't immediately squander those early wins.
But the sources warn the tide turns pretty sharply mid-month.
It does. This is the crucial moment you have to anticipate. The fast-moving planets start migrating out of the 5th house and into your 6th house.
The house of daily work, service, debt, and routine tasks.
Around December 7th, Mars moves in there. Then the Sun follows on the 16th, and Venus joins them on the 20th.
So that creative, fun, spectacular focus of the 5th house shifts really abruptly to the detailed administrative demands of the 6th house.
Right. Money goes from being generated easily and creatively to being earned through hard, detailed labor.
And this gets amplified by that big Jupiter move we were just talking about.
It's a perfect storm, in a way. This planetary cluster moving into the 6th, combined with Jupiter moving retrograde to your 12th house, which rules foreign lands, secrecy, and expenses. It signals a major, unavoidable spending spike.
Okay, can we break that spending spike down?
Yeah.
What kind of expenses are we talking about when you tie the 6th and 12th houses together?
Good question. The 6th house rules debt and obligations, while the 12th rules distant travel and things that are hidden. The sources specifically warn of increased chances of money being spent because of long journeys and foreign trips.
Which makes sense for the holiday season.
It does, and it aligns with that advice to spend on good works and worship. But this travel can be costly, and it can lead to all these little administrative expenses. That's the 6th house details.
Like visa fees or insurance or things you didn't plan for.
Exactly. And furthermore, that 6th house emphasis can mean money needs to be spent fixing administrative errors or addressing health-related costs, since the 6th house also rules health.
Wow, so if a Cancer is planning a big international trip, they need to, triple check their budget.
And acknowledge that the expense isn't just the flight, it's all the potential unforeseen costs related to health or bureaucracy while you're away.
So the overall urgent financial advice is what?
Non-negotiable. You have to actively, consciously keep your expenses under control in the last half of the month. That 6th and 12th house emphasis suggests potential leakage or unexpected outflows that you need to anticipate and manage with, with Saturnian discipline.
Okay, that makes sense. Let's transition directly into health then, because the sources are cautioning that this area needs immediate, proactive attention in December. Sounds like more than just fatigue.
Health is a critical area this month, yeah. It demands special vigilance. The overall prognosis is one of fluctuation, and we need to look at the deeper planetary axis that's signaling this vulnerability.
Let's get into the technicals a bit. We're looking at K2 in the second house, Rahu in the eighth, and Saturn in the ninth. How do these placements specifically suggest health fluctuations?
This is key. K2 and Rahu are the moon's nodes, and they always sit on opposing houses, creating this axis of tension.
Right.
The second house rules your personal resources, security, but also the body's throat and mouth region. The eighth house rules shared resources, transformation, surgery, big, intense themes.
Yeah.
So when you have K2, which is the detached, letting go node in your second house, and Rahu, the obsessive, ambitious node, in your eighth, it creates instability around your personal security and your shared vulnerability.
So your body's resources can feel unpredictable, maybe detached, while the potential for a crisis or some unexpected transformation is amplified by Rahu in the eighth.
Exactly. This nodal axis, combined with Saturn's demanding position in the ninth, points to vulnerabilities, and the sources get very specific about the physical risks.
What are they?
A heightened chance of stomach-related problems, sudden physical issues, food poisoning, and bowel concerns.
And this all connects back to Jupiter retrograding into the 12th house.
Absolutely. The 12th house is sometimes called the house of hospitals or asylums. It amplifies the need for isolation and recovery.
So if you're traveling, a 12th house activity, and you're already fatigued,
You become much more susceptible. The likelihood of fatigue, especially due to those long journeys we just talked about, is very high. You're basically running on fumes from that super high energy period you just had.
this means the advice from the Jupiter retreat, radical self-care, quiet, it's physically necessary, not just a nice spiritual idea.
We have to emphasize this. The crucial warning in the sources is that Cancers must pay special attention throughout December to avoid falling prey to a major disease. This is not a time for self-diagnosis or pushing through symptoms.
So if something feels off, you need to see a doctor.
Immediately. Immediate medical consultation is necessary if problems arise. You have to treat rest as a mandatory professional activity this month.
That's a serious note. Okay, shifting gears now to love and partnership. The month actually ends with a pretty profound energy shift in relationships, right as the holiday pressure is building.
The cosmic timing is always impeccable, isn't it?
It really is.
The Sun enters Capricorn on December 21st, and Venus follows right behind it on December 24th.
In Capricorn, the sign of structure, responsibility, maturity, it rules Cancer's 7th house.
The zone of committed unions, partnerships, one-on-one relationships.
So this is taking the typically nurturing, moon-ruled Cancer and asking you to apply some hard, structural integrity to your primary bonds.
It's moving away from purely emotional connection toward shared corporate goals for the relationship. It demands maturity.
How does that look like?
The ingress from the 21st onward is a time to intensely focus on shared goals, long-term planning, and applying discipline and responsibility to the relationship. For Cancers in committed relationships, the energy shifts away from the fun, fiery romance of Venus and Sagittarius.
Right.
And it moves toward building a steady, mature, and undeniably secure foundation for the future. You're asking, what are we building together for the long haul?
That's a very grown-up conversation to be having over the holidays.
But there's a short, potent speed bump right before Venus gets into Capricorn, a little cautionary aspect on the 24th.
Okay, what's happening?
On December 24th, Venus in Sagittarius squares Neptune in Pisces. Venus in Sag is super optimistic and expansive about love, but Neptune in Pisces can bring delusion, over-idealization, and a draining quality.
So this little window carries a specific warning that other people might be energetically draining.
Absolutely. A Cancer's natural tendency is to help, to nurture, to save. Under this square, there's a real risk of being taken advantage of, or becoming overly delusional about a partner's potential.
Or just being way too generous with your time and money.
Exactly. So solitude, rest, and critical, detached thinking are highly recommended right around the 24th. It's a moment where you have to set firm boundaries before the grounded Capricorn energy takes hold and helps you solidify them later in the month.
That is a powerful transition, moving from potentially delusional generosity into disciplined commitment.
A very quick shift.
Okay, let's shift completely now to the intuitive plane and explore the powerful tarot insights that have really defined Cancer's entire second half of 2025, which are all culminating right here in December.
The tarot narrative for you guys is stunningly aligned with that whole Jupiter and Cancer period.
And the overarching theme is one of earned power and visibility.
Totally. The three main cards defining the core energy for this entire second half are the Queen of Wands, Justice, and the Empress. This sequence just confirms that Cancers have been in a sustained Empress mode.
And the Empress is the absolute epitome of fertile, effortless abundance.
Precisely. She signifies creating abundance naturally, radiating confidence, and functioning with ease. You're not struggling to make things happen, the resources are just there.
And pairing her with the Queen of Wands, what does that add?
That specifically calls for Cancer to embody boldness, assertiveness, confidence. The Queen of Wands demands visibility. If you needed to speak up for a raise, a promotion, or attract high-level attention at work, the tarot was screaming, this is your time to do it.
That Queen of Wands energy is such a beautiful contradiction to the often shy, retreating nature of the crab. It really reinforces that spotlight is on you feeling.
It really does.
Now, how does the cold, analytical nature of the Justice card fit into this powerful, confident, emotional sequence?
Justice provides the intellectual compass. It's asking you, in the midst of all this abundance and attention, to take a cold, hard look at your life from a neutral perspective.
Detached from what other people expect of you.
Completely detached from the expectations of your boss, your family, your partner. The core mission of the Justice card is radical self-assessment to truly determine your personal desires.
Because you can't step into your full Empress power if you're living someone else's definition of success.
You just can't. It's about defining success internally before you manifest it externally.
And that internal clarity then leads to the outcome cards, which seem to confirm the success of this whole period. We've got the Chariot and the Six of Wands.
These outcomes are a perfect match for that expansive, lucky Jupiter energy. The Chariot symbolizes a major victory, success gained through sheer willpower and carving your own independent path.
Moving ahead despite opposition.
Right. And the Six of Wands is the card of achievement and public recognition. It's the victory lap, the celebratory parade. Both cards confirm that Cancers are getting the recognition they deserve.
And supporting this rapid movement is the Eight of Wands.
The Eight of Wands is all about speed. Quick success, fast conclusions. It signals that projects or major life decisions that you initiated during that second half push are wrapping up quickly and positively in December.
A real sense of momentum finishing the year strong. But despite all this external victory, the tarot also identifies a major challenge, and it's around perspective and partnership. This is so interesting given that incoming Capricorn energy.
This challenge sequence adds some necessary complexity. We have the Two of Swords,
which suggests a blockage or a decision needing to be made.
It suggests that what you think is going to happen, what you're so intensely focused on achieving, might not come to pass. But the reading interprets this not as a failure, but as a beneficial redirection.
So it opens up a new island of possibility.
A new island you hadn't even considered. The challenge here is flexibility. You have to release your attachment to a single outcome, even if it's a positive one.
And then we have the King and Queen of Swords dynamic. What does that imply for partnerships?
So these are the divine counterparts in the world of intellect and clarity. But the reading notes, they are often not seeing eye to eye in a relational sense.
So there's some difficulty there.
Difficulty in partnership dynamics due to intellectual independence or maybe emotional distance, even if the intentions are good. It means if you're looking for love or connection, you have to actively pursue it.
Otherwise,
the King and Queen of Swords will just preside over a situation of two quiet people, intellectually aligned, but prioritizing their own mental space over emotional vulnerability.
Wow. That is a perfect warning heading into that Capricorn 7th house emphasis.
Yeah.
That new confident Empress mode has to be actively, vulnerably applied to the relationship.
Or it risks stalling out in that intellectual distance symbolized by the swords. It's the ultimate test of that Justice card's self-assessment. What do you truly want in a partnership, and are you willing to drop the intellectual armor to get it?
Okay, let's ground this whole discussion for a minute with a quick review of the Cancer archetype itself. It helps put this December transition into context.
It's always essential to return to the core identity. Cancer is the cardinal water sign, ruled by the nurturing moon.
And their key needs are nurturing, acceptance, protection, and tenderness. That's their internal wiring.
It is, but being a cardinal sign means you have powerful initiating energy. You can start major things.
But the challenge with cardinal energy is that intense spark can often lead to burnout.
Precisely. You have the tendency to burn bright, but then burn out. And this reinforces why that Jupiter retreat into the 12th house is so cosmically necessary.
It's the required rest period.
The initiation and high energy visibility of the last 6 months must be followed by serious, structured, introspective rest to prevent the burnout that's inherent in your cardinal nature. The 12th house rest is the cosmic prescription for your energy.
Love that. Okay, for our Cancers listening who just need some quick reference points, let's go over the lucky elements identified in the source material.
Absolutely. So looking ahead, your lucky months are January and June is when Jupiter returns to Cancer, so that's a big one to watch.
And the lucky day.
Has to be Monday, ruled by the moon. Your lucky color is deep blue, reflecting that watery, emotional nature. And your lucky numbers are 2, 7, and 9.
Perfect. And finally, there's a key lunation, a full moon, that influences you right at the start of the month.
Yes. We have to note the full moon in Gemini on December 4th at 13 degrees.
And a full moon brings a culmination, an emotional peak.
Right. And because it's happening in Gemini Cancer's 12th house, it powerfully amplifies that introspective, reflective energy right before Jupiter officially re-enters Gemini on the 5th.
So it's like a final emotional release.
It's a powerful moment of emotional culmination, forcing you to look back at what you need to let go of before that 6-month period of quiet contemplation really begins.
This has been an incredibly detailed look at how Cancer is navigating this closing high-stakes chapter of 2025. If we were to summarize December's mission, it really is a time of disciplined retreat.
That's it. December for Cancer is fundamentally the month of financial refinement, watching that spending spike from travel in the latter half. It demands cautious and proactive health management, given the volatility of that nodal axis. And most importantly, it's about consolidating the victories you earned in the high-energy last half of the year.
It's providing the quiet you need before the next cycle truly begins.
The crab is required to retreat, not because it's losing, but because it's won. And now you need to fortify your shell.
A necessary and mature, close to a remarkable year, applying that hard-earned Capricorn energy to your partnerships while retreating inward for required rest.
If you want to keep vibing with the cosmos and receive more insights tailored just for you, make sure to comment, like, and subscribe to our channel, Star Chill Vibes.
But before we sign off, let's leave you with one final thought to mull over, building on that intense and mandatory shift of Jupiter retreating from its exalted position in your sign back into the 12th house of secrets and radical privacy.
Here's the thought for you. You have just finished one of the luckiest, most visible periods of your entire life. Now the cosmos is forcing you into a 6-month phase of radical privacy, introspection, and hidden work. What if the real profound victory of December isn't the recognition you received in the past few months, but the deepest knowledge and emotional clarity you decide, with intention, not to share? The ultimate strength found in radical, beautiful privacy. Use this mandatory retreat to find that inner stillness, guarding the true treasures you've accumulated. Welcome to Star Chill Vibes. Dive into the universe of astrology, cosmic energies, and celestial insights with a relaxed, fun twist. Perfect for stargazers who love to vibe with the cosmos. Get your dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes.
And today, we are settling in for a really dynamic deep dive. Our focus is squarely on Leo for December 2025.
Yeah, this is a big one to end the year.
It really is. So our mission today is to, blend all these intense planetary transits, the bigger themes of 2025, and just all the cosmic wisdom we can to give you a real comprehensive roadmap for what is a super important transition month.
It's so true. December for Leo it's not a gentle end at the year at all. It feels more like a dramatic collision. You've got this intense internal work happening on one side.
And then this explosive external success on the other.
Exactly. The first half of 2025 was all about that classic Leo vitality, right? Social, visible, seizing opportunities.
That total leonine outward expression.
Right. But the second half has required this sharp pivot. It's been all about stillness, reflection, and some pretty deep introspection. And December is... it's where you get the final payoff for all the hustle, but also the final test of your inner peace.
I think that's the perfect way to frame it, the payoff and the test.
So let's start with the overall flow of the month. What's the general vibe?
Well, the consensus is that December is going to feel good in many ways. There's this feeling of accomplishment, of genuine relief that's coming through.
Okay, that's great to hear. But I'm sensing a but coming.
There is a but. That positive forecast is definitely tempered by this persistent need for caution, especially when it comes to health and maybe some family dynamics. This is not a month to just coast.
So celebration tempered by discipline.
That's the perfect summation.
Yeah.
On the positive side, though, we're seeing massive career fulfillment. I mean, if you're an employed Leo, you should really be expecting success.
In what way? Like a promote?
It could be a promotion, or securing a much more desirable job, or just successfully navigating a job change you wanted to make. And financially, any challenges that might have been piling up, they're set to lessen, and pretty dramatically. Income is expected to rise.
It sounds like the universe is finally saying, okay, we see all the hard work you've been putting in, especially for a fixed fire sign like Leo, who just pours so much into their foundation.
Precisely. And that success, it also extends to academics. Students are really highlighted here. It looks like a great month with some very specific opportunities for like international study or travel abroad.
Which ties into that bigger Leo theme, doesn't it? Expanding your horizons.
It's the conclusion of that theme right here in December.
Now, before we get too deep into all that success, we have to talk about the energy Leo is carrying into the month. We're just coming off November.
Yes, and November's energy was framed by the Emperor, reversed.
Which was all about slowing down, wasn't it? Avoiding premature action, seeking peace.
And just enjoying the fruits of your labor. So the beginning of December naturally carries this slow, kind of reflective, low-key energy. And that's really essential context for what comes next.
It is, because that reflective energy, it's not a luxury. It feels more like a necessity, especially when you look at the heavy-duty outer planets.
Absolutely. Those long-term placements are the true pillars of your evolution this month. They are demanding profound change, no matter what good news is happening elsewhere.
Okay, let's break down those pillars. Let's start with the nodes. Ketu and Rahu, they're defining the karmic axis right now.
Right. So Ketu is still sitting in Leo, in your first house of self and identity, and Rahu is directly opposite in the seventh house of partnerships.
And for anyone listening who might not be as familiar with the nodes in, say, Vedic astrology, can you just quickly break that down?
Of course. So think of Ketu as a point of detachment, release, sometimes even disillusionment. It makes you let go of whatever that house represents.
And Rahu is the opposite.
Rahu is the opposite. It's a point of almost obsessive craving, consumption, foreign influence. It's where you're being pushed to engage. So with Ketu in your first house, Leo, there's this fundamental psychological push toward solitude.
So the classic Leo who loves the spotlight, who thrives on external validation.
That Leo's being driven to turn inward, to find truth and knowledge internally, not from the applause of the crowd.
So if you're a Leo and you find yourself suddenly wanting a quiet night in with a book instead of going to a party, that's Ketu at work.
That is Ketu, absolutely. Facilitating a release from those external ego needs. But, and this is where the pressure comes from, Rahu is demanding full engagement right across the chart, in your seventh house of other people.
See, it's a real tug of war.
A huge one. Rahu there means partnerships, intimate, business, whatever, are constantly being tested by unconventional or even foreign influences. Your relationships are just undergoing this massive, decade-spanning evolution.
And let's clarify that two-decade trend idea.
Yeah.
The nodes themselves move through all the signs roughly every 18 or 19 years, right?
Correct. The specific transit of Rahu in the seventh and Ketu in the first lasts about 18 months. But the lesson of this axis balancing who you are with who you are in a partnership, that's a core karmic theme that defines a whole 19-year cycle in your life.
And this transit is just lighting it all up right
It's
away.
activating it, concentrating it,
Yeah.
forcing you to redefine yourself within your relationships. And that is fundamentally exhausting. It really impacts your vitality.
And if that wasn't enough to deal with, we have Saturn.
Ah,
The
Saturn.
planet of discipline, hardship, structure, transiting the 8th house all month long. And the 8th house is, well, it's the house of crisis, shared resources, transformation. It's notoriously challenging.
I'd say Saturn in the 8th is probably the most significant long-term placement for Leo right now. It is a financial and a psychological litmus test, all in one.
How so financially?
Well, the 8th house governs other people's money. Debts, taxes, inheritances, joint assets with a partner. Saturn here demands a relentlessly diligent and strict approach to all of that.
So no more kicking the can down the road.
Not a chance. If you've been avoiding restructuring a debt or settling an account or having a serious talk about an investment with your partner, Saturn will apply pressure until you do. Expenses feel constant, but maturity in handling them is just. It's non-negotiable.
And you mentioned a health connection earlier. How does that financial pressure link to the caution around health?
Because the 8th house is also deeply tied to psychosomatic illness,
Yeah.
a crisis. Saturn here forces you to confront the source of your stress, the source of your dependencies. And if you ignore that, it manifests physically.
Oh.
The guidance is so clear on this. Ignoring physical problems is what invites disease under this transit. Saturn is asking you to treat your health with the same rigorous seriousness you'd apply to settling a massive debt. It's all about personal responsibility.
That makes so much sense. The 8th house is about vulnerability, secrets, control. When Saturn demands maturity there, What does that psychological transformation actually look like for a fixed fire sign like Leo?
It's agonizing. But it is fundamentally necessary growth. I mean, Leo rules the heart, the spine. You're used to being in control, being self-reliant.
And Saturn in the 8th forces you to let go of that tight grip.
It does. It pushes you to confront these deep-rooted, unconscious fears. Fear of loss, fear of intimacy, fear of being dependent. This transit is forcing you to shed old identities, to face your shadow self. This isn't gentle self-help.
No, it sounds more like foundational remodeling.
Achieved only through difficulty and persistence.
But the growth that's nurtured here, it's profound. It's preparing you for a completely new relationship with power.
Okay, so that structural intensity really sets the stage. Now we move from that difficult, heavy work of the 8th house to the huge rewards promised by the 11th house. And this is all thanks to Jupiter.
It's a remarkable paradox, isn't it? This swing from deep psychological pressure to immense financial relief.
It really is. So let's break it down. Where is Jupiter starting the month? Okay, so to really appreciate the good news, we have to look at the starting position. Jupiter, the great benefic, starts December in your 12th house, the house of endings, expenses, isolation.
Now, Jupiter is exalted in Cancer, which is usually a good thing, but in the 12th house.
For Leo, it just means constant high expenses. It contributes to that initial weak financial feeling that Saturn is highlighting. It just feels like money is constantly slipping away on hidden costs or things you just have to pay for.
So Jupiter, even though it's the planet of luck, was actually magnifying the outflow of money.
Exactly. But the key date, the crucial turnaround, is around December 4th.
What happens then?
Jupiter moves out of that hidden 12th house and enters the 11th house of gains, hopes, friends, and community. And this is an immediate seismic shift.
Wow.
Even though Jupiter's retrograde when it first moves in, its mere presence in the 11th house, which is a house of massive financial success for any sign, is profoundly favorable for Leo.
So how does that shift immediately change the financial picture?
The 11th house is the natural house of gains, realization of hopes. So Jupiter immediately starts strengthening your financial position. It acts as this beautiful counterforce to Saturn in the 8th. So while those structural expenses are still there, your overall income potential starts to far outstrip the outflow.
So expenses go down and income starts to go up almost right away.
Almost instantaneously with that shift. It's a huge relief.
But that's just the start of it, isn't it? The real acceleration, the real income boom comes later in the month.
Oh yeah. This is where we see a massive convergence of planets all focused on that 11th house. It's pretty spectacular.
Okay, let's detail this. It starts with Mars, right?
It starts with Mars. Mars moves out of your 4th house and into your 5th house on December 7th. And from the 5th house, Mars casts its direct activating aspect right onto the 11th house.
Okay, for listeners, let's just clarify what casting an aspect means in a practical sense.
Right, so think of it like this. Mars has these specific, powerful lines of sight across the chart. It's like it's shining a really powerful focus spotlight. When Mars is in the 5th house, one of those spotlights lands directly on the 11th house.
And Mars's energy is
What?
Aggressive?
Right.
Dynamic?
All of the above. So it means the energy from your 5th house, your creativity, your passion, is directly fueling your financial gains in the 11th. It actively increases your income.
And Mars is also helping with the debt or expense situation too.
Yes, incredibly efficiently. Mars also casts another one of its sights, its 8th sight, onto the 12th house, which is the house of expenses and losses.
So it puts a lid on the leaks.
A strong, aggressive lid. It's reinforcing the control Saturn requires in the 8th, but with this faster, more executive force. Mars is simultaneously funding your future and cutting off the financial leaks. It's amazing.
That is a remarkable confluence of energy. And other planets join in.
The convergence just builds and builds. Venus, the planet of wealth and luxury, moves into that same 5th house starting on December 20th. Then Mercury, the planet of commerce and transactions, moves into the 5th house from December 29th.
So wait, by the end of December, you have the 4 most important planets for material success. Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and Mercury all either sitting in or actively beaming their energy at your 11th house of gains.
It is a truly spectacular setup, just creating a very, very favorable situation for economic development. We're talking rapid income growth. And the guidance specifically says money will arrive from more than one source.
Wow,
So this is really the big payoff for all of 2025's efforts.
It really is. It could mark one of the best professional or income periods you've seen in nearly a decade.
And before all that explosive 11th house energy takes over, there's also an emphasis on real estate in the first week of December.
Absolutely. That period, up until around the 7th, is dominated by the Sun, Mars, and Venus, with Mercury joining them briefly, all concentrated in your 4th house of home and property.
So what does that mean? Good time to buy or sell?
It strongly favors success in buying a big property or finalizing a major real estate deal. And it's noted not just for the financial prosperity it brings, but also for increasing family happiness. It's about cementing the connection between your foundation and your wealth.
Okay, so shifting from all those rigorous financial details, let's talk about the 5th house. It's suddenly becoming the most energized zone of the chart.
It really is. We're moving into the arena of creativity, romance, pleasure, children.
Which is Leo's natural home, isn't it? The 5th house.
It's Leo's natural domain. So when Mars moves in there on December 7th, it is like hitting the accelerator on pleasure and passion. This placement just energizes true love, dating, self-expression.
And there's a connection to the past here, isn't there, with the recent Mars retrograde?
A huge one. This activation reflects the karmic lessons Leo was learning during that retrograde, which was all about romance and courtship.
So the slowdowns and the difficulties of the retrograde were basically prep work, and now that energy is finally being released.
That's the mechanism, exactly. And the energy just accelerates even more when Venus and Mercury arrive later in the month. Venus on the 20th, Mercury from the 29th. They just bolster everything. Romance, pleasure, passion, even fertility.
So it's a good time for love.
The guidance is so clear. Leo is one of the luckiest signs to fall in love this month, to deepen a bond you already have, spend quality time with your children, or even successfully pursue conception. It's a period of really visible, exuberant joy.
That sounds incredibly passionate and romantic and just perfect for the holiday season, but we can't forget about Saturn.
We can never forget about Saturn.
How does all this high-octane 5th house energy interact with that heavy demand coming from Saturn in the 8th?
And that is the core tension of December. Mars in the 5th house is being aspected by Saturn from the 8th. And Saturn, the taskmaster, is demanding maturity, realism, responsibility.
So it stops the fun from getting out of hand.
It stops it from becoming purely reckless or self-indulgent. If a new romance begins, Saturn is asking, is this viable? Is this a real commitment? If you start a creative project, Saturn asks, are you treating this with the discipline it needs to become a masterpiece?
So Saturn is ensuring that the passion isn't just fluffy fun. It has to have structure. You have to take your pleasure seriously.
Exactly. But there's a moderating influence too. Mars is also being aspected by that retrograde Jupiter in your 11th house.
And what does Jupiter bring to the party?
Jupiter encourages growth through effort. It ties your romantic and creative pursuits to your long-term hopes and dreams. It makes sure the creative energy you're putting out is aimed at something expansive, something beneficial for your future.
So you have a situation where a new relationship or creative project is intensely passionate thanks to Mars.
Requires grounded maturity thanks to Saturn.
And offers huge potential for future growth thanks to Jupiter. That is an incredibly rich, complex landscape for romance.
It really is. Yeah. And broadening out from just intimate relationships, December is also a culmination point for the whole year's social themes. The second half of 2025 has had this really festive, social, and celebratory vibe, encouraging connections with friends and groups.
Which brings us back to the 11th house again. Community, friends, alliances. It's like December is the big, energized, social conclusion to that whole cycle.
It is, but we do have to address a specific note of caution around family and the holidays.
Right. What's the risk there?
So while there's going to be a lot of hustle and bustle, the guidance specifically warns that the holidays could bring confusion or tension if people aren't communicating well with one another.
Miscommunication. Why specifically around this time?
It's likely the lingering emotional fog from Mercury's transit through Scorpio, plus the fact that when we gather with family, all that 4th house stuff, our roots, our emotional foundations, it all comes to the surface. Miscommunications can easily be taken as emotional slights.
So clear, compassionate communication is key.
It's paramount. It's a practical application of Saturn's demand for emotional maturity in that 8th house. You have to handle those deep family dynamics with care.
Okay, let's shift our focus now to that necessary caution around health and wellness. The warning feels pretty significant, so we should really detail the astrological reasons for it.
Yeah, the health forecast is definitely marked by some clear ups and downs. And it's all driven by that intense, sustained pressure from the aviator planets.
So we're talking about Ketu in the 1st, Rahu in the 7th, and the big one, Saturn in the 8th.
Those are the main stressors. And we mentioned it before, but with Saturn in the 8th, the threat isn't just from some external bug. It's about your response to symptoms.
Right. The guidance says the Leo invites diseases by ignoring physical problems.
And that is the crucial insight. Leo is the fixed fire sign. You have this impressive natural vitality and maybe a resistance to admitting you're feeling weak. You're prone to just powering through, relying on willpower.
But you can't do that with this transit.
You can't. The 8th house placement links a potential health crisis directly to unaddressed stress, whether it's deep psychological stress or anxiety about shared finances. The body just becomes the scoreboard for how you're managing that internal pressure.
Let's get into the specifics then, the ailments that are mentioned for early in the month.
Okay, so in that first week of December, your 4th house, which rules the chest and stomach lining, is super activated by the Sun, Mars, and Venus.
Sun and Mars are both fiery planets.
Exactly. So they can increase problems related to bile, a classic excess fire element issue. Then, when Mercury joins them in the 4th house on the 6th, its rulership over the skin and nervous system brings up a specific risk of skin-related problems.
So those early symptoms are tied to an excess of fire and then irritation of tissues that Mercury rules.
Precisely. The good news is, those specific things should resolve pretty quickly once Mars, the main engine of that fire, leaves the 4th house on December 7th.
But then a new concern pops up.
It does. Mars move into the 5th house creates a new, very specific area of focus on the abdomen.
And the 5th house rules the abdomen, intestines, upper stomach.
Right. And with Mars there, this fiery planet is now getting heavily aspected by retrograde Jupiter, which expands things, and Saturn, which restricts or slows things down.
That sounds like a volatile mix.
It is. It suggests that stomach-related problems could cause persistent trouble and really require immediate attention. That combination of fiery, aggressive energy from Mars and the restrictive, slowing force from Saturn can lead to blockages or just major digestive system stress.
So the advice is, don't wait. See a doctor.
Don't delay. Absolutely.
Given all these high-stress configurations, what is the cosmic prescription for wellness this month?
It all comes down to maturity and structure.
Yeah.
Classic Saturn lessons. You have to consciously improve your daily routine, engage in physical exercise regularly.
And consistently, not just in bursts.
Consistency is everything. And most importantly, the directive is absolute. Seek medical attention if symptoms persist. This is not the month for a stubborn fixed sign to resist treatment or just hope it goes away. Structured, mature attention to your body is what prevents a minor issue from becoming a major Saturnian crisis.
It really feels like the big lesson of December is that all this immense external success is only sustainable if your internal framework, both psychological and physical, is rigorously maintained.
That's it in a nutshell.
Okay, let's zoom out now. Let's move from the specific transits and frame December within the bigger archetypal energy of the entire year.
This is so critical for understanding the deeper story that's unfolding. The whole year of 2025 carries the spirit of the Hermit, major arcana number 9 in the tarot.
The Hermit, who is all about that quest for inner wisdom, right? Through introspection and solitude.
Exactly. You always see the Hermit holding a lantern, illuminating the path inward, away from all the noise of the world.
So why is that archetype so vital for Leo, a sign that's traditionally all about the outward shine, the stage, the spotlight?
Because the Hermit year's goal is to clear away the clutter and cobwebs and get in touch with your innermost self. For Leo, the sun-ruled sign whose energy just naturally radiates outward, this forced introspection, which Ketu in the 1st is already mandating, is deeply counterintuitive, but it's profoundly necessary.
It's an exercise in finding your self-worth from your internal alignment, not from external applause.
You've got it. And this quiet internal preparation is so essential because it is explicitly priming you for the energy of 2026.
And what does 2026 represent in this cycle?
2026 will carry the vibration of the Magician, major arcana number 1.
The ultimate archetype of new beginnings.
New beginnings, intentional manifestation, conscious willpower. So if Leo doesn't use December, the Hermit's final chapter, to reflect, shed those dependencies Saturn is highlighting, and get clear on what you truly want, you'll lack the focus you need for the powerful manifestation cycle of the Magician.
So December is the final exam in solitude before you can launch this new phase of your life.
That's a great way to put it. If you skip the Hermit's homework this December, you essentially diminish your Magician power next year. It's all about building that internal clarity to fuel your external action.
And we can also layer in numerology here, can't we, to get a more personalized feel.
How can someone listening figure out their specific path number for 2025?
Yeah, numerology is great for that. So to find your personal year number for 2025, you just take the day and the month of your birth and you add the digits of the current year, 2025.
And 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5 is 9, the hermit number.
Right, so you sum all those digits up and then you reduce the final total down to a single digit between 1 and 9.
Okay, let's do an example. So if your birthday is, say, July 15th, you would calculate 1 plus 5 for the day, plus 7 for the month, plus 9 for the year. That's 22. Then you reduce that. 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Exactly. So that person would be operating under the energy of a 4-year, the Emperor, which means their personal focus is on structure, hard work, building foundations, all within that broader collective hermit energy of reflection.
So your personal number gives you the specific tasks for the year, but the hermit colors the whole collective experience with these themes of completion, release, and inner study.
That's it. So December is the month where Leo synthesizes their personal lessons with that collective need for introspective closure.
What a dense, high-stakes month for Leo. It's just so defined by this compelling and really challenging contrast.
It really is. I mean, the major tangible takeaway is the arrival of significant financial strength. That powerful Jupiter shift into the 11th house is just huge. It leads to that massive multiple source income surge by the end of the month.
And all that prosperity is paired with this energized, passionate focus on creativity and romance thanks to all those personal planets piling up in the 5th house.
But that positive momentum runs parallel to this fierce demand for discipline. Leo has to exercise strict governance over their health. Ignoring physical signals just invites crisis.
And you have to do the relentless psychological work, thanks to Saturn testing the deepest parts of your vulnerability and control from the 8th house.
That internal work is the true measure of success this month. So given this intense focus on psychological transformation and release, with Saturn forcing you to confront these hidden dependencies, we want to leave you with this final provocative thought.
Okay.
As you step out of this hermit year and you prepare for the magician cycle of 2026, what hidden fear, what deep-rooted dependency, or secret emotional weight must you consciously confront and release in December to step into that next great manifestation cycle with true, unburdened confidence?
The quality of your solitude this December will absolutely dictate the clarity of your vision next year. Let the stars guide your reset.
And if you vibe with this cosmic energy, please take a moment to comment, like, and subscribe to our channel, Star Chill Vibes, so we can keep spreading this light across the universe. Welcome to Star Chill Vibes. Dive into the universe of astrology, cosmic energies, and celestial insights with a relaxed, fun twist. Perfect for stargazers who love to vibe with the cosmos. Get your dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes. Okay, so let's unpack this. We have been given, a really comprehensive look at the energies affecting Virgo.
A huge amount of material.
Right, and we're specifically zooming in on the final month of 2025. This isn't just, a simple forecast. We're trying to build a blueprint, really, for how to best use this end-of-year energy.
That's the whole mission. For you, the listener, we're going to synthesize these core themes for 2025. We've got the tarot, we've got numerology, and of course the key December transits.
To really show how it all connects.
Exactly, because Virgo has been going through such a profound redefinition, especially around partnerships and connection. December is that crucial final chapter that lets you solidify what you've learned before the big shift into the new year.
So it's about understanding the why behind what you're feeling.
That's it, the cosmic demands. Why are they happening now? Let's get into it.
Let's do it. So, to lay the groundwork, let's talk about the core identity of Virgo. They're often called the apprentice, which I love.
It's a great archetype.
A mutable earth sign ruled by Mercury, the planet of, intellect and communication. So, what does that combination really tell us about their default settings?
Well, it tells us that they are just defined by this relentless drive for competence and mastery. The inherent needs for a Virgo are usefulness, discrimination, continuous improvement, and deep, deep analysis.
They're the practical analysts of the Zodiac.
Absolutely. They're the ones who refine systems until they're perfect. When a Virgo is in a healthy space, they are just the epitome of service and efficiency, always seeking to improve themselves and everything around them.
We usually focus on that earth quality,
Yeah.
their groundedness. But the sources we looked at really keep highlighting the mutable quality this year.
That's key.
Being mutable, which means it falls at the end of a season, it's all about adaptability, flexibility, being good with transitions. But what does that specific quality mean when you're looking at these really heavy-hitting transits, like Saturn sitting right opposite them?
That's precisely where the vulnerability comes in. While that mutability makes them amazing at shifting gears, it also makes them highly, highly subject to the energies and influences around them.
So they're like sensitive barometers.
That's a perfect way to put it. So when a massive, heavy planet like Saturn is in their opposing sign of Pisces, and it's challenging their foundational relationship axis, they are so susceptible to taking on the confusion or the blurry boundaries or even the emotional chaos of other people.
Wow, so their own internal system, the one they rely on for that famous Virgo discrimination, it can just get completely overloaded.
It gets overloaded. So that superpower of adaptability can, it can actually become a weakness if they don't consciously maintain their own boundaries.
And this critical need for internal discernment is just so perfectly captured in their major arcana card for this period, the Hermit, card number 9.
The Hermit is such a potent symbol for what Virgo is experiencing in 2025. I mean, you look at the card and it depicts this lone, elderly figure holding up a lantern.
Right.
And this isn't about forced isolation or loneliness. It's a conscious, deliberate retreat. The meaning is so clear. The quest for true wisdom requires you to go deep into introspection and self-reflection.
So Virgo needs to step away from all the noise.
Exactly. Step away from the overwhelming demands of the outside world, and especially the demands of their partnerships, to find that real insight in solitude.
And the sources really stress that this solitude is about illumination, not just running away.
It is. The Hermit uses that lantern to light up the inner self, not the external path ahead. The universe is asking Virgo to find that richness and stability that you can only get from radical self-discovery.
So once that inner light is lit, you can navigate anything.
You can navigate these unfamiliar emotional or spiritual landscapes without fear. And this journey is so essential because the outer world, thanks to that Saturn pressure we're going to get into, is demanding that they restructure all of their external commitments.
And you can't do that if you don't know where you stand internally.
You can't. You can't restructure external commitments without solid internal reference points. It's impossible.
I just find this thematic alignment so fascinating because this whole spiritual direction, this need for an internal retreat, it's mirrored perfectly in the massive collective energy shift that started way back at the beginning of 2025.
You're talking about the lunar nodal axis shift.
On January 11th.
Yes, that shift is absolutely central to the story of 2025 for Virgo.
Yeah.
The South Node, which is all about what we're collectively releasing, moved into Virgo.
Okay.
And at the same time, the North Node, which represents our collective growth and where we're headed, moved into Pisces. This whole setup has basically created a powerful cosmic headwind for them all year long.
So if the South Node is in Virgo, what are we as a collective being asked to let go of?
We're being asked to release the shadow side of Virgo. So over-rigid perfectionism, that compulsion for hyper-analysis, self-criticism to the point where you're paralyzed.
And that belief that your self-worth is only earned through tireless service or being competent.
Yes. And for you, as an individual Virgo, this process of release is acutely personal. You are feeling that societal pressure to let go of these old standards that are just, frankly, exhausting you.
And in the North Node in Pisces gives us the path forward, that direction of growth, spirituality, deep rest, radical forgiveness, surrender.
Precisely. The universe has basically been shouting at the Virgo archetype all year long. You must reflect, you must dream, you must grieve, meditate, and forgive yourself for not being perfect.
Wow.
So this nodal dynamic completely validates the Hermit's message. Deep introspection is mandatory before you even try to make any major forward movement.
So December, being the close of this whole cycle, is kind of like the final exam.
It is the final exam on whether Virgo has learned to prioritize their inner peace and release that attachment to impossible standards of excellence.
Okay, so if the Hermit is the spiritual counselor, Saturn is providing the heavy structural demand. Let's really zero in on the huge influence of Saturn in Pisces. This transit has been active since March of 2023.
And it doesn't lift until February 2026, so we're deep in it.
You're deep in it.
Right.
And because Pisces is Virgo's exact opposite, this transit is sitting directly in Virgo's 7th house of partnerships. This has to be the most significant learning curve of this whole 3-year period.
It is. Saturn is always the great taskmaster. It's the planet of hard reality, long-term consequences. It delivers these karmic learning curves through perseverance and structure.
And since it's opposing Virgo,
It forces a direct confrontation with the parts of life that Virgo might tend to ignore or maybe even over-idealize. And that is specifically their one-on-one relationships, legal partnerships, and even open enemies.
one of the sources used this analogy that I thought was so powerful. It said Saturn is forging perseverance through Virgo. like steel forged through fire. That sounds intense.
It is intense.
What does that forging process actually look like practically in the seventh house of relationships?
It looks like intense, non-negotiable maturity. Saturn demands the rigorous scrutiny and restructuring of every single key connection you have. If a relationship has a shaky foundation, Saturn will expose every crack.
No hiding.
No hiding. It forces Virgo to become realistic, responsible, and just mature in their interactions. This is the time when that idealization, which could be pretty common with Neptune Pisces ruler, all of that has to be stripped away to reveal the actual measurable reality of the partnership.
One of the critiques we got was that we need to be more specific, more actionable. So how does this Saturn pressure show up differently, say, depending on the relationship status of the Virgo listener?
That's a great question. Let's break it down into 3 scenarios. So, for the Virgo, who's in a long-term established partnership, Saturn is demanding a renegotiation of commitment and structure.
So, like, the practical stuff.
Very practical stuff. This often involves legal finalizations, getting married, separating, property contracts, or even just solidifying the roles and responsibilities within the partnership. If you've been avoiding a necessary financial talk for years, Saturn makes that conversation completely unavoidable now.
Okay, what about Virgos who are starting a connection during this transit?
For a Virgo who's entering a new relationship, Saturn ensures that the start is slow, it's serious, and it might even feel a little burdened by outside pressures.
So no light, breezy romance.
Definitely not. You won't be dating lightly. You'll be evaluating potential partners based on their long-term viability, their responsibility, their maturity. Saturn basically weeds out all the casual flings. It insists that any new commitment has to have the potential for longevity and real-world structure.
And crucially, the sources also really emphasize the impact on dealing with codependency or boundary issues. I mean, that's a hallmark problem in the Virgo-Pisces axis.
Oh, absolutely. Pisces rules dissolution, blurring, sacrifice. When Saturn comes in and restricts this area, it forces the Virgo to establish concrete boundaries where they previously allowed themselves to be overly helpful or, even exploited.
That classic Virgo shadow side.
It is. They are being forced to confront their fears around codependency. The ultimate lesson here is learning how to support a partner without becoming your partner's problems.
That is a huge distinction.
It is. And this emotional side-facing and conquering those fears related to compromise, to vulnerability, to mutual support, that's the deep layer of transformation Saturn is insisting upon. This is where the steel is truly being forged.
So now let's bring this long-term pressure right into December. On December 8th, this challenge intensifies like crazy because of some planetary friction. We're talking about the square between Mars and Sagittarius and Saturn and Pisces.
This is a major flashpoint for the month. Mars is the planet of action, aggression, energy.
Right.
Sagittarius is all about beliefs, ideology, travel, legal matters. So when this active, fiery Mars squares the restrictive, structural Saturn in the emotionally sensitive realm of Pisces, the energy just feels stifled. It feels stuck, immensely frustrating.
So if Mars and Sagittarius wants to act, but Saturn and Pisces is restricting things, what does that practically look like for Virgo?
The sources really point to 2 key areas of friction. The first is ideological conflict. Mars in Sagittarius wants to push its beliefs forward, or maybe start a passionate legal battle based on some deeply held truth.
And Saturn says no.
Saturn in Pisces says, nope, the emotional consequences of that action are overwhelming and you must slow down. A Virgo might feel this overwhelming urge to lecture a partner or push their point of view, only to be met with this painful, dissolving emotional pushback.
So the action just hits a wall and bounces back, and it hurts.
It really hurts. The second manifestation is feeling physically constrained. Maybe your travel plans hit these unavoidable bureaucratic hurdles. Legal negotiations could just stall completely.
So on the surface, it feels like your options are just gone.
They feel extremely limited, and that can cause a lot of anxiety or anger. The cosmic advice for December 8th is crystal clear. You have to try and look at the situation from a radically different vantage point.
The hermit's solitude.
Go back to the hermit. Trying to push uphill against a Mars-Saturn square is futile. It just results in exhaustion and resentment. Strategic retreat, reflection, and delayed action are the true forms of discipline here.
That's a really fascinating synthesis. It's like the square is a practical text of all the Saturn lessons you've been learning for the last 2 years. So if a Virgo rushes into an argument, the Mars and Sag part, without respecting the emotional boundary, the Saturn and Pisces part,
Then the resulting frustration just reinforces the very lesson they were supposed to learn about maturity and patience in their partnerships.
It's the universe checking your homework.
That's exactly what it is. If you act impulsively, you will immediately feel the limiting consequences. This whole setup insists that Virgo integrates the lessons of their past relationship struggles before even attempting to sprint into the new year.
All right, shifting gears to the specific rhythm of December. We have to start with the planet that rules Virgo, Mercury. Now, even though the official retrograde ended in late November, we are still dealing with that crucial wrap-up phase.
We are. The post-shadow phase of the final Mercury retrograde of 2025 is so important for Virgos, and it doesn't officially end until December 16th.
So for the first half of the month,
For
basically.
the first half of the month. During this post-shadow period, Mercury is regaining its speed, but all the communication errors and misunderstandings that happened during the retrograde are still being processed and revised and understood. This is often when we realize the full scope of the fallout.
And this particular retrograde spanned two different elements: fire, Sagittarius, and water, Scorpio. That seems especially tricky for Virgo, an earth sign that wants concrete logic.
Oh, that dual element nature caused chaos in two very distinct areas. So when Mercury was in Scorpio, a water sign, the confusion was all centered around deep emotions, feelings, intuition. A Virgo might have experienced heightened introversion, maybe feelings of resentment, or just difficulties trusting their own gut instincts. The fallout here often involves misunderstandings that are rooted in perceived emotional betrayal or some unspoken grudge.
Leading to that painful realization, we are not on the same emotional page.
Yes. And that is a heavy psychological fog to be in, especially when Saturn is already demanding so much emotional maturity in your relationships.
Right.
Then, as the transit moved into the fire sign of Sagittarius, the misunderstandings shifted away from emotional depth and more towards ideological conflict and impulsive speech. In Sagittarius, people get flustered when others don't agree with their beliefs. For Virgo, the master analyst, this could show up as confrontations sparked by what you perceive as incompetence in others, or that urge to fix someone else's misguided opinions.
So the advice for the first half of December is...
What? Double check every fact. Avoid rushing your communications and just resist the urge to start an ideological argument that is really just rooted in some residual frustration.
So that mental recalibration lasts until the middle of the month. Once that fog finally lifts, we hit the first major celestial event, the full moon.
Yes, on December 4th, we have the full moon at 13 degrees of Gemini. Full moons are always about a climax, a culmination, a moment of illumination.
And Gemini is an air sign, also ruled by Mercury, and for Virgo, it sits right at the top of the chart, the 10th house of career and public reputation.
Exactly. So this full moon is poised to provide a really acute flash of clarity, particularly around your career trajectory or your public role.
A breakthrough moment.
A huge breakthrough moment. This is where Virgo's instincts and intuition are boosted to help you analyze the reality of your current professional path and any long-term challenges. And maybe those challenges are stemming from your relationship dynamics, thanks to Saturn's opposition.
So it's a chance to see how your work life and home life are connected.
Or disconnected. It could be a project reaching fruition, or maybe a really important realization about the balance between the two. Given all the surrounding energy, it's often the moment Virgo realizes they need to integrate the hermit's solitude to manage that 10th house pressure effectively.
Then, as the month goes on, we welcome an energy that must feel like a stable homecoming for an earth sign like Virgo. Capricorn season.
Oh, absolutely. December 21st, the sun enters Capricorn. This shift into a fellow earth sign is so grounding, so beneficial.
It must feel like a relief.
It does. Capricorn season aligns perfectly with Virgo's disciplined, industrious nature. It's the time of year dedicated to serious goal setting, to foundational work, and to crafting detailed, achievable, long-term plans.
So Virgo is encouraged to focus their ambition.
Focus your ambition and figure out the necessary resources, financial, intellectual, structural, that you need to manifest your goals in the new year.
And Venus, the planet of values and relationships and money, it joins that stable environment shortly after.
Yes, December 24th, Venus enters Capricorn. This transit means that relationships and values are treated with a new seriousness and long-term intent.
Good.
Virgo will likely find themselves desiring connections that have depth, structure, and purpose. It's an excellent time for focusing on financial responsibility, making slow, strategic investments, and planning goals that require discipline.
So no time for superficial interactions.
None at all when Venus is in Capricorn. The focus shifts entirely to building connections that are reliable, responsible, and built to last.
But December 24th also holds a really crucial tension point, and it links right back to the hermit theme and that idea of boundary failure. We're talking about the square between Venus in Sagittarius and Neptune in Pisces.
This is probably the most important warning of the month. Venus-Neptune squares often introduce an element of illusion, confusion, or even deception in the realm of love and money.
And the signs are important here.
Very important. Because Neptune is in Pisces, in your relationship house, and Venus is in Sagittarius, which is about beliefs and ideology, Virgo risks sacrificing their own needs or allowing others to drain them in the name of some idealized or romanticized belief about what a relationship should be.
So that desire to help, which is so core to Virgo, clashes with the risk of being taken advantage of, which is Neptune's shadow side.
Precisely. Neptune in Pisces tends to dissolve boundaries. It makes it really hard to distinguish between genuine need and manipulation, whether it's conscious or unconscious manipulation.
And the sources were very clear about this.
They were emphatic. Virgo, you must deploy your signature discrimination. If you feel emotionally exhausted or like you were just giving and giving without getting anything back, you are advised to take care of yourself.
How?
Specifically through solitude and rest. This celestial warning reinforces the wisdom of the hermit. Retreating is a non-negotiable form of energetic self-preservation in late December.
It's like the universe is saying, you can't fix Saturn's relationship challenges if you're energetically drained by Neptune's illusions.
That is the dynamic perfectly. You have to maintain the clear lens of the hermit's lantern. The lesson here is about choosing discernment over martyrdom.
And finally, the year closes on a very intellectual note.
It does. December 31st, New Year's Eve, the moon enters Gemini. This mutable air energy provides a really quick, upbeat intellectual shift. The year closes with a rush of new ideas and engaging expression.
So it's about gathering facts.
Gathering facts, planning, mentally preparing for the next chapter. It's a fantastic energy for listing out all the data points you need to successfully launch into the new year, making sure you have that intellectual clarity before you take those concrete Capricorn actions.
We've established the emotional demands from Saturn and the spiritual guidance from the hermit. Now let's add that third layer of insight, numerology. This so often gives us the overarching universal energy that defines the flow of the entire year. What's the fundamental driving number for 2025?
The sources all confirm that 2025 is a universal 9-year. And this is the culmination number in the cycle of numerology. It represents completion, conclusion, humanitarianism, and wisdom.
Wow.
This foundational concept is absolutely critical to understanding December.
That makes perfect sense. All the sources have been pointing toward closure and shedding things all year, and the number 9 just confirms that energetic mandate.
It solidifies the message completely. A universal 9-year requires tremendous flexibility, and it demands that you let go of things that are no longer serving you.
And that could be anything.
Anything. A career path, a toxic habit, or most importantly for Virgo, a long-standing relationship dynamic. The change can be uncomfortable because Virgos often thrive on continuity and control, right?
Right.
But the numerological message is really reassuring. 9 years close old doors to make space for the 1 year of new beginnings that follows in 2026.
So this means December, as the final month of the 9-year, is the last chance to complete that necessary emotional and structural shedding.
It is the ultimate deadline. The universe isn't just politely suggesting closure, it's putting real karmic pressure on Virgo to finalize those structural repairs or maybe even demolitions that are required by Saturn.
So the theme of the 9-year shedding the past, it just perfectly aligns with the astrological pressure to release those old Virgo patterns with the South Node.
The systems are offering a unified and undeniable message. The cycle has to end before the next one can begin.
And for our listeners who always appreciate a practical tool, numerology offers a way to personalize this forecast beyond just that general universal year number.
Absolutely. You can calculate your personal year number for 2025. This gives you a much more tailored look at where your personal energy cycle sits within this universal 9 cycle.
And the calculation is simple.
So simple. You just add the day and the month of your birthday to the numbers 2025.
All right, let's do an example. If a Virgo was born on, say, September 23rd, they would calculate
Good.
2 plus 3 for the day, plus 0 plus 9 for the month, plus 2025 for the year. That all adds up to 23.
And then you reduce it.
Which reduces to 5 because 2 plus 3 is 5. So that Virgo is in a personal year 5. What does that mean?
It means that Virgo is in a personal year 5, which emphasizes freedom, instability, and unexpected change, but within the overall framework of the universal 9 completion year.
That's fascinating. So this personalization helps them pinpoint where the shedding and the change are going to feel the most intense for them personally.
Precisely. But regardless of your personal number, the collective weight of the universal 9 year ensures that the themes of finalization and preparation for a dramatic new beginning are completely unavoidable. December is about clearing the clutter and the cobwebs, so you are fully equipped for 2026.
Let's just revisit that Saturn transit through this numerology lens. If Saturn is making relationships realistic and the 9 years demanding completion, what is the combined effect on a relationship that has been struggling?
The combined effect is an undeniable pressure for resolution. If the relationship is fundamentally sound, but it just requires maturity, Saturn reinforces its structure, and the 9 year finalizes those new rules.
The new contract, a new level of commitment.
Yes. However, if the relationship has been fundamentally unhealthy or exploitative, the 9 year, backed by the Saturn opposition, demands that Virgo finds the courage to end that dynamic.
And step into their solitude, the hermit.
To step into the hermit to prepare for a better future. There is absolutely no room for half measures or prolonged indecision in December of 2025.
It sounds like December for Virgo is less about just finishing the year and much more about finalizing the lessons of a 3-year karmic cycle.
It is the moment to integrate all of that hard-won wisdom. You must use your signature Virgo discrimination to ensure every commitment aligns with the responsible, mature reality that Saturn has been forging since 2023.
So you have all the tools.
You've been given all the tools, the internal light of the hermit, the external pressure of Saturn, and the temporal deadline of the 9 year to succeed. So, to synthesize all these powerful layers, Virgo, your December focus has to be on the honest evaluation and structural refinement of your partnerships. This is all driven by that intense opposition from Saturn.
Right.
This process demands the wisdom of the hermit, embracing that necessary solitude to discern reality from illusion, especially around that Venus-Neptune square on the 24th.
And then use the Capricorn energy.
Use the grounding energy of the Capricorn transits after the 21st to solidify and ground your ambitious, long-term goals. The universe is gifting you with clarity in your closest bonds, but you have to actively deploy your discrimination to set mature boundaries and negotiate new, honest contracts.
If you enjoyed this deep dive into the cosmic energies, please take a moment to comment, like, and subscribe to our channel, Star Chill Vibes, so you never miss another dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes. So what does this all mean? The sources note that the universal 9 year of 2025 is setting the stage for 2026, which is being heralded as the year of the magician and new beginnings. Given that Virgo has been collectively releasing old patterns via the South Node, what one outdated perfectionist standard tied to your need for absolute competence and discrimination are you ready to surrender in December to make space for genuine new beginnings in the powerful year to come? Let that thought guide your introspection as you close out the year.
Welcome to Star Chill Vibes. Dive into the universe of astrology, cosmic energies, and celestial insights with a relaxed, fun twist. Perfect for stargazers who love to vibe with the cosmos. Get your dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes. We are so excited you're here with us for a really personalized deep dive today. We're charting the final and I think crucial month of 2025. And we're focusing specifically on our cardinal air friends, the Libras. We've pulled together everything, planetary movements, your tarot archetype, and the numerology of the whole year.
Yeah, this is a really custom-tailored look. Our whole mission here is to give you a clear roadmap for December 2025. This isn't just like a quick horoscope.
No, not.
It's a synthesis about how all these different cosmic systems are working together to, push you toward growth.
Absolutely. And December, it always feels like this mad rush to the finish line, doesn't it?
Always.
But for you, Libra, this month is less about sprinting and more about a very necessary, very meticulous reflection. We're right on the edge of Capricorn season.
Right, which is all about structure, ambition, long-term planning.
Exactly. So for you, December is this final window. It's almost non-negotiable. It's your time to consolidate, to audit, to refine, really to master the practical day-to-day parts of your life before that intense planning energy really takes over.
It's like letting the cosmic dust settle.
Yeah.
And, to even understand December, you have to look back at the year we just had.
Oh, absolutely. 2025 was a big one.
A huge one. Our sources all confirm it was a year of tremendous change. I mean, we're talking about a level of reshaping that's comparable to, like, previous decade shifts.
Wow.
all those planets changing signs. It had demanded flexibility, evolution. The universe, it doesn't give us more than we can handle, but it definitely tests our ability to adapt.
So we've been adapting all year, and now it's time to organize the lessons. And that whole effort starts, kind of surprisingly, with a lingering ghost from November.
The Mercury post-retrograde shadow. And that shadow is really long, especially for an air sign like you, where the mind is just constantly running. The retrograde itself ended in November, but that post-shadow phase...
That's the integration period, right?
Exactly. It's where you're supposed to finalize the lessons. And it doesn't officially end until December 16th at 6 degrees of Sagittarius.
Yeah.
So for the first 2 full weeks of December, that mental backlog is still very much active. It's demanding a resolution.
Okay, so let's get specific for Libra. How did this particular retrograde cycle hit your sense of self-worth? Because our sources are really highlighting that as the central theme.
It's so personalized. Libra, being ruled by Venus, you naturally look for harmony, you value beauty. But this Mercury energy is forcing a confrontation.
Between what?
Between what you truly value and what you just perform as valuable. The universe is asking some really pointed questions that require some serious internal counting. Well, specifically it's asking, did you undervalue your work recently? Did you charge less than you deserved for a project because, you didn't want to make waves or deal with conflict?
Oof, that's a classic Libra hang-up.
It is. This is all about you establishing a higher internal standard, one that actually matches what you produce, not just what's socially convenient or easy.
It's interesting because it's not just about money, is it? It's also about where you're putting your emotional energy. Like, is a goal you've been chasing all year, a relationship maybe, is it still actually significant to you? Or was it, kind of an ego thing?
Exactly. Or was it just to fit a certain mold? And that's where the caution against impulse buys comes in. It was mentioned explicitly in the material for this period.
Ah, okay.
Libra, with that Venus rulership, you have this innate love for aesthetics, for comfort, for beautiful things. And during this post-shadow phase, if you're not grounded internally, it's so easy to try and soothe that emotional discomfort of the self-worth audit with a new pair of shoes.
So the impulse buy isn't just a financial slip-up. It's like you're betraying the internal work you just did.
It absolutely is. The assignment here is to stop and ask if all your spending, and I mean time, money, and emotional energy, if it all genuinely aligns with your reassessed beliefs. You're being asked to act like a judge, neutrally reviewing the evidence of your life before you render that final verdict on your own worth.
That focus on neutral assessment and structure. That's actually the perfect bridge to the other giant cosmic energy we need to talk about. Saturn, the great taskmaster. It's been in Pisces for a while, and it's not going anywhere soon, right? It's there until February 2026.
Correct. And Saturn in Pisces is one of the most significant forces shaping your life right now, Libra. For you, this transit is landing squarely in your 6th house and demanding a profound structural transformation.
And the 6th house is all the mundane stuff, but it's the important stuff, the day-to-day routine, your health, wellness, your work environment.
The absolute essentials. And Saturn doesn't ask nicely, does it?
No, it demands.
It demands discipline, organization, efficiency. But having Saturn in a water sign like Pisces, which is so fluid and dreamy and kind of boundaryless, that must feel like trying to organize the ocean.
That's a fantastic analogy. It really is. It's a challenging placement because Saturn loves concrete boundaries and Pisces just wants to flow.
So for you, Libra, it means the universe is insisting that you build solid, resilient structures around your flow. This transit isn't here to punish you, it's here to forge tenacity. Think about steel being refined, through fire and pressure, the result is something stronger, more useful.
So if we're looking at daily routines and health, what kind of actionable things might a Libra be seeing this December?
We're talking about laying the groundwork for habits that actually stick. December is the deadline for cleaning up your diet, for getting a consistent exercise routine going, or for finally implementing that time management system you've been putting off. Saturn demands to see the results. It wants measurable progress. If your current system is a mess, Saturn will make sure you notice the consequences of that mess.
And what about at work? The 6th house also rules coworkers and daily tasks.
Career-wise, expect to take on new responsibilities, maybe heavier ones. Or you might be dealing with big structural changes at your workplace, a new boss, a department restructure. Saturn is just requiring you to manage a higher standard of productivity.
It's all about cultivating a more balanced existence.
A more balanced and efficient one. The goal is to organize your actual physical space. Implement systems that genuinely help you be productive instead of just adding to the clutter. For Libra, who so often puts social harmony first, this transit forces you to realize that your own personal structure and health have to come first. They're the prerequisite for any external balance.
Ah, that's such a good point.
If that sixth house foundation is shaky, your ability to manage relationships, which is the opposite seventh house, it's going to suffer. December is the month you have to finish building that foundation.
That's a really powerful link. It connects the daily grind to that ultimate Libran goal of harmony. It forces this airy, intellectual sign to get intensely grounded.
Exactly. It grounds the abstract ideal of balance into the practical reality of disciplined, daily effort. That's the genius of Saturn.
Okay, let's zoom out a bit now and look at the planetary weather that's going to be coloring all of this throughout December. We have to start with Jupiter, the planet of luck and expansion. It's doing a pretty significant cosmic dance this month.
A pivotal shift, really. It had just briefly entered Cancer, which is where Jupiter is traditionally exalted.
Which means it's at its absolute strongest, right?
It's peak Jupiter, capable of bringing phenomenal growth, especially around home, family, emotional security.
A happy, strong Jupiter sounds amazing, but I'm guessing that doesn't last.
It does not. On December 5th, Jupiter moves backward, returning to the sign of Gemini in a retrograde state. It had been in Gemini since May, so it was all about communication, learning, short trips for you, but now we have a double challenge.
It's retrograde.
And Jupiter is considered weaker, or in detriment, in Gemini.
Okay, let's pause on that, because that's a key technical term. Why is Jupiter, the big, benevolent, expansive planet, considered unhappy or in detriment in a sign like Gemini?
Well, Jupiter thrives on the big picture. It loves synthesizing wisdom, finding philosophical truth, finding meaning. Gemini, on the other hand, rules quick, intellectual, often kind of superficial information.
Facts, data points.
Right, communication for its own sake. Gemini scatters information and Jupiter tries to unify it. So when Jupiter's in Gemini, its expansive energy gets focused on the quantity of ideas over the quality.
So it leads to mental exhaustion.
Totally. Chasing too many projects at once, being overwhelmed by information, it's just too much air without any grounding.
That is the perfect description of the scattering effect. So its retrograde return in December, especially for an air sign like Libra, is a huge signal to stop spinning your intellectual wheels.
Precisely. You have to be so intentional about where you place your mental energy. If you're just endlessly scrolling, consuming information, or sending out tons of messages without a real purpose, your goals are just going to dissipate. This retrograde is forcing a deep review.
A review of what specifically?
Which classes are worth continuing? Which social connections are actually helping you grow? The potential for expansion is still there because it's Jupiter, but it requires way more disciplined effort from you to actually see results. The mantra is disciplined mental expansion.
Focus big, but narrow the target.
Exactly. If you're a writer, a speaker, anyone building a network, this review is vital. You have to make sure the foundation of your ideas is solid before the new year launches everything forward.
So we've set the stage for this disciplined reflection, but mid-month, that discipline is going to be seriously tested. There are some high-tension aspects that feel like a cosmic brake being slammed on. And the first major speed bump is Mars square Saturn on December 8th.
This is significant friction. You've got Mars, the planet of action, drive, impulse, in this adventurous fire sign Sagittarius, and it's squaring slow, restrictive Saturn in watery, mutable Pisces.
That feels like the gas pedal, Mars in a fire sign meeting a concrete block, Saturn. What does that elemental clash mean for Libra's momentum?
It means your energy is going to feel stifled, your options might seem severely limited, and that leads to some intense frustration.
Right.
Your desire to just go, to move forward, maybe learn something new or travel, all those Sagittarius themes, it's going to feel completely blocked by the Saturnian reality of your daily routine and your responsibilities.
Pisces in the sixth house stuff?
Exactly. And here's the really key Libra connection. Mars rules your opposite sign, Aries.
The house of partnerships and direct action.
Right. So when this square happens, conflicts could just flare up in your relationships, because you're trying to push for your freedom or your truth, the Mars and Sag part, against a structure or a demand that's being imposed by a partner or just a necessary obligation.
And if that frustration leads to just pushing harder, what's the risk?
The risk is total burnout, or a relationship conflict that leaves some pretty long-lasting scars. Saturn is the stronger power here. It symbolizes the rules, the necessary boundaries. Trying to just smash through that limitation, it's just going to result in backlash, delays, or an outright stop.
Okay, so you can't smash through it. What's the strategy for Libra when they feel this friction around December 8th?
The word is patience, but it has to be intelligent patience. Since the square involves your opposite sign, the strategy has to be mental, not physical.
So, step 1, stop pushing.
Stop the action. Step 2, step back. Look at the conflict from a totally different vantage point. Maybe even bring in a third impartial person if it's a partnership thing. And third, you have to honor the structure that Saturn is demanding. If Saturn is telling you your foundation is weak, you have to fix the weakness, not just complain about the weight on top of it.
So channel that aggressive Mars energy into something else.
Channel it into disciplined work. Put it into your fitness routine, into your work systems. Just don't aim it at other people.
That is excellent advice. Maybe don't start a huge fight about who does the dishes on the 8th.
Probably not the best day for it.
Now, as we get closer to the holidays, the vibe shifts from that friction to more of a cosmic fog. We're talking about the Sun and Venus squaring Neptune.
The fog definitely rolls in with the holiday music. Neptune is the great diffuser. It's often about spiritual connection, but it's also illusion, escapism, delusion. When it gets squared by the personal planets, our ability to see reality clearly it dips dramatically.
The first one is the Sun squaring Neptune on December 20th. That sounds like a physical and mental drain.
It's the cosmic burnout moment, absolutely. The Sun is your vitality, your ego, your life force. When it squares Neptune and Pisces, that energy can feel completely drained. It makes it so hard to focus on those practical, long-term Sagittarius goals. You might feel aimless, unmotivated,
overly sensitive.
So sensitive to the collective chaos and sadness around you. This transit is a flashing neon sign that you need to take a break, an energetic break.
Don't just power through the holiday to-do list.
If you try, you'll just be inefficient. You might need to step away completely, give your mind that space to just wander, and then come back to your plans later with fresh, grounded eyes.
And then, right on Christmas Eve, December 24th, Venus squares Neptune. This one involves your ruling planet Libra, which really raises the stakes for relationships and money.
This one requires extreme caution and discernment. Venus rules your values, your pleasure, your social connections, everything you govern. When it squares Neptune, the filters they come down.
Oh no.
You might feel overly compassionate, empathetic to a fault. And that makes you susceptible to people who are being dishonest or who are just massive energy drains. Someone could try to take advantage of your generosity, either intentionally or not.
For Libra, who already puts external harmony first, that sounds like a massive challenge to your internal boundaries.
It is. You could lose touch with who you should actually trust, in love or in finance. The desire for romantic fantasy or just escape is incredibly high. So extreme caution is needed before making any big emotional or financial commitments that day.
During the holiday season, too, when everyone is already more emotionally vulnerable, this could be a disaster.
It could. The need for solitude, for rest, just to protect your own energy is so key. You have to practice discernment because it's going to be so hard to separate genuine affection from fantasy or a realistic financial plan from just wishful thinking.
Choose your company very carefully.
Very carefully. Spend time only with people you really truly trust. Don't make concessions just to keep up appearances.
It sounds like the antidote to this Neptunian fog is that Saturnian structure we were talking about earlier.
It connects perfectly.
Grounding yourself in a routine can anchor you against that emotional tide.
Exactly. If you have your daily health and work routine solidified, that Saturn and Pisces work, you're way less likely to seek escape or get lost in delusion when Neptune's fog rolls in. Structure is your safe harbor.
Okay, now let's talk about a stabilizing shift that happens almost right after that 10th square. Venus, your ruler, enters Capricorn on December 24th.
What a beautiful way to end the month.
Yeah.
We move from that dreamy, sometimes delusional energy of Pisces and Neptune to the grounded, ambitious, practical energy of Capricorn.
It's a total vibe shift.
A total shift. When Venus enters this earth sign, your relationships, your desires, your resources, they all immediately take on a more serious, ambitious, long-term tone.
So this is the moment to stop the intense emotional reflection and start actually making plans.
Disciplined, sustainable plans. Venus in Capricorn values quality, loyalty, and depth over, quantity or flash. If you've been casually dating, this is where you start looking for commitment. If you've been spending frivolously, this is where you start building a serious savings plan.
So Venus is focusing love and money on stability and maturity, which is the perfect energy to go into the New Year's ambition phase.
It's the universe telling you, Libra, to use your charm and your relational skills, your Venusian gifts, to build connections and resource stability that will last for decades, not just a few moments. You're looking for depth, purpose, and commitment in everything you value.
We have covered a really complex dance of the planets. Now let's pivot and get into Libra's cosmic toolkit, the deep symbolic meanings in tarot and numerology that can really guide you through all these December currents.
And the primary major arcana card for Libra is Justice card Exene. This is a direct one-to-one correspondence.
And the imagery is everything.
Everything. You got the judge, seated, holding the scales of equilibrium, that's Libra's symbol, and a sword. The sword represents the air element, logic, the power of the mind.
No justice. The quest for fairness. It so often gets unfairly linked with Libra's famous indecision. How does this card act as a guide to overcome that stereotype, especially this month when you have to do all this rigorous assessment?
I'm so glad you asked that. The Justice card is actually the answer to indecision. Indecision happens when you're paralyzed between two options that seem equal. The card's core message is that making a truly fair decision requires a balance of both logic, the sword, and intuition, the scales.
So it's not one or the other.
Not at all. You have to acknowledge the objective truth of the situation, be impartial, but you also have to consider the inner, non-ordinary reality. Justice isn't blind, it's keenly aware. It encourages you to weigh every single aspect before you act. That process of deep internal weighing is what takes time, but is what's essential to reach a true equilibrium. It's not simple indecision.
That makes the Justice card a perfect working tool for December. It totally supports the structural demand of Saturn neutrally assessing your daily life, and it helps with that Mercury post-shadow work of figuring out what's fair and what you really deserve.
Exactly. You use the sword of your mental clarity to sever the ties that are unjust or untrue. This is so relevant for cutting through that Neptunian fog we were just talking about. If a relationship felt illusory during that Venus-Neptune square, the Justice card encourages you to use impartial logic, separate reality from fantasy, and make a clean cut if you need to. You are being asked to neutrally assess the entire year's worth of your decisions.
And the sword is for action, too.
The sword is used to enforce the decision. Once those scales are balanced, you, Libra, must act decisively. This is the counter to that hesitancy. December requires decisive action based on your internal assessment, not just passive observation.
Okay, let's arm every Libra listening with their essential self-knowledge, their baseline strengths, and those key lucky facts.
Right. Libra, remember, you are a cardinal air sign. Your mode is cardinal, which means you have this initiating leadership energy. You're the sign that starts things, especially when it comes to connection and partnership. And your element, air, makes you communicative, intellectual, driven by ideas.
And the luck profile.
Simple, but it's potent. Your lucky day is Friday because it's ruled by your planet, Venus. Your power color, or lucky color, is pale blue. It emphasizes calm, clarity, harmony. And your specific lucky numbers from the sources are 5, 6, and 9.
Understanding the month's rhythm is also so important, and that's always set by the two major lunations, the full moon and the new moon.
And these cycles are pivotal. The full moon kicks off the month, falling between December 2nd and the 4th at 13 degrees of Gemini.
Gemini again, so communication, the mind.
Exactly. The full moon is the climax of the lunar cycle, so it's urging you to analyze everything, the good and the bad, to get total clarity on the options ahead of you.
And an air sign, that must heighten mental activity.
Big time. It's a time when your intellectual projects might reach a conclusion, or when you finally get a clear, intuitive answer to a question you've had about travel or education. It's a culmination point in your mental landscape, and it really boosts your intuition, making your path forward much clearer. It supports that disciplined Jupiter focus we talked about.
And then at the midpoint of the month, we get that energetic renewal with the new moon.
The new moon arrives between December 14th and the 19th. This is traditionally the most exciting period for fresh starts. Since this new moon is in a sign that focuses on growth and truth, you should use this powerful, passionate window to set up new projects with real conviction.
Or to finally draw a line under things.
A definitive, clear line under situations, beliefs, people that belong firmly in the past. It's a moment for decisive, positive change. It aligns perfectly with the Justice card's mandate for making those clean breaks.
Okay, to give this whole year of transformation and this final month some sweeping context, we have to look at the numerology of 2025. This gives us the overarching framework for everything.
We calculate the universal year number by just adding the digits of the year. So 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5 equals 9.
Yeah.
2025 is a universal year 9.
And the number 9 is so powerful. It's all about culmination, completion, ultimate closure. It aligns perfectly with the Saturnian discipline and the Mercury self-audit. Finishing cycles, clearing the decks.
That's the core theme of the entire year. The universal 9 demands that you let go of things that are no longer serving you. No exceptions. This could be a long-awaited career change, the end of a relationship cycle, or maybe most importantly for you, Libra, shedding an outdated belief system that kept you trapped in old patterns of people-pleasing or indecision.
And that letting go process can feel really uncomfortable.
It can be painful even. But the underlying message of the 9 is that these shifts are necessary, and they lead to better things. You're shedding old skin to prepare for the new phase in 2026.
Which is a 1 year.
A 1 year. The magician. Initiation. Brand new beginnings. You cannot successfully start that 1 cycle if you haven't properly finished the 9 cycle. December is the final exam.
Wow, that really makes the stakes feel incredibly high for this month's reflections. And to make this even more personal for everyone listening, how do they find their personal year number within this universal 9 energy?
The personalization is crucial. It tells you where in your life that closure energy is most focused. And the method is just simple math. You take the day and month of your birth, add those digits to the number 2025, and then you just reduce the final sum to a single digit.
Can you give us an example?
Sure. Let's say someone was born on October 25th. You would add 1 for October, plus 0, plus 2, plus 5, plus 2, 0, 2, 5. Sum is 17. Then you reduce 17 by adding 1 plus 7, which equals 8. So that person is in a personal year 8 within the universal 9.
And what does that personal year number tell them?
It gives them a personalized forecast. A person in an 8 year, for instance, is focusing all that universal 9 closure energy on themes of abundance, mastery, and power. They might be closing out a major financial cycle or achieving a level of business mastery before the 2026 new beginning. It just gives you a really nuanced personal look at where to focus your consolidation efforts.
That is such a powerful tool for self-guidance as we wrap up this intense year. So let's synthesize all of these layers: Saturn, Neptune, the Justice card, the 9-year, and clarify Libra's ultimate mission statement for December 2025.
Okay. December is all about internal reckoning and structural finalization. Given the caution from that Mars friction and the lingering Mercury post-shadow, this is definitely not the time to be launching major new endeavors.
Or starting brand new, unvetted partnerships.
Absolutely not. Your mission is threefold. First, solidify your daily habits and routines under that Saturn influence. Second, rigorously clarify your self-worth based on the Mercury lessons. Set a new non-negotiable standard for yourself.
And
third, use the clarity of your Justice archetype to make those final, necessary separations from things that are holding you back. You are polishing the scales of justice so you can have a decisive, high-integrity start to the 2026 cycle.
that brings us to our final thought to mull over, one that really builds on all these transformational shifts we've talked about. Libra, your primary function in the zodiac is harmony, balancing the scales. We know that the long-term Saturn transit is forcing structure directly into your daily existence, your health, your work routine.
And that structure is often felt as restriction, which can lead to that desire to rebel or escape, especially during those tense moments mid-month.
So we want to leave you, our listener, with this question. What system or tradition in your routine, maybe it's a workout schedule, a meeting structure at work, a diet, what is currently feeling restrictive and stifling? And how can you use Jupiter's returning influence in the air sign of Gemini, the sign of progressive ideas, to master a progressive new skill or pattern?
Without engaging in chaos or just outright rebellion against Saturn.
Exactly.
This connects back to that broader, stable energy that's been supporting change all year, the Saturn sextile Uranus aspect. It favors evolution through self-discipline and open-minded, gradual innovation, not chaotic upheaval. Use your innate air element strength to innovate the structures that make your life flow, rather than just resisting the structure itself.
We hope this deep dive brought you some profound clarity and some good cosmic vibes. If you enjoyed this journey through Libra's December forecast, please take a moment to help us spread the light.
Remember to comment, like, and subscribe to our channel, Star Chill Vibes, so you never miss another cosmic exploration into the universe.
May the stars ever be in your favor. We'll catch you on the next deep dive. Welcome to Star Chill Vibes. Dive into the universe of astrology, cosmic energies, and celestial insights with a relaxed, fun twist. Perfect for stargazers who love to vibe with the cosmos. Get your dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes.
Today, we are settling in for a really focused and I think profoundly personal exploration. If you're a Scorpio, this deep dive is absolutely for you. We're going to be analyzing the complex currents of December 2025.
Yeah, because it's so much more than just the end of the year, isn't it? It feels like a climax.
The climax of your 2025 transformation cycle. Absolutely.
So our mission today is to really synthesize all these intense planetary shifts, the lingering effects of those major retrogrades, and then look at the lunar peaks coming up. We want to give you the clearest possible cosmic roadmap.
Right. And December 2025, it really acts as this crucial final bridge. It connects all that profound inner work you've been doing all year with the energetic launch pad for what's next.
The structural and ambitious expansion that kind of defines the journey into the new year.
Exactly. We've pulled insights from every angle, from, long-term Saturnian commitment to immediate Venusian caution, just to make sure you finish the year not just rested, but really positioned for success. This month is about the final shedding of the old skin. It's the pivot point.
And as we navigate all of this together, just a gentle reminder that your engagement really helps us spread this light. If you are enjoying this deep dive, please take a moment to comment, like, and subscribe to Star Chill Vibes so we can continue spreading light all over the world. Okay, so let's unpack this year-end cleanse. Scorpio, you are no stranger to intensity. 2025 has been a year of some serious psychological heavy lifting. And December really kicks off with the final chapter of that internal accounting, what you're calling Mercury's final reflection.
This is so critical. The last Mercury retrograde of 2025. It happened entirely in your sign, Scorpio. It turned direct on November 29th at 20 degrees. Now, direct motion is a relief, for sure.
Yeah.
But we're still in the post-shadow period. That's the time it takes for Mercury to recover the ground it went backward over. And that lasts until December 16th. So for you, that means the first half of December is all about integration.
And this was in your first house, right? The house of self, of identity, appearance. The sources are calling this a personal cosmic evaluation. What exactly does the universe want us to be evaluating during this lingering phase?
It's forcing a reinterpretation of self. Think back to early November. Did old arguments resurface? Did you feel, kind of pulled to revisit past versions of yourself? Maybe you found yourself looking at old photos or rereading old emails.
Totally.
That's the Mercury and Scorpio effect. And because the retrograde was in a fixed water sign, it was deep, it was emotional, and let's be honest, it was probably a little obsessive.
A little.
Maybe a lot. Water sign retrogrades, they often trigger resentment or maybe just confusion around your intuition. They can push people to hold grudges or to finally realize, wow, we are not on the same page emotionally.
Yeah. So if the retrograde was the universe basically holding up a mirror and saying, hey, look at these emotional blockages, then the post-shadow period is where we decide what to do with that reflection.
That's it, exactly. And the fact that it turned direct at 20 degrees Scorpio, that's not random. 20 degrees is deep in the second decan of Scorpio, which is traditionally linked to Mars, your ancient ruler.
Okay, so that just amps everything up.
It amps everything up. It heightens the passion, the drive, and potentially the conflict and the lessons you just learned.
Yeah.
All that intensity from November's self-discovery, it needs time to be metabolized. Otherwise, that fierce Plutonian energy, that deep, subterranean emotion, it can turn inward.
And become self-sabotage.
Or self-sabotage, yeah.
So let's say a Scorpio listening right now recognizes they're still holding on to a grudge, or maybe an old dialogue about who they used to be is still playing on a loop in their head. What is the practical, actionable step they need to take before the 16th?
The mandate is closure, specifically unrecognized closure. Those old selves, those resurfaced dialogues, they weren't meant to torment you. They were presented for a final conscious release.
Okay, so how do you do that?
Actionably, you complete the audit. If you are holding back a feeling, the first 2 weeks of December are the time. Write it down. Burn the paper. Do a personal ritual. Or maybe you just need to communicate a boundary really clearly, not out of aggression, but out of self-preservation. That worn-out skin has to be fully shed.
And if you don't, if you just kind of skim over this part,
those emotional blockages will absolutely follow you. They will hinder the lighter, more expansionary energy that's waiting for you in the new year.
That makes so much sense. So that deep cleanse is essential. But while we're finishing up that emotional audit, the cosmic scaffolding is shifting really fast around us. We have to talk about Jupiter and Saturn, starting with Jupiter.
the great expander.
Yes. Jupiter, the planet of luck, growth, and optimism, makes a huge shift on December 5th. It retrogrades back into the sign of Gemini. This is a temporary retreat, but is setting the stage for some deeper work.
It's worth pausing, though, to remember what Jupiter did just before this. It was briefly in Cancer, which was so favorable for Scorpio's first, third, and fifth houses. That was like a little preview, right?
A burst of optimism.
It was a powerful, albeit short, burst. It boosted self-confidence, it enhanced courage in your communication, and it improved your ability to just enjoy creative pursuits. It was a cosmic high five.
A high five from the universe. Like that.
But the December 5th shift into Gemini brings the focus back to a classic area of scorpionic intensity, the 8th house.
The 8th house. So we're talking shared resources, assets, settlements, debts, taxes, all the heavy stuff.
All of it. Legacy, psychological intimacy. It's often called the house of transformation and other people's money. So if November was about personal emotional debt, December pivots really quickly to actual, concrete financial ties to other people. That sounds intense, especially right before the holidays. How does Jupiter, a planet of expansion, even work when it's retrograding in the house of debt?
It asks for expansion through reevaluation and through structure. Jupiter here doesn't necessarily mean a windfall is coming, but it does provide the opportunity to expand the management of your joint funds. This is a time to handle those matters strategically and very, very carefully. The sources all point to this being the perfect time to audit complex agreements.
Like what? What kind of agreements?
Maybe renegotiating business partnerships, reviewing inheritance settlements, or strategically managing, say, a mortgage or a joint line of credit.
Okay, let's get super specific. If you're a Scorpio and you're in a business partnership, what does this transit demand you do?
It demands an audit of the fine print. Are the profit-sharing agreements actually fair? Is the level of risk you're both carrying equitable? Jupiter in the 8th house shines a really bright light on any imbalances. If you've been rolling on a partner, or even an institution, without fully understanding the terms, Jupiter retrograding here forces you to get it, to understand it deeply.
And maybe renegotiate.
Potentially renegotiate, or just find a smarter, more growth-oriented way to leverage those assets. It's about being smart about how you share, not just what you share.
I see. It's strategic growth through risk assessment. Okay. Meanwhile, the long game of commitment is being played by Saturn in Pisces. This has been humming in the background all year.
Yes, Saturn is the great structural, stabilizing force. And its transit through Pisces, which is impacting Scorpio's 5th house, is profoundly important. And this isn't short-term. It's ongoing, lasting well into early 2026.
The great taskmaster sitting in the house of fun and passion. That sounds like a bit of a paradox. What is Saturn actually demanding in your creative life?
Saturn demands an inherent seriousness and a strict regimen. In the 5th house, this means your approach to self-expression, to passion, it has to be disciplined. It's the difference between saying, oh, I enjoy painting, and actually saying, I am dedicating 2 hours every Tuesday and Thursday to my canvas, whether I feel inspired or not.
So if you're a Scorpio who's been wanting to write a novel or launch that artistic side project, Saturn is basically imposing a deadline.
A deadline and a minimum required output, exactly. Saturn is anti-fleeting idea. It requires you to invest dedicated time, resources, and real emotional tenacity into turning those creative sparks into committed, tangible structures.
And this applies to romance, too.
Absolutely. If you're dating, Saturn says, stop dating so casually and commit to a structured approach to finding a real, meaningful connection. If you have children, it requires a serious, disciplined approach to their schooling or their routine.
Wow. So even dating has to be treated with this, like, project management level of rigor.
It does. I mean, the 5th house is where we put our energy to create joy, but Saturn insists that joy has to be earned through effort. For you, as a Scorpio, this could mean defining your core relationship needs and then actually sticking to them, even when it feels restrictive. It's structure applied to joy.
And the rewards are built to last.
The rewards lasting creative achievements, stable romantic connections, they're built to withstand time because they were forged through tenacity and perseverance.
So the overall energy for this first part of the month is really clear. Finalize the emotional release from Mercury, tactically audit your joint finances under Jupiter, and commit to structural discipline in your creative life with Saturn.
That structural discipline is your foundation. Without it, the adventure that's coming next will just lack the support system it needs to fly.
Okay, now that we've set the stage with those big planetary shifts, let's zoom in a bit. Let's look at the energetic peaks and valleys of December, the lunar cycles. These really help us pinpoint where to direct your tactical focus. We have 2 major lunations.
We do. The first is a critical full moon in Gemini on December 4th at 13 degrees. A full moon brings elimination,
Right.
a culmination. And since this one falls squarely in your 8th house, it forces a clear, bright spotlight onto all those themes we just talked about. Joint resources, deep emotional merging, shared obligations.
The timing on that is just wow. This culmination around shared resources happens one day before Jupiter retrogrades back into that exact same area of the chart.
It's a powerful synergy. The full moon acts as a cosmic accountant, basically forcing the books to be closed or balanced right before the planetary expansion energy arrives to manage those books. This lunation is a moment of truth. It's about any hidden debts, any codependency issues, or any major joint investment that has finally reached a decision point.
So it can be intense.
For Scorpio, this full moon can be very intense because it often involves facing financial or emotional ties that you might prefer to keep in the dark.
So the pressure's on. Acknowledge the financial reality with your partner or your bank or whoever, and finalize those decisions in the first few days of December.
Yes. The full moon demands clarity. If you've been waiting for, say, an insurance payout or a settlement or a loan decision, this moon will likely bring the answer. Use that insight to inform your strategic planning for the Jupiter retrograde that follows.
And then the energy just pivots so hard toward personal empowerment with the new moon in Sagittarius on December 20th.
This new moon at 28 degrees Sagittarius is just a pure opportunity for a fresh financial start. It lands in Scorpio's 2nd house. That's the sector governing your personal values, your self-worth, and your earned income. This is your personal economy.
That sounds like the perfect antidote to all that 8th house pressure. You've just dealt with everyone else's money and obligations, and now the universe hands you a blank page for your own income and self-worth.
Exactly. You've hopefully cleared the deck of emotional resentment from the Mercury retrograde. You've faced the reality of shared debt during the full moon. So this new moon is a pristine window to plant intentions for financial sovereignty.
So it's time to ask the big questions.
Ask yourself, what did I learn about my own value during that 8th house audit? How am I going to generate income that actually aligns with my deepest, most liberated values? And since it happens just before the solstice, it's an amazing energetic launch point for ambitious, personal financial goals for the new year.
Okay, moving from the lunar peaks, let's talk about Venus. She's the architect of our values, our pleasure, our relationships, and she creates a major cautionary moment right at the peak of the holiday season.
Right. So Venus starts the month in adventurous Sagittarius, sitting in your 2nd house until Christmas Eve. This amplifies the connection between your values and adventure. It makes you want to spend money on experiences, on travel, on things that feel expansive. And that's generally a good thing.
But then comes the cosmic warning label, the Neptune square on December 24th. Venus squares Neptune in Pisces. Why is this so crucial for a Scorpio to navigate?
Well, a square is a conflict aspect. Venus in Sagittarius is focused on open, sometimes, let's be honest, overly optimistic, adventurous values. Neptune in Pisces is the great diffuser. It's illusion, delusion, dissolving boundaries, escapism. When they clash, clarity is the first casualty.
And for Scorpio, this square connects the 2nd house of personal money and values to the 5th house of creativity, love, and pleasure. This is a huge warning to protect your financial and emotional boundaries, isn't it?
Absolutely. The source material is very, very clear on this. This transit warns that others might be draining. There is a tangible, specific risk of someone trying to take advantage of your generous spirit or your blurred boundaries.
How might that actually show up?
It could be a request for a holiday loan that you just know won't be repaid.
Yeah.
It could be emotional manipulation from a family member who needs constant support. It could even be as simple as misplacing a valuable item because you're not paying attention.
So on Christmas Eve, when the pressure to be agreeable and generous is at its absolute highest, Neptune is out there trying to trick us. What are the practical defense mechanisms?
First, radical discernment. If someone sounds too good to be true, or if a family request makes you feel pressured and icky, trust that gut intuition that Mercury retrograde just sharpened for you. Second, the prescription is self-care and rest. Maybe choose solitude over feeling obligated to engage socially, especially if you sense that energetic vampirism or emotional deception.
And be firm with boundaries.
Prioritize clear, firm boundaries. Do not sign contracts. Do not make major financial promises. And do not accept vague romantic declarations on or around December 24th.
That is such actionable advice for protecting your energy. Now, immediately after that tense moment, Venus shifts into a much more productive, grounded zone.
She does. On December 24th, Venus moves into ambitious Capricorn, focusing your attention, Scorpio, squarely on the third house. And the third house governs things like local travel, communication, contracts, siblings, neighbors, even short courses of study.
This is Venus putting on her CEO hat. How does this disciplined energy serve you at the end of the year?
It's perfect for the structural cleanup you might need after any holiday drama. Venus in Capricorn supports clear, disciplined, mature communication. If you need to negotiate a year-end contract or draft a detailed plan for the new year, or have a necessary but serious conversation with a sibling, this energy supports it. It lends weight and longevity to your words.
Okay, let's widen the lens a bit. Let's look at the long-term relationship insights for the second half of 2025 that December is really setting you up for.
Scorpio, you have to remember that 2025 has been a year bringing fated connections, destined events, particularly involving those fifth house themes: true love, dating, children, fertility. These events aren't random. They're major turning points or endings that were likely already set in motion earlier in the year.
So December is about processing the meaning of those shifts.
Exactly. And that fated energy can feel inescapable. So for those in existing partnerships, the Jupiterian energy that defined the second half of the year strongly suggests that travel could fan the flames of love. Shared adventures, especially international or philosophical journeys, they deepen the bond. The advice is to invest in shared experiences over shared material things right now.
And for single Scorpios looking for connection,
The call is to expand your definition of partnership. The universe is actively encouraging you to date outside of your usual type. Your next important connection might come from a really surprising source. Someone who challenges your fixed views or introduces you to a new way of thinking. This isn't about finding someone comfortable, it's about finding someone expansive.
so use the Venus and Capricorn period to get clear on what you want.
Yes, use the time after the 24th to define your requirements clearly, then use the adventure theme of 2026 to go out and find them.
So this whole section is about tactical financial culmination, protecting your energy from holiday draining, and laying that structural groundwork for ambitious, romantic, and intellectual plans.
It's the difference between just surviving the holidays and strategically using them to solidify your future.
Okay, now that we've grounded the transits in practical application, let's tie this all back to your core nature as a Scorpio. We need to talk about the fixed water constitution and how all this emotional labor directly impacts your physical health.
Yes. Scorpio is a fixed water sign. The fixed mode, it implies incredible endurance, persistence, stability, but energetically, fixed signs can also really resist change. And water, of course, governs emotions and the fluid systems of the body. You combine those and you get this intense, deep capacity for emotion that is also extremely resistant to letting that emotion go.
That resistance to change sounds like a setup for physical stagnation. What are the specific health applications here?
Well, in medical astrology, fixed signs tend to hold on to things. They hold on to tension, to toxins, to emotional states, and this can lead to chronic, deep-seated issues rather than acute, fleeting illnesses. Scorpio specifically rules the reproductive, excretory, and hormonal systems, all the deep, often hidden metabolic and elimination processes. So if you resist transformation or you hold on to grudges, that energetic stagnation can manifest physically as hormonal imbalances, digestive issues, or chronic conditions in those areas of the body.
So basically, if you ignored the emotional demands of that November Mercury retrograde, your body is probably sending you signals in December. Maybe unexplained fatigue or hormonal disruption, something to indicate you're still holding on.
That is the core message. The emotional and psychological work of elimination is not separate from physical health. For a fixed water sign, it is physical health. True regeneration, the purpose of Scorpio, it begins with eliminating what is stagnated.
And quick fixes won't work.
Because Scorpio is ruled by Pluto, which governs these deep long-term processes, quick fixes rarely work. The healing path requires consistent long-term care. Therapies that slowly unravel those deep patterns. Deep tissue massage, consistent detoxification routines, long-term counseling.
Which just emphasizes again why December's mandate to shed that old skin is so vital. It's not just a poetic metaphor, it's a physiological necessity.
Precisely. If you're struggling with a chronic issue right now, look back at the emotional pattern you are resisting releasing. That is your leverage point.
Let's pivot from that internal health work to external expansion. The adventure awaits. This seems to be the defining theme for the second half of 2025.
Absolutely. Having done the internal cleansing, the universe is now providing the motivation and the opportunity to step entirely outside your comfort zone. This is a crucial phase of growth. The solstices all reiterate this. The core theme for the latter part of 2025 is immersing yourself in adventure and adopting new perspectives.
And the natural home for this expansion is often the ninth house, right? Which governs long-distance travel, higher education, philosophy.
In actionable terms for December, it's a decisive call to travel. Use that structured planning energy of Venus in Capricorn after the 24th to organize ambitious trips. The encouragement is literally to pack your bags. Investigate exotic, eye-opening, or philosophically challenging destinations. This isn't just a vacation, it's a quest.
A quest for higher knowledge.
Exactly. The message is clear. Travel could truly fulfill you, and the universe could reward you greatly for thinking outside the box, exploring new cultures, and embracing perspectives that are vastly different from your own.
And this expansion goes beyond just physical travel. It's about intellectual adventure, too.
Of course. If physical travel isn't possible, this energy applies equally to immersing yourself in a new, complex subject. Enroll in a challenging course. Dive into a foreign language. Dedicate time to studying a philosophy that's totally new to you. The goal is expansion of the mind, shaking off that fixed, known comfort zone to prepare you for 2026.
Okay, finally, let's connect all of this deep psychological work, this adventurous planning, to the larger cosmic rhythm through numerology.
This provides such essential context. The year 2025 carries the universal vibration of the number 9 in numerology. The 9 is the hermit. It's the final digit in a cycle. It symbolizes completion, humanitarianism, and letting go. It is intrinsically tied to closure.
So 2025 universally asked everyone to kind of perform a cosmic house cleaning. Cut ties with outdated careers, non-serving relationships, stagnant goals.
Precisely. The 9 year prepares the ground for the dynamic energy of a number 1 year, which is 2026. That's new beginnings, fresh launches, leadership. The magician archetype, the 9 year demands that you illuminate your inner self and clear away the clutter. For a lot of signs, this process was difficult, it was counterintuitive.
But for Scorpio, this universal push aligns perfectly with your innate purpose: elimination and regeneration.
That's the powerful alignment. You were designed for this level of deep psychological and structural shift. The deep dive you did with Mercury retrograde, the disciplined work you're applying with Saturn and Venus in December. It means you are uniquely prepared. You are completing this 9 cycle flawlessly. So when the magician energy of 2026 arrives, you can seize it from a position of true clarity and freedom, not carrying old baggage into a new dawn.
So you're not just following the trend, you are the structural embodiment of the trend, which makes December this profoundly powerful month of final preparation.
It moves you from internal transformation to external implementation. So, to synthesize this whole pivotal cosmic moment, December 2025 for you, Scorpio, is the moment of implementation. You have diligently completed that psychological audit demanded by the retrograde and, frankly, by your fixed water constitution. Now, December asks you to apply structural discipline that's channeled through Saturn in your 5th house and the grounded approach of Venus moving into Capricorn. Apply that discipline to those deep emotional insights.
And that's what's going to secure your foundations.
It's essential to secure your financial and creative foundations. It ensures that the vibrant, expansive adventure of 2026 can begin on solid ground. This is the month where you solidify the runway for next year's launch.
That's the perfect takeaway. As we close this deep dive, here is one final provocative thought for reflection, something to really consider as the year winds down. The first half of 2025 was defined by confronting wealth matters and, managing the slow influence of the past. As you look toward the dynamic, expansive energy of 2026, December is your final chance to look back without carrying all that weight forward. So what is one lingering emotional grudge or one sticky joint financial pie that, if you eliminated it now, would ensure the adventure of 2026 starts from a place of true, unshakable freedom? Think about the leverage point that still ties you to a past you've already outgrown.
That decision to cut that final tie is the ultimate act of liberation.
Thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive into your December forecast. If this cosmic roadmap resonated with you, show your support for Star Chill Vibes by hitting that like button, leaving a comment below, and subscribing so you don't miss our next transmission.
Shine bright, Scorpio. Welcome to Star Chill Vibes. Dive into the universe of astrology, cosmic energies, and celestial insights with a relaxed, fun twist. Perfect for stargazers who love to vibe with the cosmos. Get your dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes.
It really is a good time to just take a deep breath, especially as we're wrapping up what's been such a powerful year for our Sagittarius listeners.
It really has.
And for this deep dive, we're looking at December 2025, and this month is so much more than just, the end of the calendar. It's this vital, energetic turning point.
Turning point how? What's the mission here?
The mission, I think the core word is integration. We've just seen a year that was so guided by Jupiter, bringing all this remarkable fortune, a lot of growth, particularly in committed relationships.
Right.
So December, it sort of acts as the bridge. It's the month that insists that all that expansive philosophical Sagittarius energy finds some practical realism. It's about setting a stable, grounded tone for the new year.
I love that metaphor, the structural bridge. Because Sagittarius is always looking out at the horizon, right? Not necessarily down at their feet.
Exactly.
And December is already, kind of primed for Sagittarian success. Our sources point out that this is one of the 2 major lucky months for you, right alongside June.
Precisely. And the cosmos gives you this major personalized launch pad right at the end of the year. There's a really potent new moon coming up that offers a chance for a massive personal reset.
So all the building you've been doing all year, the learning, the connecting, now is the time to aim it.
It's the moment to seize that energy and aim it toward a concrete, really visible future.
Okay, so let's unpack this phenomenal year, because 2025 was genuinely set up to be something special for Sagittarius. The forecast called it a lovely, splendid year across the board.
Which is high praise in cosmic terms,
It really is. And the big headline, the thing we have to integrate, was that fortunate energy all around committed unions.
The Jupiter influence there was, it was undeniable. When the planet of luck and growth, which is your ruling planet, Sagittarius shines on your partnership sector, good things just happen.
So what were the big themes?
We saw 3 major ones, and they all connect to what's happening now in December. First, that growth in long-term relationships was just key. We're talking about connections moving to a new level.
Like getting more serious.
Exactly. Moving in, engagement, marriage, or just a really firm commitment to a shared future. The energy was all about expansion within a connection.
And the second theme was domestic life, which, it feels a little counterintuitive for the free-roaming Sagittarian spirit.
It does, but it was a really persistent theme. A lot of Sagittarians were probably involved in real estate or making huge changes to their living situations, maybe big renovations.
So establishing roots, even while planning the next big adventure.
That's it. And the third point was all about communication. The year pushed you to strengthen those skills for more influence. It wasn't just about knowing your truth, it was about sharing it effectively.
That's a really interesting arc, and it's fascinating when you think about how the year started, because the sources emphasized that the winter and early spring were remarkably slow.
Yes, and that slowness is so important for understanding December's forward thrust. That slow period, it often brings back people or situations from the past.
Like a final review.
A final review, deep reflection, emotional processing. You had to do that groundwork before you could truly launch.
So December feels less like this abrupt start and more like the final necessary release. The energy that was building up all that time is finally bursting forward.
That is precisely the feeling. And the most direct way for you to harness this is through the new moon in your sign.
Okay, let's talk about that cosmic starting gun. We have the new moon in Sagittarius on December 20th, and it's happening at 28 degrees.
This is a huge one. It's one of the 2 key lunations for you, the other being the full moon we had back in June. A new moon is always about seeding intentions, right? But when it's in your own sign, it supercharges your first house. Your identity, your life path, how you show up in the world, all of it.
And that specific degree, 28 degrees, that adds a layer of urgency, doesn't it? It feels like a culmination.
It absolutely does. When a lunation is in the final degrees, it feels like whatever you launch now has been cooking for a long time. It demands immediate action.
So the energy is conclusive.
Intense and conclusive, yeah. This event facilitates fresh starts, new beginnings, culminations, breakthroughs, and also expect big news. This is not a time for timid requests.
This is the moment for ambitious thinking.
Truly ambitious. You should be using this date, December 20th, for some powerful intention setting, plotting those bold moves for 2026, visualizing exactly what you want.
So it's about aligning your external reality with that inner truth you've been refining all year.
Yes, building on the foundations you've already restructured. If you made big moves in your home or relationships, use this new moon to solidify them and project them outward. Don't hold back.
Love that. And to help everyone get into that lucky Sagittarian vibe, let's give them the cosmic cheat sheet for the month.
Okay, yes. The specifics. First, your lucky day is Thursday.
which makes sense. It's Jupiter's day, Jove's day. It's when expansion is naturally amplified.
And the color?
The lucky color is orange. Very vibrant, expansive.
Yeah.
It blends the fire energy with solar optimism.
Perfect. And lucky numbers.
The numbers are 6, 5, 3, and 8.
So keep those in mind. They're like little anchors, especially for those new moon intentions around the 20th.
Definitely.
Okay, so now we shift from that expansive excitement to the planetary reality checks.
Yeah.
Because even in a lucky month, you have to pay attention to the details.
Always.
And the first thing is the lingering static from Mercury retrograde. We're still kind of shaking that off.
This is so crucial for getting clarity before that new moon launch. The retrograde itself happened partly in Sagittarius back in November. It went direct on November 29th.
But it doesn't just switch off.
Right. No, that communication chaos doesn't instantly vanish. The planet has to retrace its steps. That's the post-shadow phase. And that period finally ends mid-month on December 16th.
Okay, so that's the real all-clear date.
That's the final all clear. That's when Mercury moves past that 6-degree mark in Sagittarius for the last time.
And why did this one feel so personal for Sagittarius? It was in your sign, hitting that first house of identity.
Well, when Mercury retrogrades in a fire sign, the intellectual frustration is it's amplified. Sagittarius is driven by truth and belief. So the retrograde was challenging your core philosophies.
So it was asking you to get realistic about what you need above all else to thrive.
It was, but it did that by creating tension, frustration when others didn't get your truth. The period before December 16th was all about testing faith and not using impulsive, sharp words.
So December 16th is when the fog finally lifts, just in time for the new moon a few days later. Is that like the strategic window to make big announcements?
That is absolutely the strategic window. The 16th is like hitting the cosmic clear button. You have a green light. Use those 4 days to finalize plans and prepare your launch.
Now let's talk about the incredible energy boost that comes with that.
Yeah.
Because Sagittarius rarely stays still. Mars, the planet of action, is in your sign for most of the month.
This is a huge influx of drive. Mars in Sagittarius is fire fueling fire. Expansion meets action. It gives you extra physical and mental energy. It encourages you to take action on what excites you.
We even have a nice boost on December 9th with the moon in Leo trine Mars in Sagittarius.
Yes, amplifying that creative expression. This Mars transit provides the sheer drive you need for those new moon plans. But there's a warning label.
Of course.
Unharnessed, this energy can be overly impulsive, galloping before you look. So it needs to be directed with wisdom.
Which brings us to the cosmic speed bump. We have to talk about Venus and the friction it creates mid-month. This is the main caution zone.
This is the critical juncture, yes. We have Venus in Sagittarius square Neptune in Pisces on December 24th. So Venus, planet of love and value, is in your sign until the 20th, which is great for your charisma. But that square to Neptune peaks right around Christmas Eve, creating a lot of tension.
That feels so counterintuitive. It's the holidays, Venus is in your sign.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be fun? Why does Neptune get to derail that?
Because Neptune in a square brings fog, delusion, confusion, dissolution, and it brings it to the areas where Venus rules. Your values, your relationships, your resources.
So it's a boundary issue.
It is a major boundary challenge. The expansive, compassionate Sagittarian wants to help and give, especially during the holidays. But there's a huge risk of being taken advantage of.
We're falling for a fantasy.
A romantic or financial fantasy that just isn't real. It's where idealism turns into illusion.
So practically speaking, what did that feel like?
It feels like being energetically or emotionally drained by others. You might feel a strong pull to commit your time, money, or energy to someone or something that's unsustainable, or even manipulative.
Neptune just makes everything fuzzy.
It makes it so hard to focus on your grounded, long-term plans because your energy just feels scattered and drained.
And the forecast connects this to the general warning for the year. If it seems too good to be true, it probably is.
That's the key takeaway. The only solution here is conscious self-protection, setting boundaries. The forecast advises prioritizing caution and self-care. You might even need solitude and rest.
So rely on practical advice, not dreamy promises.
Absolutely. Illusion is at its peak.
Okay, so finally, there's an energetic transition at the end of the year that grounds all this fire. The sun leaves your sign, and Venus follows.
Yes, two major shifts that intentionally ground that expansive energy. First, the sun enters Capricorn on December 21st. This moves the focus from philosophical expansion to tangible achievement.
The visionary becomes the executive.
A great way to put it, it's a period for focusing on goals, long-term plans, ambition. A very determined way to end the year.
And then Venus enters Capricorn on December 24th. right as that tricky Neptune square is peaking.
It acts as a perfect energetic counterbalance. Your focus on love and finances moves out of that adventurous fire mode and into a disciplined, responsible space. You can enjoy focusing on your goals and being ambitious.
It's the universe providing the structure to stabilize everything.
Exactly.
So we've seen this high-octane Mars drive and the potential for Neptune's delusion. But action without wisdom is wasted energy.
Often is, yes.
So let's turn to the philosophical anchor, the tarot. The traditional card for Sagittarius is Temperance, and it's such a perfect fit for that half-human, half-horse centaur archetype.
Temperance is the ideal card for this deep dive, especially this month. It's balancing that intense desire for Mars with the potential dissolution from Neptune. The card usually shows an angel, 1 foot on land, 1 in water, pouring liquid between 2 cups.
Moderating the forces.
Moderating and leveling them. It captures the centaur perfectly. Sagittarius is all about balancing the human mind seeking truth with the animalistic body that wants to gallop.
But Temperance also has a warning, right? That ties back into that Mars energy.
It does. The card traditionally relates to abstinence from intoxication, and not just literal intoxication, but intellectual or energetic intoxication.
Oh, that's interesting.
The paradox is that Sagittarius is ruled by Jupiter, which loves excess. So the warning is that when a Sagittarian gets a taste for freedom or a new idea, they might gallop much farther than they mean to go.
Overextending themselves.
Physically, financially, philosophically, Temperance advises you to step back, measure the ingredients, blend intuition with practical reality. It's a firm call to balance desire with grounded realism.
Speaking of grounded realism, let's connect that high-level wisdom to the foundational reality check that Saturn is demanding right now.
Yes, Saturn's current long-term transit has huge implications for your foundation. We're looking at Saturn in Pisces, specifically from September 1st, 2025 to February 13th, 2026.
And Saturn is the great taskmaster. So where is this transit landing for Sagittarius?
It's landing right in your 4th house, the core foundation. This impacts your home, your family, your security, your stability. Saturn is demanding serious soul-searching about your literal and emotional foundation.
So you can't sustain that outward expansion of 2025 if the base is shaky.
You can't.
So what does that look like in real life? It's not just redecorating, is it?
Oh, it's much bigger than that. The practical implications are you might be prompted to make major changes or renovations to the home environment, real estate matters, or property affairs.
So buying a home
Or taking on the responsibility of caring for a family member, dealing with necessary but expensive renovations, or resolving issues with inherited property. It demands discipline and responsibility.
So for a sign that loves to travel and be independent, Saturn is making sure that when you do come home, you have a stable, supportive base to return to.
It is. It's the necessary structure for those bold launches you're planning with the new moon. It's fascinating, isn't it? Saturn is forcing Sagittarius to put structure around the one thing they might overlook: their roots.
Okay, now let's circle back to the biggest source of good news in 2025 for Sagittarius relationships. We need to reiterate just how significant this year was.
We can't overstate this. 2025 was truly one of the most fortunate years of your life for union. The Jupiter influence was just cosmic support for major commitment.
So for a committed Sagittarius,
Connections had the support to grow to that next level: cohabitation, engagement, marriage.
and for a single Sagittarius,
The energy highly favored meeting a soulmate long-term partner. And this isn't just dating luck. This suggests connections that feel fated, aligned with long-term stability, not just a fleeting adventure.
Jupiter really delivered. But December seems to shift the focus from the external party to the internal work.
It shifts inward, yes. The second half of the year brings this sizzling intimacy and erotic energy. The focus moves from the external validation of the partnership to strengthening the internal bond.
So the encouragement is to embrace vulnerability.
Vulnerability, trust, sensuality, all to deepen those existing connections. Sagittarius loves commitment, but sometimes struggles with that messy, intense emotional vulnerability. This transit insists on it.
But relationships are never just fireworks. We have to acknowledge the practical challenges that have already come up this year.
Absolutely. The sources noted a really concentrated period from May through September where you were pressed to be more practical, realistic, and mature around dating, love, children, or fertility.
So it wasn't all fun and games.
No, it was a time of serious evaluation. And this ties right back into that Saturn theme of home and family.
It all connects.
Yes, there was a sense of emotional weight and responsibility around home and family in late summer,
that still requires your attention now. Your natural urge for independence has to be reconciled with the realities of the committed life you've been building.
Freedom with structure.
That's the theme.
All right, moving beyond the celestial movements, let's bring in a complementary tool, numerology. This feels like it aligns perfectly with the Sagittarian truth-seeking nature, like the Hermit's lantern.
It's a great metaphor. Numerology gives us a quantitative measure of qualitative energy. It's an intellectual anchor. And the universal year context is crucial. 2025 reduces to a 9 energy.
2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5.
Exactly. And 9 represents completion, transformation, and letting go. It's all about preparing for the new beginnings of the #1 energy that arrives in 2026.
So, universally, the theme of 2025 has been about releasing what no longer serves you. A career, a belief, a relationship.
It's the canvas upon which you're painting those new moon intentions. The Hermit archetype is about taking your inner lantern and journeying into unfamiliar landscapes without fear. Your intention should be viewed through that lens of release and honest self-knowledge.
So for you, our listener, we can offer a genuinely personalized insight here. How can you calculate your own personal year number for 2025?
This gives you a tailored forecast. You just add the day and month of your birthday to the numbers of the current year, 2025, and then reduce that sum to a single digit.
Okay, let's walk through an example. If your birthday is December 1st, you'd calculate 1 for the day plus 2 for the month.
So 1 plus 2 plus 2, 0 to 5 equals 12.
Then you reduce 12 down, 1 plus 2 is 3. So their personal year number for 2025 is 3.
Right. And that single digit offers a personalized prediction to frame those new moon intentions. So let's quickly run through them.
All right.
If your personal year is a 1, this is a year of new beginnings, but in a 9 year, that new start must be preceded by a major clearing out. You're ending an old era to start a truly authentic new one.
If it's a 2?
Partnership imbalance. So in a 9 year, you're likely releasing an imbalanced partnership or an old way of relating to people to form new, deeper connections.
And a 3, like our example.
Communication and creativity. You're completing a cycle of learning or social isolation, finding a much wider platform to share your truth.
A 4 is about foundation.
So in a 9 year, you might be releasing a career structure or a home that no longer serves you, tearing down the unstable to build a resilient foundation.
A 5 is freedom and adventure. Very Sagittarian.
Yes. In a 9 year, you're letting go of old limitations that have been holding you back, paving the way for maximum freedom.
A 6 is home and family.
In a 9 year, you're likely ending a cycle of intense responsibility or obligation related to a family situation, integrating the lessons before you're released.
The 7 is the seeker.
In a 9 year, this is profound transformation. You're releasing old spiritual beliefs or intellectual frameworks that limit your understanding.
An 8 is about power and success.
So in a 9 year, you're concluding a major cycle of financial or professional growth, assessing what you've built and releasing attachments that no longer serve your highest purpose.
And finally, a 9.
That's a double dose of completion, maximum release and transformation across all areas of life. It's the year of absolute letting go before the fresh start of year 1 in 2026.
That's such a robust, personalized plan.
Yeah.
Using that prediction to refine those new moon intentions on the 20th is it's powerful.
It really is.
So as we wrap up this deep dive for Sagittarius, let's synthesize this dual energy for the month. The fire and the need for structure.
There were 2 clear directives. First, that Sagittarius new moon on December 20th is your cosmic key for a major personal reset.
Your moment to be bold.
Energetic, assertive about your future path, leveraging all those gains you made this year.
And second, the lesson of temperance.
Yeah.
Demanding moderation and self-care, especially around that Venus-Neptune friction on the 24th.
Yes, you have to protect your energy, set clear boundaries, and avoid being drained. You have to ground your expansion in realism.
So a final thought for everyone to take with them.
I think the ultimate reflection connects your guiding star, Jupiter, and the taskmaster, Saturn. And it's this. You've experienced a fortunate year built on expansion, belief, and luck. But December forces you to reconcile that expansion with the necessary structures of your home and deepest security.
So true freedom.
True freedom, which Sagittarius craves above all else, is only sustainable when it's built upon a strong, well-cared-for foundation.
That is the perfect, powerful thought to carry you into the new year. Please let us know what stands out to you by leaving a comment. If you enjoyed this deep dive into your cosmic forecast, like and subscribe to this channel. Start chill vibes so you never miss your dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes. Welcome to Star Chill Vibes. Dive into the universe of astrology, cosmic energies, and celestial insights with a relaxed, fun twist. Perfect for stargazers who love to vibe with the cosmos. Get your dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes. Today, we are doing a really critical deep dive, and this one is just for you, our Capricorn listener. We are heading into December 2025. I mean, this is it, the final chapter of what has been a huge year.
A profoundly significant year.
Exactly. So our mission here is to weave everything together for you.
Yeah.
The big planetary transits, the powerful symbolism of the tarot, and some really grounded guidance from numerology. We want to map out not just how the year ends, but the very deliberate foundation you are setting for 2026.
And that word foundation, that is the absolute key. December 2025, it's less about a big flashy finish and more about like fortification.
Fortification, I like that.
Yeah, if you look back at the whole of 2025 for Capricorn, it was just marked by these huge transitions, seismic shifts really, and so much more pressure in every part of your life.
Especially home and career, right?
Especially home, career, and anything tied to your long-term security. So the cosmic brief for this month is really a balancing act. How do you, the pragmatic, structure-loving sea goat, manage that deep internal need for productivity?
Which is always there.
Always. While also integrating these massive internal and external changes that have just, completely reshaped your reality. It's the grand finale, yes, but it's a working finale. Every single thread has to be tied with purpose.
Okay, so let's unpack this cosmic calendar. I want to start with something that I think everyone's going to be relieved about. We are finally emerging from the haze of that last Mercury retrograde.
Yes, the shadow is lifting.
Which signals a pretty major shift, right?
Yeah.
Away from all that deep, murky internal work and more towards, actual action.
It's a crucial starting point. So Mercury actually went direct back in November, but we've been in this tail end, the post-shadow period, and that lasts right up until December 16th.
And this one was intense.
So intense.
Yeah.
Because it spanned fiery Sagittarius and deep emotional Scorpio. For you, Capricorn, a sign that really prides itself on control and structured communication, this was likely deeply unsettling.
I can only imagine. So when Mercury, the planet of clear thinking, is kind of moonwalking through a fire sign like Sagittarius, how does that friction really show up for you?
Well, Sagittarius energy is all about belief. Optimism, big philosophical ideas. In a retrograde, those beliefs get seriously challenged and your communication can get tangled, leading to these confrontations when people don't immediately get on board with your goals.
Right, so you feel like you're pushing forward but just hitting a wall.
Exactly. A lot of sources said people just felt triggered or unreasonably angry because their forward momentum just felt completely stalled.
And then it dipped back into Scorpio, the deep water sign.
And that's where the real psychological deep dive happened. Scorpio deals with everything hidden: shared resources, power dynamics, profound emotional truth. Yeah. So that phase probably brought up a lot of confusion around your intuition. You might have become hyper-emotional or maybe resentful or discovered some kind of deception. And not even necessarily from someone else, but maybe self-deception about a relationship or your finances.
So if that was the internal battle, what's the gift of December 16th? What clarity does that moment finally offer you?
It's the moment of integration. The whole process forced this profound inner transformation, and it demanded that you, Capricorn, let go of any outdated beliefs you picked up this year.
Like what?
Well, maybe a belief that you have to achieve everything alone, or that a certain level of success is just unattainable for you. December 16th is the universe giving you the all clear for communication, for travel, for launching small projects, but only after you've really faced those hard truths. It's a psychological freedom.
Okay, so just as the communication lines are clearing up, one of the biggest players in the cosmos takes a huge step back. Another review. I'm talking about Jupiter's retreat on December 5th. Jupiter, the planet of expansion, it briefly went into its exalted sign of Cancer this summer, which is your 7th house of partnership. But then it retrogrades back into Gemini on December 5th.
This Jupiter shift is fascinating for Capricorn, mainly because Jupiter's usual benevolence is a bit complicated by your Saturnian nature.
Right. The sources pointed this out, saying that for Capricorn, Jupiter's influence is considered neutral to mildly malefic.
Yeah.
Can you break that down? Because Jupiter is the great benefic. Why the specific warning for the sea goat?
It really just comes down to basic astrological physics. Jupiter's energy is boundless, optimistic, expansive. It clashes with Saturn's core energy, which is grounded, restrictive, realistic.
So Jupiter says, leap, and the net will appear.
And Saturn says, first, let's design the net, secure the anchor, and sign the liability waiver.
Got it. Okay. So for you, that means Jupiter's pure luck can sometimes feel like too much risk or just unrealistic optimism.
Exactly. The expansion needs to be structured. And in this case, Jupiter is retrograding back into Gemini, which rules two very specific areas of your chart.
Which are?
The first is your third house. That's your daily communication, short trips, your courage, your local community. The second is your 12th house. That's solitude, escapism, secrets, self-undoing, all that deep subconscious stuff.
So when Jupiter goes back into Gemini, which is this intellectual, airy sign, it's forcing a review of both of those areas. How does that look in the real world? I mean, how does the house of escapism relate to the house of your daily hustle?
They're totally interconnected. So for the third house review, you're being asked to really reconsider how you express yourself every day, how you manage your immediate surroundings, like your commute or your neighborhood. Is your current learning curve actually serving your big goals?
Great.
Then the 12th house review asks, are you getting enough genuine restorative rest? That's the solitude part. Or are you just escaping reality through, unproductive habits or ignoring crucial self-undoing behaviors?
There's the review of the balance between being alone and being social.
Precisely. The retreat is encouraging you to make sure your internal restorative engine, the 12th house, is healthy enough to support the daily communication and hustle required by the third house.
Wow. Okay, so from that reviewing energy of Mercury and Jupiter, let's pivot to an alignment that just screams friction. Mars square Saturn on December 8th. Mars, the planet of action, in dynamic Sagittarius squaring Saturn, the planet of limits, in watery Pisces. This feels like a cosmic traffic jam.
It absolutely is. It's a classic square, a hard, challenging aspect that needs you to be very deliberate. Mars in Sagittarius is all about launching forward, pursuing high ideals, demanding freedom.
And Saturn in Pisces
is forcing discipline and hard work and really difficult lessons around these sort of nebulous areas like spirituality or health boundaries, hidden emotional demands.
So when you have that fiery action meeting watery restriction, what's the actual experience for you?
It creates this profound friction. You'll likely experience it as feelings of just stifled energy, exhaustion, or like you have no good options. For you, Capricorn, this might show up as being unable to launch a project as fast as you want.
Right.
Or feeling like your ambition, that's the Mars and Sag, is constantly being undermined by tedious, structural, or emotional demands from that Saturn in Pisces. You might feel like you're trying to push a giant boulder uphill with just your willpower.
So here's the challenge then. You are driven by ambition. If you're feeling this intense pressure to either halt or just aggressively push through, what's the detailed advice? Because just saying don't push is going to frustrate you.
That's a very fair point. The key is to redirect the energy, not to stop it. With a Mars-Saturn square, any attempt to just force a confrontation or aggressively start something new will probably get blocked or just result in damage.
So you have to respect Saturn.
You have to respect Saturn. The advice is to harness Saturn's energy for meticulous planning. Step back. Reassess the whole situation from a calmer, more detached viewpoint. Maybe get advice from an older mentor. Prioritize careful, methodical work over aggressive, fast action. The energy isn't canceled, it's just being redirected from brute force into, architectural precision.
That demand for structure is the perfect setup for the real moment the energy shifts, which is the Capricorn ingress.
Yes. The sun enters Capricorn on December 21st, and that officially ushers in your season. This is naturally a revitalizing time for you. It empowers you to reconnect with your inherent strengths, focusing on your big goals, embracing your ambition, refining your long-term plans.
It's like the universe finally lights up the path for the climb.
Exactly. You thrive when you have a clear path to the summit, and the sun's return gives you the light and the energy for that climb.
And setting the tone just before the sun arrives is Venus. She moves into Capricorn on December 20th. How does the goddess of love and money act when she's wearing the sea goat's, pragmatic uniform?
Venus in Capricorn is all about quality, permanence, and material stability. It's the complete antithesis of, a flighty romance or impulsive spending. It's disciplined, it's responsible, it's quite serious.
So it's an energy you can really work with.
For sure. This transit allows you to genuinely enjoy the process of crafting those ambitious long-term plans that reflect your true, enduring values.
So in practical terms, what is Venus in Capricorn demanding from you?
In love and money, she demands commitment, structure, and material proof of worth. She's asking, is this person stable? Is this connection worthy of my reputation? And crucially, is this asset stable? Will this investment give me long-term security?
It's a filter.
A powerful one. If you're dating or reviewing friendships, this energy makes sure you're filtering for people who are serious about their own lives and who can contribute meaningfully to yours. It's all about grounded, mature decisions through the holidays, maybe choosing classic, high-quality gifts instead of flashy, temporary things.
Okay, let's move into section 2 and connect all these energy shifts to the practical reality of your life, Capricorn. The entire year has been building towards a pretty significant increase in responsibility. What does that actually mean for December and beyond?
This is the core Saturnian lesson of 2025. The experience has involved shifts everywhere, but the central theme is this weight of responsibility landing squarely on your shoulders, especially in your fourth house sectors.
Home, real estate, ancestry, family.
All of it. And this isn't just a temporary thing. The source material is really strong on this. This increase in foundational commitment is going to echo for the next 2 to 3 years.
So we're talking about tangible, weighty decisions here. What are some real-world examples of this responsibility, like buying a first home, or maybe caregiving?
Exactly that. For many of you, this means stepping up to manage significant family or lineage affairs, maybe taking on a caregiving role for an older relative, making complex real estate decisions, or even launching a home-based business that completely changes your daily life.
And that external pressure must be fueling the internal Capricorn monologue, which is always screaming for more productivity.
Oh, absolutely. You feel this deep internal need to be efficient because the stakes are just so much higher now.
The advice that stems from this is to work hard and explore new systems. But let's get specific because you already work hard. What kind of new systems are we actually talking about?
Right. Since you're a cardinal earth sign, your fundamental energy is about initiating structures and getting physical results. So when external pressure mounts, your natural impulse is to just push harder.
Just do more.
Just do more. But the cosmic energy of December is demanding that you build better systems for managing that output. We're talking about integrating tech to streamline your routines, maybe hiring quality support, refining your health protocols to prevent burnout, optimizing your daily schedule.
So it's about efficiency, not just activity.
That's it. You're building systems that can handle the increased load gracefully, not just frantically juggling everything.
And for those who've been meticulously building those systems, December is supposed to bring the culmination of professional rewards. This isn't just about a bonus check, is it? It's about recognition.
This is the earned authority payoff. December is absolutely a time for professional culmination and recognition, and it often comes in these quiet, authoritative ways. A promotion with more power, a major contract signed, or just public acknowledgement from your peers.
It's not flashy, but it's real.
It's real. The wins you're experiencing now are a direct result of your discipline consistency. That is your superpower, the refusal to quit, the methodical ascent.
What about the person listening who has been grinding away on a massive, long-term project that feels like it's completely stuck?
If you've been working on a slow-moving, high-stakes project all year, something that required intense structure and patience, this is the month where the momentum finally shifts. It might take off, it could gain funding, or the market may just finally align with your disciplined vision. This creates that essential momentum you need to transition into mapping out your goals for 2026. Your authority is earned, not given.
Let's focus a bit more on your ruler, Saturn, since his influence is so central here. Saturn has been in Pisces all of 2025, with his final really important pass from September through February 2026. How is this specifically structuring your third house of communication and learning?
Saturn in Pisces demands methodical approaches and, structure in areas that are naturally more fluid or emotional. Because it's affecting your communication and immediate learning sectors, this transit demands heightened scrutiny, seriousness, and maturity in how you handle information.
Can you give me some practical examples? How does that increased seriousness actually show up?
Think about the fine print. This transit puts a lot of pressure and focus on serious negotiations, whether they're business contracts, legal documents, formal agreements. You are being forced to meticulously review clauses, demand clarity, and manage expectations responsibly.
And in learning.
If you're pursuing any kind of education or specialized training, Saturn is ensuring you approach it with heavy discipline, no shortcuts allowed. And because the third house also governs your siblings and close community, Saturn is forcing those interactions to mature.
So if those relationships have been messy or immature,
Saturn insists on structure, responsibility, and realistic expectations going forward.
that sounds mentally exhausting. Which brings me to that inevitable pressure cooker feeling right before the holidays. How does the wellness advice address your cardinal nature against all this heavy Saturnian structure?
We have to address the physical body. You, Capricorn, are driven to the point of self-neglect. The collective energy of December, even after the Mercury shadow, is really leaning toward integration and introspection. Your body, ruled by Saturn, is asking for gentler, more structured care.
Let's define that core challenge again. For a cardinal sign, what does it really mean to burn bright but burn out?
Cardinal signs are the initiators. You start things. When that cardinal energy is paired with the earth element, the burnout is physical and structural. It affects your bones, your joints, your endurance. The sources warn that this initiating drive, if it's not checked by rest, leads to total physical exhaustion. Ignoring your body's need for rest now is basically sabotaging all those ambitious long-term plans you have for 2026.
So the key message this month is a radical counterpoint to your typical drive.
It is. The core message is a deliberate slowdown. Less doing, more being. We have to aggressively remind you that rest is productive too. True growth requires space for the lessons you've learned, all that Saturnian pressure to solidify and integrate.
It's about adopting the wisdom of the hermit before you try to build anything new.
Exactly. This deliberate slowing down isn't weakness. It's the ultimate discipline required to sustain that powerful output into the new year.
Okay, let's transition to a really high-stakes area, relationships. The sources consistently highlight the second half of 2025 as one of the most, well, magical periods for you when it comes to partnership and deep connection.
This is a major cosmic boon. It's one that often surprises the solitary-driven Capricorn. Starting around June and continuing right through December, you become the most favored zodiac sign for consolidation and partnership.
And this isn't just love, right?
It applies across the board. Deeply committed friendships solidify, business alliances become formal contracts, and love connections move toward permanent union. This whole period is marked by fated, serious meetings and definitive turning points.
So with Venus moving into Capricorn on December 20th, what are the specific relationship mandates for the month? What is the universe demanding from you and your connections?
Venus in Capricorn acts like a high-powered filter. It just eliminates anything frivolous or superficial. It encourages you to build connections with enduring depth and purpose. And it's important to remember that the universe, reflecting your own energy, is absolutely not here for games.
So Venus, the planet of love, is basically asking a very Saturnian, very critical question to every relationship you're in.
She is. Venus is asking, is this connection real? Or is it just convenient? Convenience, proximity, habit, superficial attraction. It's not going to pass the Capricorn-Venus test this December.
And what are the outcomes for those relationships that don't pass that depth and purpose test?
Well, connections that lack substance or a long-term vision may very well end. But the key takeaway here is that this ending happens for a good reason. It clears the space for the relationships that are built to last.
And on the flip side,
strong, happy connections are going to deepen dramatically. We're looking at major, real-world milestones. Moving in together, getting engaged, setting a wedding date.
and for the singles out there who are looking for that forever person,
this period is highly, highly favored for you. Venus in Capricorn ensures that any new person entering your life is serious, stable, and aligns with those long-term committed vibes. You're attracting partners who see relationship building as a mature, structural project, just like you approach your career.
quality over quantity.
For sure, in all your social interactions this December.
Let's touch on karmic returns and closure. That's a theme that always seems to pop up during these big transition months. If an old partner or an ex resurfaces now, how should you approach that?
The first half of 2025 probably brought back a lot of old faces, forcing a bit of a reckoning. If they reappear in December, the goal is purely closure, achieving peace, maybe a mature, non-romantic rekindling of rapport.
But there's a huge caveat.
A huge one. The essential rule is, only agree to this if you both have changed. The lesson of Saturn is maturation. You cannot repeat the same mistake. You have to see real behavioral and structural changes before you engage deeply.
And this goes beyond just romantic partners, doesn't it? It extends to family and lineage too.
Absolutely. The reflective period of 2025 also focuses heavily on past situations related to your family revisiting complex dynamics, inheritance issues, old traumas. This review is often a preparation for reuniting with karmic or past life connections for the purpose of healing or final resolution. You're tidying up the ancestral lines as you fortify your own future.
Okay, let's look at a nuanced, possibly tricky transit hitting right around the holidays. Venus in Sagittarius squares Neptune in Pisces on December 24th. Venus is love, Neptune is illusion. This sounds like a recipe for some awkward holiday dinners.
It's a classic aspect for blurring boundaries and creating this misty, romantic, or even deceptive haze around feelings and generosity.
Especially financial generosity.
Yes. Since Neptune in Pisces tends to dissolve boundaries and inject idealism, the sources warn that others, maybe family or new acquaintances, might be unusually draining, or there's a real risk of being taken advantage of if you misplace your natural Capricorn generosity.
How does that look practically? Is it like emotional manipulation or just exhausting demands?
It can be both. You might ignore red flags in a new relationship because you're swept up in the sentimental holiday magic, which is really just delusion. Or a family member might make an unreasonable financial or emotional demand that just drains your energy because you find it hard to say no.
Martyrdom.
Exactly. The transit suggests that if you're feeling exhausted by social demands right on Christmas Eve, that overwhelming feeling is the cosmic signal that your boundaries are dissolving.
So the powerful relationship theme of the month is immediately countered by this need for self-protection.
Precisely. The transit strongly suggests that while your relationships are thriving, self-care, solitude, and rest may be absolutely required to maintain your internal balance. And we have to highlight the Venus quincunx ascendant around this date.
A quincunx, the adjustment aspect.
Right, it's a 150-degree angle. It means two energies are incongruent and require you to consciously adapt.
So the adjustment is between Venus relationships and harmony and your ascendant, which is your self-image, your physical presence.
That's it. It indicates that your relationships might be smooth on the surface because you're consciously trying not to stir up conflict. You're making concessions for holiday peace.
But it comes at a cost.
It comes at a cost to the self, and it could lead to regret later. The warning is crystal clear. Preserve your personal energy, honor your self-image, and choose your company carefully. Make sure you're not sacrificing your core needs just for some temporary harmony.
We have grounded the transits. Let's now move to the deep, symbolic core of who you are, Capricorn with the tarot. Your major arcana card is the Devil, card number 15. For so many people, this card just instantly brings up fear or misunderstanding, but it perfectly symbolizes the core of the Sea Coat's journey.
It is the most misunderstood card, for sure, but it is deeply Saturnian and so distinctly Capricornian. The Devil card symbolizes your sign, famously featuring a half-goat entity, the very image of the mythological sea goat.
The creature of both earth and deep water.
Ambition and subconscious depth.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So what is that fundamental symbolic link between the Devil archetype and the practical, success-driven Capricorn?
The connection is in the mastery of the material world and the acknowledgement of limitation. Both you, Capricorn, and the figure in the card are described as inherently driven to succeed but chained by earthly expectations and subject to self-destructive temptations.
So the Devil isn't some external evil force.
Not at all. It represents the chains we consciously choose to wear. These are our materialistic dependencies, our addictions to routine, our fears, and the self-imposed limitations that prevent true freedom.
This sounds intensely relevant for a sign so focused on structure and achievement. What do these modern-day chains look like for a highly ambitious Capricorn listener? Can you give us some practical examples of the Devil's grip?
The Devil's grip for the modern Capricorn often shows up as workaholism, the inability to rest or to separate your identity from your professional achievements.
I see that.
It looks like status anxiety over leveraging debt for assets that just project success. That's the chain of materialism. It's staying small out of fear of taking a real risk that might lead to failure, so you prefer the known discomfort of a mediocre but secure position.
Perfectionism that paralyzes action.
That's a huge one. The Devil is simply the shadow side of Saturn's demands.
So, given that you're ruled by Saturn, the planet of limits, how does that amplify the Devil's message for you in December?
Your journey, Capricorn, ruled by Saturn, is defined by arduously working through your own limitations to achieve mastery. The Devil represents those structural limitations you need to confront and overcome. The card is prompting you to acknowledge and understand your internal systems of control, to find out the hard way what truly binds you and what truly sets you free.
So it's a journey of turning struggle into mastery.
Exactly. It's turning that self-destructive habit into external structure and lasting mastery. It's about becoming the architect of your own freedom by naming, analyzing, and ultimately breaking those self-imposed chains.
That reframes the card so beautifully. To give some contrast to this cardinal Earth archetype, let's briefly look at another Earth signs card, the Hierophant, which is associated with Taurus. How is the Devil's quest for mastery different from the Hierophant's quest for tradition?
That's a fantastic contrast. Taurus, as a fixed Earth sign, is represented by the Hierophant card 5. It symbolizes adherence to established tradition, established wisdom, spiritual authority. The Taurus lesson is about finding stability within known systems.
Whereas Capricorn, as cardinal Earth, is represented by the Devil.
Yes. Your lesson isn't about adhering to tradition. It's about building the new structure, often through personal struggle and rejecting outdated norms. The Devil says you must confront your shadow to earn your structure. The Hierophant says, follow the path of those who came before you to find stability.
And December is all about confronting your individual limitations.
As you innovate systems for 2026?
Yes, and this links perfectly back to the wellness advice we talked about, that need for rest and introspection. Let's bring the Hermit's wisdom in here, even though it's technically Virgo's card.
The Hermit, card 9, represents seeking wisdom through absolute retreat and solitude, stepping away from the daily grind. While you, Capricorn, are disciplined and active, the initiator, the current energies are demanding you adopt the Hermit's practice.
He carries a lantern.
He carries a lantern, illuminating the path forward from a place of isolated knowledge. This is the necessary pause for you. Lighting that inner lantern through quiet self-knowledge before you attempt to build any new structures. That reminder, rest is productive too, is the Hermit's wisdom applied directly to managing your cardinal drive.
It's the structured introspection you need to sustain the cardinal mode. Could you remind the listener one last time why being a cardinal sign makes this December balancing act between ambition and rest so profoundly important?
As a cardinal sign, your mode is initiating energy. You start seasons, you start projects, you pioneer new structural endeavors. But earth elements require physical grounding. If you continually initiate without providing that foundational rest, you will, as the sources warn, burn bright but burn out.
So December is asking you to treat your routines with the same seriousness as a major contract.
Exactly. Your sleep, your diet, your boundaries. You need to manage that powerful initiating energy sustainably so you can charge into 2026 fully fueled, not running on fumes or chained by exhaustion. Mastering the arts of daily living is what cultivates that balanced, productive, devil-mastering existence.
We've covered the cosmos and the cards. Let's add that final layer of personalization with numerology. This offers a really grounded tool for reflection as we close out the year. Since we're not providing a universal year number, you can actually calculate your personal forecast, which helps you pinpoint your focus for December.
To calculate your personal year number for 2025, it's a simple addition. You take your day of birth, plus your month of birth, plus the number 2025. Then, you just reduce that total down to a single digit, unless it reduces to a master number like 11 or 22.
Okay, so just as an example, if someone were born on July 23rd, the calculation would be 7 for July, plus 2 plus 3 for the 23rd, plus 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5. That adds up to 21, which reduces to a 3.
Exactly. That final single digit of 3 in this case gives you the core theme and focus for the entire year. Understanding that theme now helps you realize where the universe has been asking you to apply your energy and, crucially, where you might need to make some final course corrections in December before the new cycle begins.
To make this actionable, let's quickly give some context for 3 key personal year numbers. If a listener calculated a 1, a 4, or 7, how should they interpret their December?
Our personal year 1 is all about new beginnings, new seeds, establishing your independence. If you are in a 1 year, December is your final push for clarity and courage. You should be defining exactly what new thing, a business, a self-concept, a relationship you're launching into in the new year. Finalize the plans. Don't wait for permission.
And what about the very relevant personal year 4?
A personal year 4 is the ultimate structural year. It's all about hard work, building secure foundations, home, and practicality. This number aligns perfectly with your core energy. If you're in a 4 year, December is confirmation that the hard work you did this year has paid off. Your focus should be on finalizing those structural decisions about home and career. You are building the ultimate framework.
And finally, a more introspective number, the personal year 7.
A personal year 7 is a year of introspection, study, wisdom, and spiritual focus. If you're in a 7-year, December is asking you to review your inner life. Have you carved out enough time for rest, for learning, for self-analysis? Your final correction for December should be to dedicate serious time to solitude and intellectual pursuits, reading, learning something new, or just sitting in quiet reflection. Consolidate the wisdom you've gained.
Okay, let's look at the emotional markers for the close of the year, the key lunar alignments that give context to this final rush.
We have several powerful lunar moments supporting your ambitions. First up, the moon enters Capricorn on December 19th.
Home turf.
Yes, this is a highly favorable, deeply grounding time. When the moon is in your sign, it brings emotional comfort and validation and structure. Use this day to look forward, gather information, and feel genuinely inspired about your goals for 2026. Your emotional clarity will be at its peak.
Then we have the waxing crescent moon on the 20th and 21st.
This energy is all about commitment and disciplined action. You've had the inspiration from the moon in Capricorn, the clearing from Mercury. Now, this phase is telling you to devote yourself fully to your important projects and take concrete foundational action. Execute with precision.
And then from the 22nd to the 26th, the first quarter moon.
This phase is crucial for resisting doubt. The first quarter moon is a challenging point in the cycle. It encourages you to stay on course despite any resistance. It is the time to consciously stop that tendency to look backward. Despite any self-doubt that might creep in during that high-pressure holiday week, this is the time to focus on your remarkable qualities and just push ahead.
Out of the shadow into the light. And finally, the bookend to the cycle, the new moon. Where does that land to launch us into the new year?
So the final new moon of the calendar year is technically in Sagittarius on December 20th at 28 degrees. This is immensely significant because it happens just hours before the sun shifts into Capricorn. A new moon always brings a massive injection of energy for new beginnings. By happening right at the threshold of your new season, this event grants you the optimistic faith and fiery courage of Sagittarius. The courage to believe in your own massive ambition right as you step into your disciplined, structured cycle. It's an act of divine timing. It ensures the foundations you lay are imbued with fearless optimism.
That's a perfect send-off.
To synthesize this entire deep dive, December is all about laying a rock-solid, non-negotiable foundation for long-term, sustained growth. This process requires two things. First, getting absolutely real about your relationships, using that Venus and Capricorn energy to determine which connections truly have depth and purpose.
Right.
Second, recognizing and owning the professional wins you've earned through your discipline consistency. If you feel that cosmic dust swirling around from the Mars-Saturn square, just roll with the punches. The entirety of 2025's massive transitions has been working to mature you and structurally move you in a better direction. You are preparing for success built on structural mastery.
That structural mastery ties us back perfectly to the powerful symbolism of your archetype, the devil, and the task of your ruler, Saturn mastery of your limitations. If you can identify and sever the chains you impose upon yourself, true freedom follows structure. So I want to leave you with this final provocative thought to reflect on. What chains are you consciously choosing to wear in your pursuit of success, be they workaholism, status anxiety, or perfectionism? And which of those chains actually belong to someone else's outdated expectation for who you should be? We hope this deep dive into your December celestial insights was illuminating. If you vibe with the cosmos and want more spacey good vibes, please remember to comment, like, and subscribe to this channel, Star Chill Vibes. Keep building your destiny, Capricorn. We'll catch you next time. Welcome to Star Chill Vibes. Dive into the universe of astrology, cosmic energies, and celestial insights with a relaxed, fun twist. Perfect for stargazers who love to vibe with the cosmos. Get your dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes.
Today we're doing a really extensive deep dive. We're zeroing in on Aquarius for the end of 2025, looking at both the huge long-term planetary shifts and the very specific things happening in December.
And this feels, well, it feels critical for Aquarius, doesn't it? The biggest planetary engine for transformation, Pluto, is basically remodeling your entire sense of self.
It really is. We're going to be exploring the heavy demands for structure, especially around money. We'll get into the need for emotional clarity and really how to harness this immense revolutionary energy to build something that lasts.
Yeah, that immediately sets the tone. December for Aquarius feels less like a winding down for the holidays and more like a launch pad for the next, 20 years?
Exactly. This isn't just a monthly forecast.
We are dissecting a generational shift that is directly impacting your personal finances, your values, and your core sense of self-worth.
Okay, so let's start there with the big one. The collective revolutionary spirit of Pluto in Aquarius.
We have to. To really grasp what's happening for you in December, we need to anchor this whole conversation in the colossal movement of Pluto into your sign. Aquarius is fundamentally the revolutionary.
Right.
It's the sign that is always looking ahead, driven by this core need to elevate the collective, to foster progress. And this dual nature is right there in its two rulers.
And that dual rulership is so key to understanding the Aquarian spirit, isn't it?
Yeah.
Uranus and Saturn.
Absolutely. It's everything. Uranus is the modern ruler. It governs liberation, shocking change, technology set and innovation. It's that lightning strike of genius.
The bolt from the blue.
Precisely. But then you have Saturn, the traditional ruler. And Saturn demands structure, limits, long-term frameworks, established boundaries.
So it's this constant tension.
It's a creative tension. The Aquarian mission is to push boundaries, that's Uranus, but then to build durable, egalitarian systems that actually last, that's Saturn.
I see.
So the core archetype here is this detachment from the small personal ego identity. It's all about moving past your own immediate needs to achieve awakening, enlightenment, liberation, and collective progress. You're meant to be of the network, not just in it.
Okay, that makes sense. Now let's introduce the chaos agent, Pluto. Planet of transformation, healing, power, elimination, regeneration. You put that into that volatile but structured Aquarian mix, the scale of transformation just becomes immense.
It becomes generation defining, and that's why this is such a big deal. Pluto guarantees that the transformation will not be superficial. It can't be.
It goes right to the core.
Right to the core themes of the sign it enters. So that means the structures we live by, societal, financial, technological, political, all of it is slated for this profound, unavoidable regeneration.
So the old ways are breaking down.
They are. The sources are really clear on this. Old models of control, rigid hierarchies, centralized power, they're slowly being broken down, and often, explosively. Pluto is compelling the collective to align with deeper, more sustainable Aquarian values.
Which are what exactly?
Truth, community, decentralization, and future-forward thinking.
Okay, so if the world is breaking down these old systems, the individual Aquarian is being asked to regenerate their personal identity to match that new collective ideal. But that sounds incredibly destabilizing.
It is.
How do you hold on to your sanity when the very ground beneath you is shifting on a collective level?
And that's where this profound spiritual dimension comes in. It's so important. The sources capture it beautifully through a tarot translation of this transit.
Oh, I love this.
Pluto in Aquarius is directly linked to two major arcana cards, Judgment and the Star. And they really offer the blueprint for how to navigate this intensity.
Okay, let's unpack that synthesis.
Yeah.
That's a brilliant way to understand the energy. Judgment corresponds to Pluto, which demands a reckoning.
Precisely. The Judgment card is that spiritual calling. It's the trumpet blast, calling you to rise into a clearer, truer version of yourself.
And that requires letting things go.
It requires actively shedding the weight and burdens of the past. The guilt, the old identities, the outdated careers, the toxic friend groups, all of it. This is the elimination phase of Pluto.
So for an Aquarian, what might that actually look like in December?
It might look like publicly rejecting a collective norm you once just went along with, or consciously leaving a long-standing structure, a job, a social group that just no longer aligns with your vision for the future. The pressure comes from this internal sense that time is running out to make this change.
That judgment sounds difficult, but necessary. And then the Star card provides the healing component. That corresponds to the Aquarian energy itself.
It does. The Star glimmers as the ultimate guidepost through this intense purging process. It emphasizes healing, renewal, and critically, faith in the future.
It's the light at the end of the tunnel.
It is. It promises a vision worth moving toward. It confirms that this revolutionary shift isn't just about destroying old systems. It emphasizes possibility, serenity, and hope as essential components of the path forward. Without the Star, judgment would just feel like destruction.
But together.
Together, they signify a deep, inevitable change that should ultimately feel empowering, because the outcome is rooted in healing and purpose.
This helps connect that colossal 20-year transformation back to a listener's daily life right now, in December.
Yes.
So if Pluto is moving through your sign, it supports you in exploring where your true power lies.
Yes.
And since Aquarius is the sign of the network, How does this long-term power exploration actually manifest for you this month?
The source material is very clear about this. Pluto's movement is forcing an alignment with communities that reflect your newly shed deeper values. December becomes a critical checkpoint for this.
So any internal struggle you're facing about your identity.
Yes, who you associate with, where you dedicate your time, what platforms you engage with, it's all intrinsically tied to this larger societal evolution. You are learning to wield your power not in isolation, but in relation to the whole.
So if I'm an Aquarius and I find myself deeply dissatisfied with my professional network in December, where I'm suddenly having profound intellectual disagreements with friends I've had for decades,
Yeah.
that's not random.
Not at all. It's the energy of judgment manifesting in your life.
Wow.
You're realizing that the structures you built 10, 15, 20 years ago, they no longer support the visionary person you are evolving into. December is a microcosm of this macro transformation.
So every little choice matters.
Every act of healing, every conscious decision to detach from a limiting structure, every choice to align with a more authentic community. It all serves to solidify your foundation for the next 2 decades of this Aquarian evolution. This deep work ensures that when the world does radically change, your personal foundation remains resilient.
That puts incredible weight on our current social decisions. It really requires us to be acutely discerning about where we invest our revolutionary energy.
And that discernment is the greatest gift of this transit. You are being gifted the chance to define your role in the revolution, but first you must eliminate what's hindering your ability to participate genuinely.
That focus on durable foundations is the perfect bridge to our next section. Because while Pluto is transforming our identity, the great taskmaster, Saturn, is delivering some intensely practical lessons about stability.
Exactly.
Saturn is cycling in Pisces for a significant phase, and for Aquarius, it's targeting the area of resources and income. That's often associated with the second house. Right?
It's crucial to understand that house system connection for a true deep dive. If we think of Aquarius as your first house of identity and self, then Pisces, the sign immediately following, governs your second house. Earned income, personal values, material security, and your self-worth. It's all the stuff you build. And Saturn, the planet of structure, karma, responsibility, it demands rigor in this area. It doesn't inflict punishment. It forges necessary tenacity through structure, through perseverance, and often through hard, necessary work.
So Saturn in Pisces, from September 2025 through early 2026, is basically putting a mature, responsible spotlight directly on the Aquarian budget and value system. But how does this demand for structure manifest when it's traveling through Pisces? Pisces is the most nebulous, boundary-dissolving sign there is.
And that is the core tension you have to work with. Saturn demands concrete boundaries and measurable effort. Pisces, a water sign, governs dreams, imagination, intuition, and sometimes delusion or escapism.
So there's a real conflict there.
There is. The primary call for you in December is to create a solid, structured, and this is the key word, sustainable financial plan. One that addresses any of those PC and leaks.
What do you mean by leaks?
It means dealing with areas where money might just sort of dissolve without accountability. It could be through excessive spending driven by emotional escapism or confusing investments or simply avoiding the hard truth about your debt.
So the discipline isn't just about saving more money. It's about creating a discipline that respects the emotional and intuitive side of finances. Okay, so what are, say, the top 3 concrete financial disciplines Saturn is demanding of Aquarius in December?
Okay, first, a thorough, diligent review of your spending habits against your values. If you're spending on things that contradict your revolutionary, egalitarian ideals, Saturn is forcing a reckoning.
That's a tough one.
It is. Second, creating a clear debt repayment or savings consolidation plan. Saturn rewards measured, consistent effort, no quick fixes.
And third,
examining your income sources for sustainability. Is your work aligned with a long-term future, or is it a source of emotional or financial leakage? The sources really emphasize that if you focus on creating positive changes and embracing personal growth without cutting corners, greater wealth and success will follow.
that's the practical demand. But Saturn in Pisces also encourages a deep reflection on what holds value beyond just materialism. It's the spiritual side of wealth.
It's the essential layer of discernment. Saturn in Pisces is demanding that we stop seeking quick fixes or escapism and just move toward reality. This phase allows for a mature understanding of how your funds can literally demonstrate who you are and secure the future you envision.
There's a warning there too.
A huge one. If you've been indulging in destructive behaviors like those caused by addictions, excessive consumerism, or just unrealistic financial fantasies, this time could create a deep structural loss. It can force you to face reality and establish sober boundaries. The goal is to root your dreams in financial security.
This dual demand, pragmatic discipline and spiritual alignment, is tough to manage.
Yeah.
And this tension gets really sharp with the Mars and Sagittarius square, Saturn and Pisces transit on December 8th.
Oh, yeah.
Mars brings aggressive action and squares bring friction.
This sounds explosive.
This
It's a high tension aspect for sure. Mars in Sagittarius is high energy. It's seeking expansion, truth, intellectual adventure, travel. It wants to pursue a new philosophical ideal, and it wants to do it now.
But Saturn says no.
When it squares structured Saturn in watery Pisces, that expansive energy feels severely stifled. Your options might seem really limited on the surface. You want to launch that big, expensive project or book that far-flung trip, but Saturn says, wait, what's the financial structure here? Is this actually practical? And that naturally leads to immense frustration.
So this could look like an impulsive desire to quit a stable job to pursue some philosophical venture, only to have the logistical realities, Saturn just slammed the door shut.
Precisely. The Aquarian desire for bold, intellectual, philosophical expression, that's the Sagittarius energy, is being checked hard by the pragmatic demands of stabilizing your resources. That's Saturn in Pisces.
So what's the way out? The sources must offer a solution.
They do, and it's critical. Instead of pushing hard against the limitation, which will only create conflict and burnout, you have to take a step back. You have to look at the situation from a different vantage point.
And what does that different vantage point entail for a fixed sign like Aquarius, who doesn't like to change course?
It means aligning with your inherent strength as a fixed sign.
Yeah.
Consistent, long-term care and planning. Don't fight the structure, use it.
Okay, so give me an example.
Instead of impulsively quitting the job, use that Sagittarius energy to research the philosophical venture, budget the necessary funding, create a phased, practical exit strategy over the next 6 months. Patience and perseverance are your power tools in this square.
So it's a measured approach.
Measured approach. Using Saturn's structure to harness Mars's drive, that is what will bring incredible, durable results down the line. It ensures your big vision is actually rooted in reality.
Okay. Moving into the more immediate, faster-moving energies of December, let's shift focus to communication and network dynamics. Aquarius. As a fixed air sign, you thrive on intellectual exchange, innovation, social connection. So, what are the primary communication signals we're clearing out this month?
Well, the first half of December is heavily influenced by the residual energy of the final Mercury retrograde of 2025.
Right.
That retrograde moved through Sagittarius and Scorpio, and even though Mercury went direct, we are still in the post-shadow phase until December 16th. It clears at 6 degrees Sagittarius.
We hear the term post-shadow a lot. For a listener who wants to be really well-informed, what exactly is the practical, lingering effect of the post-shadow phase? I mean, if the planet is direct, why is there still cosmic dust?
That's a great question. The post-shadow is when the planet is physically moving forward, yes, but it is retreading the same degrees it covered during the retrograde. Think of it like crossing a muddy field. The planet has moved on, but the tracks are still wet and you can still slip. In practical terms, it means that while new agreements can now move forward, the confusion or delays you experienced during the retrograde haven't been fully finalized yet. Decisions or paperwork initiated during the retrograde are still settling.
And this one focused on truth-telling in Sagittarius and emotional depth in Scorpio. So, how does that post-shadow manifest specifically for an Aquarian dealing with networks and ideas?
It means miscommunication risks around your underlying motivations and impulsive actions are still clearing out. In Sagittarius, the retrograde often causes flusters around our passions, maybe overpromising or speaking unfiltered truths that cause friction.
And in Scorpio.
In Scorpio, the confusion is more around emotions, secrets, and intuition. It can lead to resentment or people withholding crucial information. So until December 16th, be very cautious about new contracts, new friendships, or big commitments, especially anything involving travel or educational pursuits, as information may still be delayed or incomplete.
So what's the practical mandate for you until that mid-month clearing date?
General caution is paramount. Do not rush decisions if uncertainty lingers, especially with complex information or technology. This is a time to reflect, revise, and reconnect.
Reconnect.
Yes. The universe often sends reappearances during the post-shadow phase. Old friends, partners, past ideas, they can pop back up. And they carry crucial, unfinished business. Instead of seeing them as distractions, see them as opportunities to integrate lessons you learned during the retrograde cycle before you leap into the next thing.
So refine the existing idea rather than launching a brand new one.
Exactly.
Okay. Beyond the Mercury movement, we have two key lunations that punctuate the month. They bring these bursts of emotional focus that interact really strongly with the fixed air Aquarian nature.
They do.
We have the full moon in Gemini on December 4th, and then the new moon in Sagittarius on December 20th.
The full moon in Gemini is incredibly significant for Aquarius. Gemini is a fellow air sign. For you, it's focusing on your 5th house of creativity, joy, and self-expression.
And full moons bring illumination, right? Culmination.
They do. This lunation offers a moment of intense emotional clarity. It could be the culmination of a creative project, or it could reveal a truth about a romantic situation or even something involving a child. It helps you analyze every aspect of your life, the intellectual pathways, the networks you rely on, so you can clearly see the path you need to take regarding your personal expression.
Clarity is essential, especially when you're dealing with that heavy Saturnian discipline we just talked about. And then the new moon in Sagittarius closes out the planning cycle just before the holidays.
Yes, and that new moon hits your 11th house of friends, hopes, and community. It's a powerful time for setting new intentions connected to expansion, belief, and philosophical perspectives within your collective.
Which aligns perfectly with Aquarius's forward-thinking nature.
Perfectly. New moons are for fresh starts. So here, it's specifically about setting up new communal projects, joining a new intellectual group, or drawing a definitive line under social connections that just belong in the past. It's an energetic push to pursue new intellectual horizons with your tribe.
Before we move on, we have to address that potent, though brief, transit right at the beginning of the month. The moon in Taurus square Pluto in Aquarius on December 2nd. This suggests a conflict between stubborn security and radical change.
Yes, it's a brief but intense alignment. It highlights these profound conflicts over power and control. It pits fixed Earth Taurus, which is material security, home, fixed resources, your 4th house against fixed air. Aquarius, social structures, innovation, your identity, your 1st house.
Wow.
When the moon in Taurus squares Pluto in your sign, the intensity suggests that fights over issues of power, control, stubborn attachment to material possessions, or disputes over property and home will hit a volatile, frustrating standstill.
That sounds like a powerful argument erupting over shared resources. Or maybe a fight with a family member who refuses to acknowledge a change in your identity or your social status.
Precisely. For instance, you might be renovating your home, that's Taurus, to be highly innovative and minimalist, that's Aquarius, and a family member is fiercely resisting the change, clinging to the old structure.
And what's the advice?
If you try to push against the situation or use force, you risk becoming frustratingly volatile and hostile. The sources say you should consider other, more diplomatic ways to solve the situation. Your Aquarian capacity for detached logic is your greatest ally here.
So you have to remember the core Pluto theme.
Yes. Transformation sometimes requires letting go of the need to control the outcome of the conflict. Instead, you focus on defining your own non-negotiable boundaries.
So on December 2nd, if a conflict arises about resources or fixed positions, the move is to step back, refuse the fight, and prioritize diplomacy and open-mindedness. It's a powerful application of air sign detachment.
It is, and that detachment is necessary because we need to explore how that Aquarian fixed quality plays out in the body, particularly with health and routines as we close out the year. The fixed mode is often a double-edged sword.
How so?
It grants endurance and stability, which is excellent for long-term projects, but it also creates a resistance to change, which can inhibit healing.
So in medical astrology, how does this fixed quality translate to physical issues? And what areas of the body is Aquarius most susceptible to?
The mode, whether it's cardinal, fixed, or mutable, is critical because it describes how the body manages imbalance. Fixed energy tends to manifest as long-term or chronic health dynamics.
And for Aquarius specifically?
The body areas traditionally ruled by Aquarius are the circulatory system, specifically blood flow from the heart to the extremities and the ankles. Common issues include varicose veins, fluid retention due to poor circulation, and a lot of nervous system tension.
It sounds like the endurance that makes Aquarius so steadfast in its beliefs can become a physical vulnerability when that energetic or emotional flow gets stuck. They physically resist letting go.
That's the crux of it, exactly. Fixed energy means holding on to tension, to toxins, to emotional states, to outdated habits. This is why fixed signs are frequently linked to chronic conditions and slower healing.
The body resists the change needed to flesh out the issue, much like the mind resists shifting an opinion.
So for someone with a lot of fixed energy in their chart,
They might be someone who stores stress in their circulatory or nervous system, or someone who resists adopting new wellness practices even when they're desperately needed. They tend to stick to a rigid routine even if that routine has become detrimental.
so healing for Aquarius requires consistent long-term care, not a quick fix or an impulsive health kick. What practical health routines address this need to unravel chronic patterns and improve flow?
Since the issues involve circulation and rigidity, the sources suggest routines that gently encourage movement and flow. First, targeted movement for the ankles and lower legs, which can be prone to stiffness.
Okay.
Second, therapies that promote lymphatic drainage or deep tissue massage to help the body release stored toxins and tension. And third, routines that specifically address nervous tension, like gentle restorative yoga or deep breathing exercises, performed consistently.
The key is consistency, not intensity.
That's it. If you ignore physical problems, especially by neglecting a stable daily routine, you are inviting more complex chronic disease to set in.
And we get a massive cosmic boost for establishing that consistency with the December 24th Venus in Capricorn transit. Venus rules beauty, values, comfort, and Capricorn is the sign of structure, goals, and ambition.
Venus entering ambitious Capricorn is an exceptionally practical alignment for this health mission. Capricorn energy is all about being disciplined, responsible, and future-oriented. This energy is perfect for channeling into creating the solid, unshakable habits needed to maintain the endurance of your fixed sign constitution.
So it's the structure maker.
It takes the idealism of the Aquarian vision and makes it measurable and achievable.
So this isn't the time to start some revolutionary new diet. It's more about using that methodical Capricorn energy to commit to self-care structures, like establishing a firm 10 p.m. bedtime every single night, or scheduling 3 dedicated movement sessions a week and treating them like non-negotiable meetings.
Precisely. It's about rooting your wellness goals in practical, consistent, long-term effort. You're replacing idealistic ideas with achievable commitments. That responsible, disciplined approach to health is a huge long-term benefit for the Aquarian circulatory and nervous system. It prevents the very rigidity that Saturn is currently testing in your financial life.
Okay, so as we stand at the threshold of the new year, let's shift focus from the planets to the purely vibrational. Let's look forward to the numerical structure of the year ahead. Since we're closing out 2025, what is the universal vibration for this period?
The year 2025 is structured on the universal vibration of the number 9.
The number 9.
Yes. Numerologically, the number 9 is associated with culmination, completion, humanitarianism, and the end of a long 9-year cycle. It is a moment of global evaluation and universal love.
That aligns so powerfully with the ongoing themes we've been discussing. Pluto demanding profound transformation, which is shedding the past, and Saturn demanding long-term security, which is the culmination of lessons learned.
Absolutely. The Universal 9 dictates that 2025 is fundamentally about letting go of things that are no longer serving you on a large collective scale.
And how might that manifest?
Globally, it could be the ending of outdated political systems, major career shifts, relationship endings, or the final shedding of old limiting belief systems. And while these changes, especially endings, can be uncomfortable and feel like a sacrifice,
There's a promise there.
the vibration promises that letting go clears the way for brand new beginnings, which will characterize the following year, 2026. It signals profound preparation for a new phase of life.
The number 9 also has a strong humanitarian streak, which fits perfectly with the Aquarian collective focus. It suggests that the release is often done for the greater good.
It does. The Aquarian revolutionary spirit is supported by this universal vibration. The number 9 asks, what accumulated lessons from the past 9 years can you integrate and share for the benefit of all? It supports efforts to get in touch with your innermost self, clear away personal clutter, and engage with the world compassionately. It equips you so much better for the cycle of new beginnings to follow.
That gives a powerful context to the year. But how can you personalize this universal vibration of completion? How do you find your own customized map?
You can calculate your personal year number. This provides a specific, customized theme for your upcoming cycle of change. The calculation is simple. You add the day and month of your birthday to the universal year number, which is 2025, and then you reduce the final sum to a single digit.
Unless it's a master number.
Or 11 or 22, the master numbers.
Right. Okay, let's run through a couple of examples just to make sure the process is absolutely clear. Say our listener's birthday is June 15th.
For June 15th, you add the numbers. So for the day, you have 1 plus 5. For the month, that's a 6. And for the year, 2025, you have 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5.
Okay, so that's 6 plus 9.
Exactly. Which equals 21. You then reduce 21.
Yeah.
2 plus 1 equals 3. So a person born on June 15th would be entering a personal year number 3.
And what would that 3 mean in the context of the universal 9 year?
A personal year 3 is focused on creative expression, communication, and the expansion of joy. So for that listener, the universal theme of completion the 9 is specifically directing them to complete old projects or shed limiting communication patterns so they can launch a new, more joyful and expressive creative cycle.
That customized map really helps you align your personal intentions with the universal vibration of culmination and transformation. It ensures that your December reflection time is focused and effective.
Absolutely. It's the final tool for December. It helps you summarize the lessons you've learned, clear the clutter, and intentionally step into the next phase of life with focused energy, rather than just scattering your revolutionary thoughts everywhere. It provides that Saturnian structure needed to ground the Plutonian change.
This has been a tremendously potent roadmap for Aquarius navigating the intense close of 2025. It makes it so clear that this year-end isn't about rushing holiday plans, but about profound, structured preparation for a generational shift. So, to summarize the core mission for Aquarius in December, use the demand for disciplined financial security delivered by Saturn in Pisces to build a practical, unshakable structure.
Yes.
And simultaneously, embrace the long-term liberating changes demanded by Pluto in Aquarius, using introspection and discernment to find your true power, both individually and as part of the collective network you serve.
Then with the collective moving toward new systems and this reckoning around what is real and unreal, especially with Neptune preparing to shift signs and influence the concept of self-promotion and authenticity, Aquarius, as the sign of progress, you should consider this.
Okay.
How can you stabilize your inner world, allowing your spiritual or technological vision to be rooted in the practical discipline Saturn is demanding, rather than just spinning your wheels in a whirlwind of groundbreaking yet ultimately ungrounded ideas?
If you connected with this cosmic roadmap, please help us spread the word about this deep dive. Like, comment, and subscribe to Star Chill Vibes so we can continue vibing with the cosmos together.
Welcome to Star Chill Vibes. Dive into the universe of astrology, cosmic energies, and celestial insights with a relaxed, fun twist. Perfect for stargazers who love to vibe with the cosmos. Get your dose of Zodiac, moon moods, and spacey good vibes. Okay, let's unpack this. Our mission today is a deep dive into the cosmic weather, and it's tailored specifically for you, dear Pisces, as you wrap up what has been a really transformative year, 2025.
It really is.
And when we look at the insights, they reveal this isn't a month for accelerating outward action. It's quite the opposite.
Exactly.
December is calling for a really profound internal realignment. It's almost like the final exam before a whole new cycle begins.
That's a perfect way to put it. This December is genuinely critical. It acts as a summation of all the deep structural work that the outer planets have been demanding from you all year long.
Right.
We're focusing on the slow-moving giants, Saturn and Neptune, which are, the dominant shapers of your long-term path right now. And they're sitting right in your sign, in Pisces.
Which is huge.
It's massive. So the month's faster transits, from Mercury to Venus, they're really just catalysts. They're here to push you toward that internal clarity, toward necessary rest and recovery, and most importantly, toward releasing those final, heavy emotional burdens you've been carrying.
So this is not just an ending.
No, not at all. It's a major structural turning point before you launch into the new realities of 2026.
So when we talk about that long game, we have to acknowledge the extremely rare planetary neighborhood that you are currently hosting. I mean, to have two outer planets, especially Saturn and Neptune, simultaneously in your sign, that's defining your life path for years.
For years, absolutely.
Let's start with the one that often brings the most pressure. Saturn, the great taskmaster. Our sources show Saturn made a major stop in Pisces, returning September 1st, 2025, and it's staying locked in until February 13th, 2026.
And that window, September 2025 through early 2026, is really the most concentrated period of, let's call it, karmic assessment and structural building. Saturn demands structure, accountability, maturity, and because it's in Pisces, these demands are all directed at Pisces-ruled areas of life. So we're talking about deep spirituality, mental health, psychology.
Solitude, rest.
Exactly. Solitude, rest, recovery, and importantly, the dissolution of your shadow tendencies. particularly things like escapism and addictions.
I mean, when Saturn transits your sign, it just feels heavy. It can feel so restrictive. It's forcing boundaries where maybe there were none before, which for an oceanic sign like Pisces, that can feel truly difficult.
It is difficult,
Right.
but it's a central strength trend. Saturn in Pisces is bringing crises. They can be deeply personal, and sometimes they're collective ones that you just absorb.
Right.
And these crises force fundamental reform. This isn't about cosmetic changes. It's about establishing durable, sustainable patterns going forward. For instance, if your life has been governed by, say, emotional porosity,
A very Pisces thing.
a very Pisces thing, Saturn is forcing you to build clear boundaries. If your spiritual life has been unfocused, it demands a disciplined practice, a set time, a set method, a concrete framework for what is, intangible growth.
Can you give us a few practical examples of what that structural reform looks like in the daily life of a Pisces? Because mental health structure can sound so abstract.
Absolutely. The sources point to a few key areas. First is that emotional boundary establishment. Saturn demands that you recognize where your energy ends and someone else's begins.
So just saying no.
It might be saying no to a needy friend, or literally removing yourself from environments that drain your psychic reserves. Second, a disciplined spiritual practice. So if you use meditation or prayer or ritual, Saturn is asking you to make it a non-negotiable daily habit.
Right. Not just when you feel like it.
Exactly, not just when you're inspired. Structure actually protects inspiration. And third, and this is a big one, sober curiosity or addiction management. So if there are any areas of escapism substances, excessive screen time, people-pleasing Saturn brings that uncomfortable realization that these forms of escape have become cages. The work is replacing the escape with healthy coping mechanisms like consistent therapy or a concrete recovery plan.
So the perseverance you forge now, enduring the discomfort of reality instead of escaping it.
That's the steel through fire. It's what builds long-lasting spiritual strength.
That makes the intensity feel so much more worthwhile. But Saturn isn't operating in a vacuum here. At the same time, we have Neptune, the great diffuser, and the modern ruler of Pisces also in your sign. This has been a long-term visit, heightening all of Pisces' innate gifts.
Oh yeah, your spiritual connection, your healing capacity, that deep imagination.
Bit.
And critically, it's also bringing the shadows into sharp relief. While Neptune in Pisces can feel like cosmic grace, it also brings illusion, delusion, manipulation, the blurring of lines. It makes it so hard to discern authentic guidance from fantasy, or a genuine person from a charismatic charlatan.
So the risk is higher now.
It's extremely high. Since Pisces rules the 12th house, the house of hidden enemies and self-undoing, the risk of being swayed by con artists or leaders who thrive on blurred reality is just. It's through the roof during this transit. Your intuition is heightened, yes, but so is your capacity for self-deception.
Okay, so we have this profound contradiction. You've got Saturn screaming, build structure, be responsible, face reality, while Neptune is whispering.
Dream big.
Dream big, dissolve the ego, escape into the divine. I mean, how does a Pisces practically reconcile these two massive cosmic pressures?
This is the central tension of 2025, and December is the crucible. The resolution lies in realizing that true spirituality is not escapism. It is disciplined devotion.
I like that.
Saturn forces Neptune to build a container for the dream. So you have to learn to use Neptune's compassion, that dissolution of ego, but wield it with Saturn's structure, with clear boundaries.
So being compassionate doesn't mean you let everyone walk all over you.
Exactly. It doesn't mean sacrificing your life force for every person who asks. Saturn says compassion must start with self-preservation, so you have something real to offer. If Neptune is the boundless ocean, Saturn is the coastline that defines where the ocean meets the land. Without that coastline, the water just dissipates into marshland.
That analogy of the coastline is so helpful. So the goal isn't to stop dreaming, it's to start executing the dream with sober clarity.
Precisely. And this whole mandate is reinforced by another important transit right now, the lunar north node. The North Node is also in Pisces.
Right.
And it signals that the collective path forward, what humanity is learning and evolving toward, is focused on all these Piscean themes. Unitive consciousness, forgiveness, the dissolution of artificial boundaries, and often sacrifice.
So for you, Pisces, this just reinforces the intensity of your own spiritual quest. The world is asking you to exemplify the highest ideals of your sign.
But Saturn is demanding you do it from a place of grounded, realistic maturity, not naive idealism.
So it sounds like the greatest aha moment of 2025 is realizing that spiritual freedom actually requires structural discipline.
Your central task this December is making those boundless Neptunian dreams real.
Yes, and finding a disciplined spiritual path. Making sure that spirituality doesn't become just another form of escapism, which is a major, major pitfall of your sign.
And this preparatory internal work, it's so fundamental that it aligns perfectly with the overarching energetic theme of the whole year.
It really does. The entire year of 2025 is often associated with the kind of introspection you find in the Hermit Tarot card. That's Major Arcana 9.
Which ties directly back to your Saturn and Pisces themes. The Hermit seeks wisdom through deliberate retreat, solitude, and fostering the inner self.
Exactly.
I love that alignment. The Hermit doesn't hide from the world out of fear. He retreats to find the inner truth he can then share with everyone. And the image we always see is the Hermit holding up that lantern.
The lantern. It's the symbol of spiritual illumination. Your biggest work now, as Saturn guides the Hermit within you, is lighting that inner lantern. You have to gain enough self-knowledge to journey into these unfamiliar emotional or spiritual landscapes without fearing the darkness.
Without needing external validation.
Or charismatic leaders to guide you. Self-knowledge is the ultimate superpower that Saturn is helping you gain. And December, being a time of natural hibernation, it just offers the perfect energetic opportunity for that final push of deep reflection. You're building the foundational wisdom that will support the next major cycle of your life.
So the message from the long-term planets is crystal clear. Slow down, structure your inner world, and use December to really solidify your boundaries before the world starts moving faster again.
Absolutely. The lesson here is that building a true, reliable container for your oceanic feelings, for your spiritual power, it just takes time. And if you respond properly to Saturn's demand for organization and structure now, the opportunities that come in 2026 will be built on rock, not on shifting sand.
Okay, so let's shift our focus from those structural giants to the faster movements, the day-to-day weather, if you will, starting with Mercury. The communication chaos that defined so much of November is technically over, but the lessons are lingering deep into December.
They really are.
Mercury went direct on November 29th, but that crucial post-shadow period where we truly integrate the lessons and gain clarity, that runs until December 16th, and it's happening in Sagittarius.
Right. And this retrograde was particularly instructive because it started in a water sign, Scorpio, which is intense and deep, and it wrapped up in a fire sign, Sagittarius, which is all about philosophy and expansion. So when Mercury retrogrades in water signs like Scorpio, we see all this confusion centered around emotions, intuition, and shared resources. The sources really emphasize that this confusion often manifests as resentment, holding grudges, hyper-emotionality.
The painful realization that you and someone else were just not on the same page emotionally.
That's it, exactly. And for a sensitive sign like Pisces, that emotional misalignment can be absolutely debilitating. So during this post-shadow phase, running through mid-December, you are finally processing and integrating that emotional residue.
Okay.
And then the transit finishes in Sagittarius, which is your 10th house. That's career, public standing, and your whole life philosophy. This shift pushes you toward profound philosophical clarity.
So you're letting go of outdated beliefs.
Yes, outdated beliefs about your career potential, your public image, or even some deep-seated moral frameworks.
Yeah.
Old dialogues, arguments, unresolved conversations, even past versions of yourself, they're surfacing in your mind. But they aren't emerging to restart the drama. They're coming up to grant you this unrecognized but necessary sense of final closure.
So you might suddenly realize an old philosophical argument was never worth fighting.
Or that a professional mentor you totally idealized was simply a Neptunian projection.
That transition from water to fire is fascinating. It's like the flood of emotional confusion from Scorpio finally dries up, and what's left is the clarity of ideology from Sagittarius.
That's the essence of the post-shadow period. You sought solitude recently to deal with past feelings or unhealed grief, and that reflection is now yielding intellectual peace.
The advice then is pretty clear.
It is. This is not a time for bold external steps regarding your career or reputation. It's a time for silent internal inventory. You're being gifted this opportunity to achieve final closure on professional and philosophical baggage. Trust the process of letting something definitive go by December 16th, because that space you create is absolutely necessary for the clarity you'll need moving forward.
So Mercury clears its shadow mid-month, giving us a clean slate. But early in December, we have the giant Jupiter making a significant and kind of a complex move.
Yes, Jupiter, the planet of growth and expansion, makes a crucial shift on December 5th. It returns to Gemini in a retrograde state.
And for Pisces, this is highly impactful because Gemini governs your 4th house, the area of home, family, domestic security, and your deep emotional roots.
Exactly.
Now, Jupiter is generally seen as benevolent, but the sources remind us that Jupiter is weaker in Gemini. It's in its detriment there. For our listeners, what does it actually mean for a big planet like Jupiter to be in detriment, especially for a sign like Pisces?
This is a really key technical detail that informs the guidance. So, Jupiter wants broad, effortless expansion. Gemini is a sign of mental multiplicity, of data collection, duality, details.
So they're at odds.
They are. When Jupiter is in detriment, it means its natural expansive power gets scattered by that Gemini energy. So instead of growing a whole forest, you're just growing lots of scattered seeds. You crave freedom and adventure in your domestic life. That's the Gemini impulse. But if you're not intensely focused and intentional, those goals can just dissipate.
Into endless brainstorming.
Endless brainstorming, scattered efforts, or non-committal projects.
That sounds like a recipe for a Pisces to feel completely overwhelmed. I mean, Pisces already struggles with Neptune's diffusion. Adding Jupiter's detriment in this sensitive area of home and roots could lead to major paralysis if it's not managed.
Exactly. The universe is saying, yes, expand your roots, but you have to be practical, detailed, and methodical about it. If you're planning a renovation or researching a move or trying to expand your family, your efforts might just spin wheels, getting nowhere fast, simply because you haven't disciplined that mental energy Gemini thrives on.
So you have to be specific.
You have to be specific. And this transit further emphasizes the need for that Saturnian structure we were just talking about. Jupiter in detriment needs Saturnian boundaries to focus its energy. If you're dealing with real estate or major decisions about personal and domestic security this December, prudence and detailed organization are not optional. They are essential for success.
And the fact that Jupiter is retrograde only compounds that internal focus, doesn't it? Retrogrades always demand review and refinement.
Absolutely. The retrograde action demands you review every single detail of those domestic and family goals before you charge ahead in 2026. This is about reviewing contracts, reassessing family dynamics, or refining the plan for your home life, not executing big, sudden changes.
The underlying theme is stabilize the foundation before you try to build anything higher on it.
That's it.
Now let's talk relationships and boundaries, because Venus, the planet of love and money, is bringing some really potent energy right around the holidays. This is a critical time for sensitive Pisces, as Venus's movements are going to highlight social and emotional boundaries.
Mark December 24th, Christmas Eve. This is a red flag moment. Venus, moving through Sagittarius, forms a square to Neptune, which is in your sign, Pisces.
A square is always a tension-filled aspect.
It is. And between Venus, which is values and love, and Neptune, which is idealism, confusion, and sacrifice, this can be emotionally overwhelming. You may feel your energy is just extremely drained by others. And while your natural inclination as a Pisces is to help and embody that boundless compassion,
There's a risk.
there is a heightened risk of falling into deception, either from others or from yourself, through excessive idealism.
So when you talk about deception, how might that specifically manifest for Pisces during the holidays with that Venus-Neptune dynamic?
Well, it manifests through boundary leakage. One common expression is financial overgiving, sacrificing your resources for a charismatic but unstable person who promises a utopian return that, never materializes.
I can see that.
Another is romantic idealization, projecting entirely false qualities onto a new partner or friend, or ignoring serious red flags because your Neptunian desire for oneness is just peaking.
Or even on a practical level, just agreeing to social events that you're way too tired for.
Yes, and it leads to an energy crash. The core danger is blurring professional, personal, and financial lines because of compassion or misplaced idealism.
The cosmos is basically giving you a holiday hall pass to be intensely selfish with your time and energy.
It is. The sources strongly advise solitude and intentional rest at this time. This isn't about being antisocial, it's an act of deep self-preservation. You have to prioritize self-care over the external demands of the season. Your emotional boundaries need to be exceptionally fortified because your inherent sensitivity makes you a magnet for emotional or spiritual charlatans when Venus is stressed by Neptune.
But then immediately following that challenging square, Venus shifts dramatically, right on Christmas Day, December 25th.
Yes. Venus enters Capricorn, and this is a profoundly grounding and very welcome shift. Capricorn rules your 11th house of groups, networks, and long-term goals. So Venus in Capricorn refocuses your emotional energy away from that Neptunian confusion and into structured, realistic planning for the new year. This transit brings a much-needed seriousness to your social interactions and your value system.
So it helps you see where you need to be responsible.
Responsible, realistic, and mature in your interactions, especially with authorities, professional groups, or organizations that impact your future.
So it provides the perfect, sobering energy to transition out of the emotional holiday pressure and right into New Year's resolution planning, focusing on structured material goals for 2026.
It's the universe providing an antidote. After the Venus-Neptune intensity, Capricorn grounds your heart and your mind, asking you to focus on concrete achievements and reliable alliances rather than, idealized fantasy relationships.
Okay, let's focus on the moon cycles now, the lunations, because these are really the monthly emotional anchors. They're points of immediate breakthrough or intention setting.
They are. We need to look at the full moon on December 4th and the new moon on December 20th. Now, although neither is directly in Pisces, they are both mutable sign lunations, Gemini and Sagittarius, and because Pisces is also mutable, these cycles create pivotal points of adaptability and necessary change for you.
The Gemini full moon on December 4th at 13 degrees is the first major emotional peak, and full moons are always times of culmination and maximum emotional clarity for the themes of the sign they're in.
And Gemini governs communication, learning, local movement. For Pisces, the Gemini full moon illuminates matters around your domestic world and your emotional foundation. That same fourth house we just discussed with Jupiter.
So it's all connected.
It's all connected. Because it's a full moon, you may experience a moment of intense emotional breakthrough regarding your living situation, or a family dynamic, or even a deeply held memory that has surfaced for resolution. The Gemini energy forces you to intellectualize these feelings, rather than just absorbing or dissolving into them.
So you have to analyze.
You have to analyze every aspect of your foundation, both the supportive parts and the areas that are crumbling.
It sounds like an emotional audit of your home life, demanding communication about matters you might have preferred to just keep quiet about. And this is happening right as Jupiter is retrograding back into that same house, which further highlights the need for review.
Precisely. If you've been avoiding a critical family discussion or procrastinating on a home repair, the full moon pressure will bring it to the surface. It demands attention and intellectual clarity. This culmination allows you to release or resolve that immediate stress, making room for the bigger focus later in the month.
And then toward the end of the month, we have the Sagittarius new moon on December 20th at 28 degrees. And new moons are the ideal time to set those forward-looking intentions, to plant a seed for the coming month and beyond.
And that Sagittarius energy is situated in your 10th house of public life, career, and your highest aspirations. This new moon governs expansion, spirituality on a societal level, and defining your highest truth. So you should use this energy to set clear, forward-looking intentions in these professional or philosophical areas.
And the degree is important here.
It's very important. Since this lunation is at the very end of Sagittarius, 28 degrees, it's highly critical. It's a powerful time to finally draw a firm, definitive line under something from the past regarding your professional goals or your public reputation. It's about achieving final closure before the calendar turns to 2026.
It's about redefining your truth for the upcoming cycle, deciding which past goals or outdated beliefs about success you are leaving behind for good. It connects perfectly with that Mercury post-shadow clarity we talked about earlier.
It's all interconnected. And as we mentioned, all of this astrological pressure fits perfectly within the greater narrative arc of the year 2025, which again is associated with the introspection found in the Hermit Tarot card.
Right, and this isn't just some arbitrary association. The Hermit's core wisdom, which is gained from deliberate introspection and solitude, it aligns exactly with the demanding, structural, and often isolating lessons that Saturn is currently delivering in your sign.
The universe is using astrology, numerology, and archetypal energy to deliver the same focused message. The Hermit archetype for the year requires you to understand the power of retreat. You're gathering wisdom. You're consolidating inner authority.
And this reflective phase is essential.
It's essential because you are stepping into a very different energetic vibration in 2026. And this is where numerology provides a fascinating contrast and context for your December planning.
Let's quickly review the basic numerology principle for anyone who might not know their personal year number.
Sure. So to determine your personal year number, you add your birthday, your birth month, and the current year, which is 2025, together. and then you reduce that final sum to a single digit.
Okay.
So the number you calculated for 2025 was the theme for your year, likely characterized by that wisdom-seeking hermit energy.
But the crucial point is the transition, isn't it?
That's it. The shift into 2026 brings an energy associated with the number 1, which is often tied to the magician archetype in tarot. The magician represents new beginnings, manifestation, self-awareness, and the ability to utilize all the available tools to create your reality.
So all the reflective, highly mutable work you're doing in December under the weight of Saturn and the clarity of the lunations is crucial for setting up those new beginnings.
Absolutely crucial.
That makes the narrative arc complete. The Hermit of 2025 has retreated, gathered the wisdom, lit the inner lantern, and endured the structure of Saturn. And that hard-won wisdom transforms directly into the conscious action of the magician in 2026.
Exactly. The magician isn't effective if they don't know their tools or their true self. The hermit work is the foundation for the magician work. You are gaining the confidence and the inner authority now so that when 2026 rolls around, you can step out from behind the veil of illusion and take deliberate, powerful charge of your destiny, both personally and creatively.
The isolation of 2025 leads directly to the manifestation power of 2026.
It does. And if you bypass the difficult emotional healing and structural setup this December, you start 2026 from a place of confusion, which is really the worst outcome for Pisces.
So it's truly a time of profound emotional healing and realignment. The lesson is not to fear the necessary dismantling of old illusions, because the space that's created allows the new, stronger you to emerge.
The ultimate lesson of this December is to have radical faith in the process of letting something go, whether it's a bad habit, an old grudge, or a misleading relationship. That act of release, which is facilitated by the structure of Saturn, is what allows your authentic self to truly shine in the coming year. Lie low, take stock, and trust that quiet inner guidance.
So what does this all mean for you, dear Pisces? December 2025 is your cosmic call to retreat and refine. Find structure in your spirituality, discern reality from illusion by strengthening your boundaries, and use the lunar cycles, particularly that new moon on the 20th, to set powerful, focused intentions for the next year. Don't rush what needs to be healed.
And as you navigate December's planetary shifts, remember the wisdom that the hermit offers. The foundation you build in solitude now will support your massive expansion and manifestation efforts for years to come. Don't try to push things up a hill. Instead, embrace the calm of the season, relax into the quiet, and just let the universe reveal the clear path forward.
If this deep dive resonated with your journey, we encourage you to comment, like, and subscribe to our channel Star Chill Vibes to keep vibing with the cosmos and receive your regular dose of celestial insights. We're so grateful to guide you on this path. Until next time, keep looking up.